on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Skies are blue. The temperature is in the very respectable low 70s, and we are getting set to go racing. Junior ROTAX will be first up. 10-lap heat races for the juniors, the masters, and the seniors. 8-lap heat races for the micros and minis. We're going to do 12 heats in total and then 4 pre-finals at the end of the day. It's a very busy day here, Mike. That means that everybody drivers, teams, mechanics, they have to pace themselves very, very carefully during the day. There's not a lot of downtime to fix broken go-karts.
I was just going to say, that's just it. You're trying to make setup adjustments is one thing, but you can't work on the setup if you got to repair the ride. And more so, let's say you got to do a chassis straightening or something because it was a really bad hit.
Oh.
You're burning some time that you may not have. And if you don't, lunch break may not be a break for you if it goes awry. But hopefully everybody's able to come through unscathed, and there's fine-tuning all day to try to be ready for Sunday.
Well, luckily, the Racers Grill here at Newcastle does takeout. They do takeout boxes for hard-working mechanics back in the team tents. So, qualifying has set the grid for each of the 3 races. So, you know, where you start race 1, you start race 2, and you start race 3. Just to remind you, if you're not aware of what you're watching, this is the 2025 Race ROTAX RMC US Trophy Final. The last chance for drivers in the United States to get their tickets to the biggest party in world karting, the ROTAX Grand Finals. We're going to see an awful lot of emotion, highs, lows, heartache, as well as elation. Such is the nature of this sport, Mike Smith.
Yeah, and everyone's going to have a little bit of a different job to do here in these heat races. Your qualifying sets your position for all 3 heats.
Yep.
Your goal is to have the least amount of points. It's like golf, so if you win, you get 0, right? And so you're trying to have the least amount to get to the best starting position for that pre-final. And at the end of the day, make sure if you're towards the back, you're moving forward smartly. If you're at the front, you're holding on to it smartly. If you are right there at the sharp end, you don't need to get crazy, especially with the weather that we keep talking about that is imminent here on Sunday.
Yes, indeed. We weren't scheduled to have the pre-finals today. They were scheduled to go off tomorrow morning. However, there are very, very bad weather forecasts due in for tomorrow. Not only rain, but more significantly and more worryingly, high winds. Which of course is a concern for the organisers, SRA Karting and Karting Solutions Group, to make sure that the team's tents don't get thrown around, because the last thing you want to do is walking around a paddock with one of those big awnings coming towards you at a rate of knots. So we're doing the pre-finals today. Tomorrow it'll be just warm-up and the finals. And there's a lot of very nervous people. They think, look, we know how to get round here in the dry, but the weather, the rain, that will make things a bit of a lottery. Will it throw up any surprise winners? Almost certainly the answer is yes. Somebody will have a bad day today and a very good day tomorrow, and lots of others will have very good days today and a not so good day tomorrow. As we look at some of the drivers making their way into the pre-grid area, Olivier Chassé for the Prime Power team, one of a number of Canadian drivers here. There is one of Olivier's teammates, the number 267, Ava Cabral, young lady out of Cambridge, Ontario. Ava, she's not got her traditional, she's got normally pink flamingos on her crash helmet. There is the number 271, Isaac Malquit. Isaac and his dad there, the VP Fuels sponsored Mike Doty Racing driver, just heading into pit pre-grid area. And behind them, Darren Kidd, Darren's dad, Mike. Darren's he likes my Macho Man Randy Savage impression. I'm not going to do that for you now.
Can't do it on demand.
No. Bainham Abernathy is next in line to come on to the dummy grid for the Josh Holtz driver development team. As we look at the queue forming, and we've got a few minutes to go, so then it's Sebastian Rist, his kart, again in the Mike Doty Racing awning, but he's running the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis is Sebastian, as just getting the scanner of checking tyres, checking motor, checking all those things. There's one of the smartest looking go-karts here. That is the Team Clean Gold entry of Logan Goddard, driver currently based in Alberta, Calgary, Alberta. And his dad's from Bristol, in the west of England. And I think that kart is the smartest looking kart there. The Team Clean Gold entry of number 207, Logan Goddard. There goes the number 240, Xander Malatesta for Mike Doty Racing. The 288 kart, that's Donovan Hogan. Now, Donovan's dad there at the back. So, on Thursday night, Donovan's dad coaches high school football, high school soccer. In this, and had to coach a team. He said the team didn't turn up, they lost. He then pulled an all-nighter to drive here for yesterday. Cole Vetter going through your screen there, the only driver here on a Magic Kart chassis. But Donovan Hogan's dad arrived here yesterday. He said, I've had 30 minutes sleep. And probably dropped his credit card in the paddock, which Logan Goddard's dad picked up, handed to me, and I gave back to Mr. Hogan before I went on Amazon. There is the number 254 kart, Gabriel Payne, Pro Kart Concepts driver out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Moving on to the dummy grid, and another one of our FAF Motorsport drivers, that's Rory Baziuk from Keswick, Ontario. So there is Baziuk heading on to the grid. The Adkins Speed Centre livery of number 209, Matthew Holland from Elkins, West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads. Sorry, Mike Smith hasn't learned how to mute me yet when I start singing.
We'll work on that.
Yeah, you'll work on that very quickly. The 204, Griffin Vukic. Griffin last year was one of the hard luck stories. He was a Minimax driver. He was a micro driver last year. He's moved up to juniors. There was a bit of a confusion with the equipment he was given, which kind of messed him up a little bit. Through no fault of his own, Griffin is back. Griffin won a photo package from Abel Barris's, photographic company here. Now, this is the problem, nose cone. They're not happy with the nose cone. There's a hole at the bottom of the nose cone of that kart. So, see there, Mike, with the scanner saying, right, you're going to have to go and change that nose cone. And off they run to the Pro Kart Concepts tent to get a replacement by the looks of it.
Yeah, so they've got pushback bumper systems on these things. So basically, if there's too much contact, it does kind of what they call activate the pushback system. There's a penalty for that. And one of the things that they check for is the bottom of those bumpers to be complete, not have any holes or anything like that, because that does change the deflection of that bumper and therefore the deployment of the pushback bumper system. So most likely that's what it was. Should just swap it out and be fine.
If there's a hole in the bottom of the nose cone, that means that if that nose cone were to come into contact with, say, I don't know, the rear bumper of another go-kart, then the pushbacks wouldn't deploy as they should, because obviously there's more give in the plastic. It needs to be solid. That is one smart crash helmet for Colvita. I really like a Colvetta, rather. Really like that crash helmet design. The driver of the Magic Kart for Pro Kart Concepts. There's Christopher Goulet from St. Jean-sur-Richelieu, the PSL karting team, starting down towards the back end of the field. He'll be looking to make his way forward. You've seen there that FAF Motorsport, the red and black tartan livery for the FAF team. Really good to see the FAF team here in anger at the ROTAX US Trophy Finals. So, Mike, starting at the back of the field, it's the start of a long day. You want to make progress, but one cannot win a ticket on the first lap of Heat 1, can one?
No, you can't, obviously, but you can obviously mess some things up. And look, we're going to be coming through the green flag's going to come out deep on the straightaway, so they have to make sure that they can get through the first corner first. Yeah,
there's that kart, the Barney's Adventure Park sponsored Team Clean Gold machine. If you're going to be an independent driver and you've got some sponsors, that is a perfect example of how to maximize your sponsors. You come up with an absolutely strikingly beautiful graphics kit to give your sponsors maximum exposure. Well done to Logan Goddard and the Team Clean Gold outfit.
And it looks like they did get that bumper swapped out there in the very back, so they are going to be able to join. That's perfect, because it looks like things are going to get fired up here right about now.
Yep, this is going to be a 10-lap race under beautiful, almost cloudless blue skies here in Indiana. How long will those skies remain cloudless? Well, we hope for the rest of the day. We hope for the rest of the weekend. Hope. We live in it. Sometimes it's forlorn, but we still live in hope. Ladies and gentlemen, Isaac Malquit starting at the front there. Darren Kidd has been very impressive with the 242. There's Leo Da Silva. Of course, the two drivers, I'll remind you once again, ladies and gentlemen, in this class, the two drivers that have already secured themselves a place in Bahrain, Kyle Drysdale and Davin Roberts. The signal's been given, Mike Smith. We've got karts heading out onto the circuit for the very first race of this year's US Trophy Finals. Alexis Bayerjean and Mate Kobakidze on row number 1. Leo Da Silva and Marco Samut, row 2. Isaac Malquit and Darren Kidd, row 3. Nico Katowski and Tro Ferguson on row 4. Drysdale and Roberts, row 5. Then it's Max Meitnev, Landon Bua, Sebastian Rist, Benham Abernathy, Shotaro Sunekawa, Olivier Chassé, Edward Kennedy, Ava Cabral, Xander Malatesta, and the top 20 rounded out by the Lionsville from Zionsville, William Vita. Achilles Siperko, Luke Kanjanapatak, Donovan Hogan, Kingston Gaduri, Gabriel Payne, Logan Goddard, the top 26. 33 drivers, well, 31 drivers. Marley Chowdhury and Justice Robertson sadly have withdrawn with injuries. Kai Mars, haven't seen Kai, and Nathan Dupuis was a scratch. So no Nate Dogg. Sadly, he's off trying to find Mr. Warren G. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologise. He's on a mission trying to find Mr. Warren G.
You can see all the drivers weaving back and forth, trying to get some heat in those Mojo tires, and actually going to be going green the first time by, it looks like, here as we round the last few corners, get everybody lined up and ready to go. Again, first corner.
Oh.
That's going to be the big one. First time we're going to see racing here this weekend at the trophy final.
Yep, buckle up, boys and girls. We're about to go racing here at the US ROTAX Trophy Final. It's a short run to the start. It's a longer run to the start than you think. The lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start through turn number 1 down towards I-70 turn. Bayerjon gets through cleanly. At the back of the field, it looked like maybe 1 or 2 karts coming to grief, but the main contenders all safely down towards scoreboard bend.
See, they come out of scoreboard and actually all still line us turn the 267.
Ava Cabral.
One of the first drivers there looked like a little bit of a nose in the air, jumped on top of another car. As you see 2 and 3 wide there as we go through green corner and now heading over towards Cell Tower.
Yeah, this is Thunder Valley that we go through up towards Cell Tower Bend now. Bayerjon still at the head of the pack. Leo Da Silva, Mate Kobakidze has made a good start and has held on to second place. There's Darren Kidd, the 2-4-2. Already, though, the 2 leaders trying to break away. Bayerjon and Kobakidze. Alexis Bayerjon and the Gladiator from Georgia with the green crash helmet at the end of lap number 1. Marco Samut up into P3.
And at this point here, you've got 1 lap under your belt. And the 244 is going to make the move here. The Kobakidze would like to lead instead of follow here after lap 1. But this is where you start settling into a rhythm. What do you got? You should be doing that for the most part to pull away. But right now at the front, we got a little bit of defense after Kobakidze gets that lead.
Well, of course, the main straight, the start-finish straight, and then the run down to scoreboard bend, they are the 2 best places to slipstream. Marco Samut giving a perfect illustration of that. As Kobakidze was a little bit compromised coming off turn number 1 after turn 2 after making the move on Bayerjon, who fights straight back, and that opens the door for Isaac Malquit. Malquit and Samut going wheel to wheel for 3rd position. Here comes Darren Kidd tucking in behind in 5th position with Katowski, Da Silva, Ferguson, Maitev and Drysdale next in line.
Coming across here, they're going to finish another lap and down the straightaway. Now they're starting to kind of settle in. A little bit of a drop wheel there from Ferguson a little bit further back. Everything's starting to dial in. Kobakidze, Bayerjon, Samut, Malquit, and Kidd, your top 5.
Mate Kobakidze, he's qualified for the grand finals before for Georgia. He's the only Georgian driver ever to qualify for the grand final. It's really tough for Mate because there aren't any other drivers from Georgia really racing at a high level of international karting. So wherever he goes, he's sort of, he's a nation of one. And you think, well, he's obviously found friends, and he has found friends in the paddock, but of course, he can't, there's no one he can chat to about what's going on at home, too. What's happening on TV, back in Tbilisi, in Georgia. It can be a lonely world. His parents are obviously here with him. He races for Dan Holland Racing in Europe, and he's got his Dan Holland Racing team here helping him out this weekend for the FAF Motorsport team. But Kobakidze, he's used to doing things on his own, used to having no friends, as it were. That could stand him in good stead in an event like this.
I'll tell you right now, the driver's right behind him. I don't think they're going to want to hang out. There is the move. Yep, there was the defense. All the way through there, trying her on the outside. There was Malquit, or Samut rather. That is going to be the move for the front. Bayerjon was already kind of beating down the door as they went through the cell tower before. You knew there was going to be a move. That got it done. New leader, Bayerjon, out front, but they are 2 and 3 wide behind.
Yeah, and suddenly the entire field has, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13 karts all in a line, and in more than line, there's the 218 of Da Silva up over the back of Davin Roberts in the 215 Fox and Son kart. So Da Silva gets away with that one, and look at the factory kart of Troy Ferguson. First race. We've had practice, we've had qualifying. This is a race. It's the first race for that kart, and it's in P4.
Well, you talked about earlier, got away with it. That's the thing. If you're starting out front, the worst thing that could happen is have it coming together, end up falling down the order, and having a big bad result here at the very, very first heat race that you to try to dig out of for the pre-final. Instead, out front by Bayerjon, Kobakidze, all that defense has been able to retain that second spot. Samut, Ferguson, you just talked about, Malquit getting the move done right there.
It just goes to show, look at the difference now in how the race has panned out on this particular lap when nobody makes a pass going into I-70 bend. When you're single file coming out of I-70, it's much harder for the chasing pack to catch you in the slipstream going into scoreboard bend. There's Malquit. I think was that Malquit and Darren Kidd passing Ferguson as they head through Thunder Valley. Now Ferguson's in trouble and at the risk of getting swamped, the number 221 Kart, Sebastian Rist behind him, and the number 220, the MPG Motorsport Kart of Landon Boer, is also in the mix.
Look at how much things changed for Troy Ferguson. He came across line 4th. There was a pass for him to drop to 5th, but then he tried to make the move back down in scoreboard, and instead he actually goes backwards. That was Kobe Keatse now trying to hold on to that spot. Already have the driver there. This is where the 275 of Malquit's going to start making a move forward to the front.
Yeah, Kobakidze tried to make the move there on Bayerjon going through turns 14 and 15. Didn't make the move, has cost him a lot of momentum, and it's dropped him back only one position. But look at the track position that he lost to Alexis Bayerjon. There goes Bayerjon with the biggest lead anyone's ever had. Oh, and coming together, that's Landon Boer and the 257 of Marco Samut. So 2 contenders already coming to grief. They're back in the kart. Here comes Katowski now challenging the 242 of Darren Kidd, whose NASA panel looks like it's settled down a little bit below where it should be. So maybe Darren Kidd also in that little mix-up there behind Kobakidze in 3rd place. So Bayerjon leads Kobakidze, Kidd, Katowski, and then Ferguson. Bad lap, good lap. Honestly, for Troy Ferguson.
More aggressive than I thought it was going to be out front. I thought there'd be a little bit more settled down, but we've seen a lot of defense and some aggressive maneuvers early on to try to make things happen. That sets the tone early, and so now everybody else is going to follow suit. You're going to drive that hard, I'm going to drive that hard. And that's keeping most of the field there. Until that incident out of scoreboard, we had a pretty lockstep field.
Oh, Mike, these aren't this isn't being aggressive in junior ROTAX, Mike. This is sedate. This is they've just woken up from their mid-morning nap. Yeah, it's only heat 1. We've got multiple passes for the race lead. You know, drivers battling 3 wide back in the middle of the pack. We are on lap 7 out of 10. Bayerjon for Plateau Energy Drinks leads by 9/10 of a second over Mate Kobakidze. Then it is this battle on your screen: 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 275 of Malquit. Then the 292 of Nico Katowski, and the 243 of Troy Ferguson, with Darren Kidd in front of Ferguson as well. Darren Kidd, again, a real unsung, doesn't get the credit he deserves, does Darren, for being a very talented young driver. He is part of the Deet Nation family of go-karters. Frank and Diane, the hottest love story in karting. Frank and Diane. Go and ask him. Frank's the dog, by the way. So's Diane.
You had to be there.
Just in case. You've got to be there, yeah. Frank. Here we go. Davin Roberts coming back up the order, chasing Benham Abernathy. Abernathy, in turn, chasing the 269 kart of Edward Kennedy for the Speed Concepts racing team. This is 10th, 11th, 12th on back. You have got Max Maitev, Xander Malatesta, Luke Conjanapatak, and Leo De Silva in this group. And at the back of the group is the number 203 of William Vita. There he is. William Vita, coached by Harley Keeble, no less.
Looks like we're going to have some popsicle sticks in the air coming here. A couple laps to go in this thing. Heat number 1. Fastest lap that time by Isaac Malquit, trying to make some inroads, about 1 second astern from Bayerjon. Kobakidze starting to go a little bit quicker as well. Now a half a second to lead. Still a little bit to play for at the front. Katowski up there, personal best coming. Now that things have settled down a little bit, we're not racing quite as hard. Faster speeds coming, and they're trying to make inroads to the front.
Yeah, 30 drivers started this race. We've still got 28 of them running. Samut and Boer both eventually decided to retire their karts after their collision. This is lap 9 out of 10. Bayerjon, His advantage was down to half a second. It's now down to nothing. Here comes Kobakidze. Now, what has Mate learnt? What has the Gladiator learnt? Because you can't really make moves here through these next series of corners unless you are utterly confident that the person you're trying to pass is going to cooperate with you.
Here we go to start the final lap. And it's going to be the third place driver of Malku. It's going to have the first opportunity, grabbing a bunch of drafts outside. There's a move to the inside. Here comes Malquit, though. Could be another No, it's going to be Kobakidze to the front. Here comes Malquit. It's going to get a bigger run. He's going to get some help from Bayerjan.
They're 3 wide down towards scoreboard bend. Katowski and Darren Kidd now get involved. 5 for the race lead here in the final lap of Heat 1 in Junior Rotax. Malquit leads through green corner. Now down into Thunder Valley. Kobakidze to the inside again. My word, the Georgian driver knows how to make a pass or two when business picks up. And here comes Katowski for second and Darren Kidd into P2.
Kidd now to third. We're going to have the last few corners as we go through here. Your lead is going to be that very, very strong run from Kobakidze. Lost the lead early, went defensive to try to hold on to a top spot. Now back to the front and a little bit of breathing room. Just 2 corners to go. It's going to be Kobakidze through the final corner to grab Heat 1 and get that win early.
Well, on the back of Mate's crash helmet is the word Gladiator, because he is the Gladiator from Georgia. And in heat number 1, Matthias Decimus Victorious is his name. He wins the opening salvo in Junior Rotax from a very, very impressive Darren Kidd. Alexis Bayerjan leads into the last lap, finishes P3. Isaac Malquit leads for a brief moment on the last lap, finishes P4. Nico Katowski at one point was P2 on the last lap, finishes 5th. Troy Ferguson, well, the history books will remember that in the Factory Kart 2.0's first ever race, Troy Ferguson brought it home in the top 6 ahead of Benham Abernathy, Edward Kennedy, Carl Drysdale, Olivier Chassé, Davin Roberts, Leo Da Silva, Xander Malatesta, Max Maitev and William Vita. The top 15 the top 60 finishers separated by 5 seconds, with Luke Conjanapatak, Sebastian Rist, Logan Goddard. As we look back, sadly, Ava Cabral didn't make it around turn number 1. Hope that Ava is okay. And it appears as though there'll be some lively discussion at the end of race number 1. As Junior Rotax goes, Mike, that was quite calm, believe it or not.
And you would know, you've seen quite a few races. I'll tell you right now, I think that the tone was set with these drivers here in Junior. People know what to expect and how drivers are going to race each other now that they've done their first race.
You know what? This is the event no one will remember or cares who finishes second.
Indeed.
You know, more than anything else. There is Mate Kobakidze, the Gladiator from Tbilisi. Again, looking calm. You know, he's.
You're gonna feel calm when you just won.
You know, when you get to know Mate, you could get him laughing, but he is still quite. And this is a part of the reason he's the only driver from Georgia. Yes, he speaks English, but you know, he takes a while to come out of his shell. When you're the only driver carrying your nation's flag, you do feel an extra element of pressure. You know, whether it's put on you or not, you just feel it. So Mate, a very thoughtful, a very focused young man, but again, he's very popular within his team. You know, you've just got to tease a smile out of him. You've just got to tease a smile out of Mate.
A very calculated first race for him. A couple of shout-outs to drivers who made exactly the moves that they needed to do.
Please
you
do.
had Benham Abernathy up 7 spots to 7th, and Edward Kennedy up 9 up to 8th. Remember, if you don't start inside the top 10, your goal is to get there, and those two drivers did it.
Yeah, no, indeed. Further back, Logan Goddard from 25th to 17th, to 18th rather. Sadly, going the other way, Marco Samut, Landon Bua, they failed to finish. Griffin Vukic finishing back in 28th, Kingston Gaduri, Cole Vetter, Matthew Holland, Gabriel Payne, Chris Goulet, Rory Baziuk and Achilles Sapirko, all finishing outside the top 20. as the drivers now head through tech. Now this is what is going to be getting the mechanics a little bit antsy, because there's a very short turnaround time, to get these through. So we're waiting, we've got to wait for all the tech department, scrutineers to be ready and do what they need to do before they can go through, and the karts can be retrieved by the mechanics. Now there is our official who has gone down through the field to check the front bumper penalties. But while they wait, we go racing again. This is Heat 1 for Micro and Minimax, and this could be very, very interesting indeed. This will be our first indication, Mike, of whether having the Micromax drivers on a Minimax setup, on a Minimax weight limit, racing in and around the front runners is going to cause a problem.
Yeah, and really it's going to be the conversation that they have with young Jack Katowski and how he runs. I mean, the rest of them just need to keep their heads on straight. Again, this particular race doesn't mean anything. We just need to get all the way to the end. If we can get to Sunday, then we can start having a really strong conversation about what to do. And Katowski's got a pretty good handle on Micro right now. Just needs to be a little bit smart, get to the end, and not race harder than he needs to.
Yep, it's going to be number 1, 2, 3, Arthur Farrow on pole position for Pfaff Motorsports. Then the number 92 of Jack Katowski, not competing for one of the Minimax tickets. I'll remind you again, ladies and gentlemen, the karts that numbered 100 and above, the 3-digit karts, they're the karts in Minimax proper, competing for one of 2 tickets to the grand finals. On row number 2, you have got, I believe, one of the comp karts. That is Holden Myers, I believe, on row number 2, as the field head round. It's the number 136. It is the 136 of Holden Myers, and the number 167 of Lucas Tarango for Ruthless Karting. They come into the tram lines. This is an 8-lap race. Lights are out. We are off and racing down through turn number 1 to I-70 we go.
Everybody makes it through there cleanly. Very well done. And immediately there's urging from, I believe that was Myers, Holden Myers, just go, go, go. A little bit of defense out of the gate. This is what they want to do. Settle down and push, get away from the rest of the group. One driver going a little bit wide, the 167 Tarango, who actually had a very good qualifying considering where the times were in practice. The Tarango looking to bounce back from a rough couple of corners.
Yeah, and he's gone backwards in a hurry. I did notice that, Katowski, understandably being the youngest driver, not as confident off the start as the older Minimax drivers. He's dropped back a little bit. There is Katowski behind the number 106 of Sam Chavari. Up at the front, it is Farrow from Myers. Then it is the number 168 kart of Massimo LaRusso. Following LaRusso is Chavari. Then it is Katowski in the number 92 before you get to the number 114 kart, the Velocity Racing Machine of Lennox Lockhart, already with some damage to that front bumper for Lockhart in the Velocity Racing Machine.
I wonder if these two Burrell Arts are going to hook up here and push a little bit. Katowski
they will try.
And Chavari here. Actually, no. Katowski's going to go ahead and make the move down the inside of the scoreboard, move up Katowski overall. Again, 2 different classes. Let's see if Chavari can actually do the switch.
Yes, indeed. There is Lennox Lockhart. Behind Lennox Lockhart, Hudson Howard in the number 149 kart. Then it is Carlo Lott, Yusuf Adi, Connor Lipka, and the number 137 kart, Joshua Wheeler. Now you can see Lockhart making his way out of turn 12 up towards turn number 13 over that crest into Tech Barn Bend. Through turn 4. Now in front of him, LaRusso having a look at Chavari trying to swap position. There's the move from Lockhart. Hudson Howard's going to try and follow Lennox through. Behind him, Connor Lipka gets a wheel out on the dirt as they go through the kink down towards I-70. Hudson Howard, you can almost see the, not desperation, that's the wrong word, Mike, the anxiousness of Hudson Howard. He wants to stay with Lockhart.
Yeah, obviously Lockhart made the move there. A little bit of a misinterpretation of the braking zone there, and Roland is going to be LaRusso trying to stay with Lockhart, and they all want to get to the front because Lockhart's got a little bit of a gap to bridge here to try to make things happen with the group up front.
Yeah, now that does look like it's a big dent in the front of Lockhart's nose cone. Now, whether that is a front bumper deployed and a penalty, we do not know. I can't really speculate on that, but you can see you've got that blue reflective LL logo on the kart, and in there is the Bahamian flag that Lennox is representing this week. And I've got to say, well done to Katowski, Jack Katowski. He's now settled into third position. Is he fighting and battling? No. Is he gonna battle for his position? Of course he will. He's a driver. But he is not upsetting those drivers trying to get a ticket. He's racing for his own trophy. He's also trying to race for a race win. And the Minimax drivers, smart. That was very smart from Holden Myers.
Yeah, now just go and push.
Yeah,
see
push.
if you can use the little toe hooks here to get up to Farrow, who is kind of had control of this thing since the very beginning after he got through the first lap.
Yeah, well, Arthur said he didn't want to get too confident and say he wanted a clean sweep, but that's what he's thinking of as they head through Thunder Valley and up towards Cell Tower Bend, out through turns 10 and 11, turn 12. Now, I love this section of track, gotta say. You come over the crest and then down into this very fast right-hander. Just to the rear of that, you can see the Kart Chaser compound, the RV we're commentating from. And if you stand just behind the fence, you get an absolutely great view of the commitment and speed of these karts going into Tech Barn Bend.
And there you can see it was actually Katowski pointing the finger, hey, push, 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 and Myers obliges, and they are able to make a little bit of inroads there on Farrow here as we are in the approaching the second half of this race. Again, 8 laps here for the Minis.
Yes, we're on lap number 5 out of 8. And it's Farrow, Katowski, Myers, Chaveri, Lockhart, Howard, Addy, LaRusso, Lipka, and up into the top 10 now has come Dalton Sears in kart number 122. Privateer driver Dalton Sears, the first real privateer. Lockhart now getting passed by Hudson Howard. There is the J. Howard Drive Development car, Hudson Howard. Now, Lockhart and Howard, they have locked horns in Micro Swift throughout the 2025 season here in the US. And up at the front, you've got Farrow, Katowski, and Myers very, very close. Chaveri in 4th position is kind of in no man's land. And then this battle between Howard, Lennox, Lockhart, that Sodi kart by Velocity Racing. Lockhart in Howard's wheel tracks down towards Scoreboard Bend, and up at the front, Katowski, the micro driver, taking the race lead.
Eyes on Myers here, because Myers can now take a shot potentially at Farrow if Farrow goes for, like you saw there, for a minute on the outside, the wrong side of Katowski for a minute. If he goes for something and it doesn't work, Myers could be in the catbird seat.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, this is going to be a very tricky decision that Arthur Farrow has to make. Do I attack Katowski, who I'm not in a race with, in terms of a ticket, but I am in a race with in terms of the race, or do I let them push Katowski away, knowing that Holden Myers could, attack me at any given moment?
I mean, my gut feeling, I'll tell you what you don't do is you don't drop a wheel coming off, because that's going to be the race for the lead in Mini. Side by side, move up. Myers going to get the job done in I-70.
He does indeed. And that does give Jack Katowski an extra bit of breathing space. And a lot of these Mini-Max drivers thinking, my goodness, when is Katowski going to be old enough to join us? I want to be moving up out of this class by the time Jack Katowski joins us. They go over Green Corner into Thunder Valley.
And Farrow just did what I thought would maybe happen to him with Myers. So Myers makes the move, gets bogged down a little bit out of scoreboard, wrong side, and now here came Farrow to get the job done right back.
And as they're coming up on some slower traffic, that is Jasper Knepper for the J. Howard Drive Development Team, who gets out of the way just about there. You can see the official with the blue flag, which it needs to be waving, to be perfectly honest. And that was almost a heart-in-mouth moment for the leaders, who will now get the last lap board this time around. Katowski, Farrow, Myers, Cheveri, then a gap to Howard, Lockhart and Addy.
Crossover opportunity from Myers, carrying the speed on the exit. You can see Farrow looks over and is able to cover, staying in line, down into scoreboard. Katowski has it, doesn't need to race these guys. Here comes Myers around the outside. Myers doesn't quite get the job done. Very close.
Not a bad attempt. It's worth trying. Worth trying at the early stage of the day. Now Farrow could be leaving the door open. He looks to the inside of Katowski. Cheveri is there into P2. And here, watch out for the Costa Rican Samuel Cheveri in kart 106. But it's Farrow with the Minimax lead. Katowski still leading everyone.
If you are any of the mechanics from those three minis running second, third, fourth, you're going, oh my gosh. This is definitely the thing we were talking about at the very beginning. Katowski, different class, is the leader. Farrow pushing to the end, was going to retain the top spot. Going to be any change for third? I don't think so. Cheveri, opportunistic move to seal it down.
Yep, indeed. Katowski wins, and then the mini win goes to Farrow, Cheveri, Myers in third, Hudson Howard, Yusuf Adi, Lennox Lockhart next across the line, followed by Matteo LaRusso. Then it was Wheeler, Lipka, and the rest of the field. You can see there's a number 32 kart of Andreas Marcelo Peña crossing the line. That's the one thing the organisers didn't want, if I'm being perfectly honest. They didn't want a driver not competing for a ticket driving at the sharp end.
Well,
if I'm, it's not Jack's fault. It's not Jack's fault.
No.
Anyway, please don't think I'm saying that.
Well, I was going to say too here, if you're Farrow, Cheveri, Myers, Howard, any of these front runners, and you see how quick Katowski is, hey, don't fight, man.
No,
use that fast Katowski number 92 to get out front, stay out front. He fell back a little bit to start, worked his way back up. If I see the 92, and I'm a mechanic, I'm like, dude, get with him, push, get away from everybody else.
Yep, indeed. As we look at the rest of the finishing order, Jasper Knepper, we saw finishing a lap down. That is impressive considering how much quicker Katowski is than every other of the micro drivers that are running at Minimax. Minimax weight, Minimax setup.
We just give a shout out to our micros that are also in there. You've got
absolutely.
You've got your front runner, obviously overall Jack Katowski bring things home for the micros. Second place is Jack Klim, and then Grayson Kennefick, your top three there. And actually, Klim and Kennefick right on track with each other, so there was a fight there. But I happen to know we've got Xander Clements down there with our overall and micro winner, Jack Katowski.
Jack, you looked like you had a little bit extra, everybody, a ton of speed. Talk to me about how the week's been. Has this thing just been super easy, or has it been a lot of work, and what's gone into it?
It's been a lot of work. My coach, Colin, he's been teaching me about the starts, how to defend, and also Diego, he taught me the line, like not to go off track. It was hard to win this heat.
And talk to me about, different engine, different tire than what you've been running pretty much all summer. What's it felt like if you could compare it to your Micro Swift kart?
Like, this has less grip because more power, and the tires are worse than the MGs. And the kart is way faster on the straight and in the bottom. If you make a mistake, you have, no power out of the corner. It's just really fast.
Well, you're super fast, and not only that, above everyone in the next age group in Minimax 2, overall heat race winner. So congratulations, Jack.
Thank you.
There you go, fellas. Jack Katowski, fast.
Got a little bit of honesty out of the driver there. I think it's safe to say that Jack Katowski, he's getting used to the Mojo tyre, which doesn't offer quite as much initial grip as the tyre that he's used to. I think that's what Jack was trying to say.
Well, he's also saying, too, about having a little bit more power.
Yeah,
so it's a
yeah.
combination of what he's used
More power,
to.
less grip, and
Yeah.
it seems that, hey, the kart's dancing around underneath him, and he's loving it. Here's your Masters lineup: John Bonanno, Scott Roberts, John Crow, Chris McKinley, Doug Foxworth, Davis Barr, and John Costello. 7 drivers, 10 laps. Will Bonanno walk away with it, or will the advances that we saw Roberts and Crow make in qualifying, as qualifying wore on, continue to happen, and will they continue to get just that little bit closer to the driver who at the start of the weekend, let's be fair, was threatening to run away with this class?
And John Bonanno definitely been the class of the field so far, but I'd say the other drivers get a little bit closer as they line up right now. You see a little bit of hand over those little fins, if you will, that go across the engine. They're trying to heat up those engines.
Radiator flaps,
Yeah.
yep, to get the airflow into the engine or lessen the airflow. You can't have the radiator flap down for all 10 laps because that results in it getting a very expensive 10 laps there with the engine overheating. As we head round turn number 16 into the tram lines, watch John Bonanno when the lights go out.
He's got a pretty good start there, and actually, how about McKinley there? McKinley getting the job done, getting around Crow. Did not have the start he was looking for. Crow's going to try to fight back around the outside. Not going to have enough, so McKinley moves up 1. Now Crow's going to try to the outside, heading towards scoreboard.
Yep, Crow trying to go around the outside, McKinley for 3rd, Roberts settled in 2nd, and can Crow get round the outside? Yes, he can. First Slim Shady of the day, round the outside, courtesy of John Crow.
Crow in 3rd now, but up front, Bonanno, a good start. Roberts able to hold on to P2 with a little bit of infighting going on, and Roberts getting a pretty good little first lap going in here, only a couple of kart lengths away. Didn't quite get out of that run as good. We'll see how things materialize now, things get single file.
Yes, now this is of course where the rest of the field need to organize themselves. If they battle and give Bonanno clean air, then it could be good night John, that's all she wrote. At the moment, Bonanno is looking good anyway. Roberts and Crow, that's going to be the interesting thing now. When Crow catches Roberts checks over his shoulder. Now, will they choose to battle or work together? Well, John Crow doesn't make the move straight away going into turn number 1. Will he try and slipstream and push Roberts down towards scoreboard bend? No.
And remember, it was Roberts who actually followed Crow to his P2 start in qualifying. So this could be the lineup that they need with Crow out front, Roberts in tow, and here's McKinley still in the conversation. One thing I want to point out too, where the maybe the advantage of Bonanno right here at this point on for the last part of the lap, that's where it looks like Bonanno's got that comp kart rolling pretty dang good, because these guys are pretty close, and then immediately a gap starts to happen in these lower to medium speed corners.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at 2nd and 3rd. McGinley still hanging on in 4th. Foxworth and Barr battling over 5th. John Costello is a little bit off the pace in 7th position. However, if Roberts, Crow, and McGinley, if they just sort of stick at it for the time being, don't forget, Bonanno, they're going to hope, well, John, are you showing 100% of your pace? Are you keeping something in your locker for later on in the weekend? Because, of course, these guys are going to keep chipping away. The gap is less than a second. Lap time check. John Bonanno, lap number 2, a 105.89. John Crow, 106.0. So we're on lap number 3 out of 10. Only 0.2 of a second in the lap time. And, of course, Bonanno, he can't afford to put a wheel on the grass. He can't afford to, to drop a wheel. He's still got to hit all his apexes as the Fulcrum competition driver.
Well, he's looking pretty tidy right there. And again, you can kind of see the gap growing after the cell tower corner here. Look at that thing just kind of slide, not slowly, but just rotates around those apexes. There's a well-run kart right now. Let's see what the gap is this time by. How about fastest lap of the race from John Crow? Almost just a few thousandths faster than Bonanno, but that's the first time we've seen anything that is remotely quicker than Bonanno at this point.
Yeah, 105.68 for Crow, 105.69 for Bonanno, and 105.75 for Roberts. So Roberts, well, as you look at him going around scoreboard bend there, he's just slipping ever so slightly out of the slipstream is Scott Roberts, and I know Scott has been working very hard with Frankie Mossman in the Speed Concepts racing tent. So, you're never too old to keep learning, and a lot of these drivers, they do have professional driver coaches. There's Davis Barr with the watermelon crash helmet, having a look at Doug Foxworth, and then sort of messing up the exit of the corner. But hey, he's had a go. He's joined Fulcrum competition, the team run by John Bonanno, Chris McGinley. So Davis Barr is the third member of that squadron this weekend from Texas as we watch Bonanno now finally on lap 5 gets that gap out over a second, but it's taken him half the race, Mike.
Yeah, he got about a tenth of a second over John Crow that time by. Again, the fast lap being a 6.57, Bonanno resetting it there with quick time. Grabbed about a tenth away from John, and then another half a second actually from Scott Roberts in third. This is going to be where we see the staying power. John's not just one lap fast. He's been consistent all the way through. And again, I'm curious what the difference is. Two completely different chassis going on right now with Bonanno on the comp kart and the factory kart of John Crow. But you can see the ebb and flow through the lap and who's tuned where and who has the advantage in different parts.
Yeah, well, of course, the comp kart and the factory kart, there may be a couple of similarities. Certainly some of the developments that Oliver Hodgson's got going on his comp kart. The factory kart still, that brand new. It's so new it hasn't even got a model name. All it is known as is the factory kart 2.0.
Well, John Crow's taking the 2.0 to the closest. It's again another 7.49 to Bonanno's 6.97. So these are the two right now that are starting to pull away. Now almost second and a half from third.
Yeah, Roberts' lap times have fallen off a little bit since he fell out of the slipstream of John Crow. McGinley is just 0.8 of a second behind Roberts in fourth. Then there's a 5-second gap back to Foxworth and David Barr having a good scrap. And John Costello, you can see the background there, Foxworth and Barr continuing. But let's, have a look. Now, Mike, as a driver, what are you noticing about the way that factory kart is handling, these corners here at Newcastle?
Well, I mean, what I'm curious to watch is how much curb they decide to use and not use, and which curbs they decide to use and not use. Like some of the slower stuff, John's trimming away a little bit at some of it. John seems to be staying off of them for the most part, especially the last few complexes, and trying to find that little bit extra. It's going to be one of those things where if you aren't able to get the thing to rotate into the corner, you're going to have a hard time center off, and that's been some of the conversations I've been hearing from people, is getting the thing to the apex with enough grip that they can drive off the corner with speed.
Doug Foxworth was saying, I just cannot improve my lap times. He said, we're trying everything, and the lap time stays the same. That's what's really frustrating. When you've got down to a certain lap time, and then you change the setup, and yet the lap time remains the same. The kart feels different, the kart handles different, but yet you look at the clocks at the stopwatch at the end of the lap, and it's like, oh, that's exactly the same. Oh, there goes Davis Barr once again, having a look. Once again, gets the kart bogged down a little bit on the exit. Well, not too much. Foxworth is under pressure. Good battle between the High Five Performance Texas in association with Karting Depot entry and the Fulcrum competition comp kart of Davis Barr.
Yeah, Barr and Foxworth have two different opinions on where the braking zone is for
yes.
The cell tower corner. And I think Barr wants to lead it with more speed and has to keep checking up. And that's why I think we see him dart to the inside. Not because he's necessarily trying to go for the move every time, but because he's carrying more speed and wants to carry more speed in that corner. And every single time Foxworth is able to reap the benefit.
It's avoidance, not offense, is I think what you're trying to say. Is that right?
Exactly that. And you can see now once again, look at the hike of Barr there. He's sending it into the entry of that corner and then having to really put some wheel in the second half.
Yeah.
Not going to be conducive for going and catching Foxworth again.
I know Davis Barr has lost an awful lot of ground on this lap, it has to be said, on D-Money, Doug Foxworth at the back. So, kart on curb, turn in, the back end steps out. That tells you when the rear is trying to drive the front, the overall balance of the chassis is not there.
Yeah, and actually it just looks like he's charging the corner a bit too much.
Yeah, maybe
back the thing up a little bit, let the thing kind of roll through the center, then get back on. If Barr's got some juice there, if he just backs things up, he's going to be in pretty good shape. It was talk about Bonanno on screen here as we were down to 2 laps to go. Going into I-70, he was actually slightly sideways there, maybe one of the few mistakes he's made, and actually it was quicker lap time by 0.2 from John Crow.
Now this is something that will please the factory kart team. John Crow is able to stay underneath 66 seconds, a 65.9 on lap number 8. Bonanno, a 66.1, and that was before we saw that little error going through I-70. Now, of course, what the factory kart team is like, okay, how does the kart handle over the course of a race distance? They're now getting their answers.
Well, and I'll tell you right now, John Crow probably had one of the worst starts of his racing career in that heat race. Like, just did not go with. And if he had, he would have started in P2 and not had to do any work right away. This could be a very interesting second heat. But, hey, look, there's the response. We got another solid lap out of Bonanno, an 8.20. Still not quite as fast as Crow to 7.03. The long run pace, medium long run here at 10 laps, is there for Crow. The second heat race is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is indeed. That's going to be really pleasing because lap 9 for John Crow was within 0.02 of a second of his personal best lap of the race.
Classic John Crow.
It's the kart's taking care of its tyres. The chassis is holding up. So again, things like that, they're all positives. They are all positives. Bonanno has not been ruffled. His feathers have not been ruffled by John Crow yet. Roberts in 3rd, McGinley in 4th. Foxworth now several seconds in front of Davis Barr, who has slipped back, and he's almost slipped back into the clutches of John Costello. So this is the final lap. Hey, has it been a race full of overtaking? No. Has it been a race with a lot of interesting points in it? Yes.
How about this?
Oh, my word.
John Bonanno, I think maybe takes a look over his shoulder, see John Crow looming a little bit. He's like, I better put something down here.
Yeah.
Fastest lap of the race, handedly, 105.381. 0.3 clear from John Crow. You asked earlier, is there something left in the tank?
Yep.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, he looks right. He goes, John, no, let's go. Yeah, that is impressive from John Bonanno. But again, that's when all the teams go back and they look at the data. That's something that, and he went, how fast on the last lap? Right, okay, let's go back to the drawing board even more. Well, we're going to go and take a short commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be Heat 1 for Senior ROTAX.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah,
Got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Paulie Massimino gets himself ready for the start of Senior ROTAX Heat number 1. 37 drivers, all fighting for a place in Bahrain. Paulie Massimino with Brandon Jars of crack there. There's Diego Ramos with his mechanic Hafa for the PSL team across the way. You're looking at William Boutillier for the Racing Edge Motorsport team. He'll start on the outside of row number 1. Mike, it's always interesting to be how different drivers focus, how they prepare themselves. Do they like to get all their equipment on early? Are they the last ones to sit in their car? Do they like having the mechanics chatting to them, or do they like being left on their own?
Right, everybody's a little bit different. I know that I'm one of the last ones to put my stuff on, and I'm chit-chatting with all the guys around me.
Yep.
Right about this time, though, it's business. Everybody's getting ready to get in the seat and get things done.
Everyone's got their own personal little pre-race ritual. And if a driver turns round to you and says, no, I haven't got any superstitions, they tell him fibs, bae. Fibs! Every driver has their own little routine that they like to keep.
Yeah, try not to forget stuff. You always put on the gloves usually the last time.
Sometimes
same way.
Yeah, left hand, right hand.
Yep.
Yep.
Do a little shimmy in the seat. Everybody kind of gets ready to go. And, yep, this is the time where you start getting getting the brain set, maybe a quick, deep breath, get things ready to go, play out how you're going to get things rolling. One last fist bump with the mechanic and ready to go.
Exactly. Massimino, Boutillier, Ramos, Cameron Nelson. Now, this is what is interesting to me. Massimino, Ramos, and Boutillier, they're used to racing each other all the time. They've never heard or seen Cameron Nelson. All they know is, is he the kid that finished third in the grand finals last year? Yes. They don't know how he races. Likewise, can they trust him? Can they, and this is the beauty of this event, things like this. As we look at the starting lineup, Massimino and Boutillier, row number 1. Ramos and Nelson, row 2. Jensen Burnett and Estonia's Paul Hamburg, row 3. Antoine Lemieux and Oliver Hodgson, row 4. Timothy Pernod, Cooper Auclair, row number 5. Frankie Mossman and Arno Saborin and X, followed by Billy Musgrave, Ryan Raffa, Derek Wargo, Aidan Fox, Eli Warren, Aidan Carruthers, Caleb Gafara and John O'Markison. And still the drivers keep coming all the way back to P37, Riker Ekholm. Sadly, Aidan Lorenko is a scratch. 37 drivers, 10 laps of racing. It's the first of 3 10-lap heat races for the senior grid. Now, above all else, maybe this is the race where it's most important not to fall foul of any turn 1, lap 1 shenanigans.
For sure. And we talk about the number of drivers, and like in Masters, maybe you can use it as a test session. While you're going to grab data and stuff like that all the time, this is a scenario where, if you fall back, that's a hole you're digging out of. Remember, you start where you qualified through all the heats, so you don't have to dig out of it next heat race, but it does count against you still for your start position.
Yeah, it puts more pressure on you for the next 2 heats. If you dig yourself a hole, you've got to dig yourself out of it later on, but it does give you a bit more pressure. So let's find out. The ROTAX specialists versus the stars of the show here in the USA in the main national championship. Lights are out. Massimino leads them through the kink down towards I-70. Ramos right there in second. Boutillier getting squeezed. That's a good start from the inside of row 3 from Jensen Burnett by the looks of it.
Yeah, Boutillier actually able to slot right on through. Ramos going to try to go the long way around. 2 drivers on top of each other, 349 and 344. The 44, that is Burnett.
And
he started right in the front group. Those 2 guys are towards the back now.
2 teammates, Antoine Lemieux and Jensen Burnett, come together at Scoreboard Bend. Nightmare start for 2 members of the Racing Edge Motorsport team, and who crept through to pick up a bunch of places. Mr. Oliver Hodgson in kart number 359 finds himself in 5th position, and the other driver that came through it is Diego Ramos in 4th, Hodgson in 5th, Cameron Nelson 3rd, but Paulie Massimino will lead them at the end of lap number 1.
I'll tell you what, one of the big movers, though, actually Frankie Mossman picked up 5 spots in one fell swoop there. He's up to 6th, so very good start for Frankie Mossman. He's been quick, though.
Yep, Cameron Nelson takes 2nd place from Boutillier down at turn number 2, I-70 corner. And Boutillier gives Nelson a nice little shove going into Scoreboard corner. Not quite sure how much Cameron appreciated it, but it worked out quite well for the Welshman as they head through Thunder Valley. Now, this is what Cameron Nelson meet Paulie Massimino. Paulie Massimino meet Cameron Nelson. Well, already the pleasantries have been exchanged, Mike Smith.
Well, we've talked about it in all these kind of single one-off races where you do have people coming from you haven't seen. Yeah, you're going to learn how they're going to race. It usually happens in the first meeting, and after that, it's not a big deal. It's just another helmet out there. You just remember how they drive. And honestly, that's going to be the baseline knowledge for everybody. They just expect the person to be fast up front because that's where they started.
Yeah, Massimino will be thinking, okay, we're at the start of lap 2, and this kid is already trying to stick his nose at the inside of me. I now know where I stand and what he's going to do as Ramos and Hodgson pass Boutillier. It's incredible. No matter where he starts, you cannot count out Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson now to P3 on that special development comp kart chassis. Here comes fast Frankie Mossman, and behind Mossman, you've got Cooper Auclair and also Timothy Pernot. The factory kart and the PSL Biro ART into the equation at the front of the field. Nelson, it's taken him a lap to get back on terms after that one stalled passing opportunity. But Cam Nelson is back there behind Paulie Massimino.
And again, you cannot race super hard right now if you want. You can kind of chill out a little. We saw that Ramos makes one step up, 2 steps back as they fire right back at him. So it's being smart with the moves, going with the high percentage opportunity, make sure you don't fall way back the order.
Now you've got this lead group 2, 4, 6. You've got this lead group of 8. Paul Hamburg runs 9th. Aidan Fox is 10th. Then Caleb Gafara and Eli Warren, Ryan Raffa, Marco Kasich, Derek Wargo, John Wade, Aidan Carruthers, Ludovic Saborin, new leader, Mike Smith.
Yes, there it is. There's the move from Nelson. And how about a move right back? I talked about being patient. Nah, ain't nobody being patient. Again, maybe I just wasn't ready for how much these guys want to lead. I thought they would be a little bit more pushing around and being patient. Not happening. Everybody wants to get to the front and stay there, as it's going to be Nelson out front, and immediately Massimino fires back.
Yes, indeed. This is where, at this point in time, Cameron Nelson's parents think to themselves, hang on a second, Paulie Massimino, he earns really good money, prize money in karting in the USA. So does Frankie Mossman. So does Hodgson. You know, they race for big bucks out here in the likes of the US PKS and Stars and Scusa. You know, there's money to be earned racing go-karts in the USA, and Cameron Nelson rocks up and is right in the thick of it.
The guy's moving right now. How about P2, Oliver Hodgson?
Oh, yes.
Look at the run coming off the corner. Oliver Hodgson, like he's got a DD2 on that thing. He is rolling right now. Huge run coming off of I-70, challenging the outside. Massimino's going to run a little bit wide. Not going to happen this time, but wow.
Yeah.
That ride is happening right now for Hodgson.
Now, that tells me that that development comp kart chassis is really, really good at coming off the turns. It's good at rotating. The chassis is good at getting the power down to the rear end coming out of a banked corner.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a defensive move. There was the first time I think that Massimino was like, I'm going to cover the cell tower corner from Hodgson, who immediately thought about it and had to just kind of stay in lockstep. But now you got Massimino, Hodgson, and Nelson's going to try to come back. Ramos hitting the reset button after that failed attempt earlier. He's up to 4th.
Yeah, indeed. Behind Ramos, you have Mossman in 5th. Auclair is 6th. 7th, Pernot. 8th, Boutillier. Then a 1 second gap back to Hamburg in 9th. Hamburg has broken away from Gafara and Warren and Fox and Rafa and is trying to close the front. And Diego Ramos to the inside, overcooks it, almost takes out Hodgson, causes a huge bottleneck, and that is Cooper Auclair up into P3. Massimino's going to be thinking to himself, hang on, we don't normally race each other like this in the US on lap 3 and 4. And then he must realise, Paulie, yes, but this is ROTAX. We do this every lap of every race. Elbows must be sharpened from the word go.
Apparently I'm learning as well there. But that was not on full purpose from Ramos. He wanted to get in there, but the fact that he went so deep. There's a move to the inside as well. Hello, Ramos. Get the job done there on Pernod. That was a surprise maneuver there, Burrell on Burrell right there, and actually out front, a little bit of a gap after that connection from Ramos to Hodgson. Massimino, a little bit of breathing room.
Now, this is going to be interesting. For many years, Cooper Auclair was Oliver Hodgson's protege at the Comp Kart team. Now, of course, there is a good working relationship between Comp Kart and factory karts, but now Auclair is the protege of Billy Musgrave. This is master versus student. Now, for second or third, the question remains, did master teach student all the tricks in his locker, or did he leave 1 or 2 just back a little bit, just in case a situation like this arose?
Well, and again, they're making big inroads here in a heat race where that's what you're trying to do. And now that I've already had a couple of these under my belt and watching, yeah, it's going to be nonstop fighting all the way to the end. You're not going to rest on your laurels. Hodgson and Eau Claire already up 6 and 7, respectively. They got time for a little bit more, but they want to make sure they retain these spots to make sure this is where they start come Sunday.
Yeah, now Cameron Nelson has fallen all the way back to 8th position after that failed attempt by Diego Ramos. Nelson was the driver that sort of lost out most of all, but he's still there within 2 seconds of the race lead. Hamburg is now making it a sort of a 9-car lead train, even though the train isn't quite as closely bunched as it was earlier on. We're on lap 8 out of 10, and I've got to say it's been very, very, very competitive from here on in. Diego Ramos, new fastest lap, a 103.7 for the Brazilian PSL karting driver.
Yeah, Ramos, again, hitting the reset button. And again, he was up front. Like, he's supposed to be up front, and he's got the speed for it. So just have to do a little bit more work than I think he anticipated. We're going to have 2 laps to go this next time by. Massimino able to hold on to about 3-4 kart length at times lead over Hodgson. Hodgson still rolling. Let's see what the lap times are like this time by. Personal best from Paulie Massimino, another purple lap from Ramos.
And Ramos is in the slipstream of Eau Claire. Is Diego going to make the move into I-70? No. Is he now in a position? He's really pushing himself hard. He's probably angry at himself for that failed move a couple of laps ago. But you know something? Eau Claire's not done yet. Neither is Hodgson. Now in that split second, Massimino will think, oh, he will know, okay, I got 3 drivers behind me, and I know which 3. That's the remarkable thing about these drivers. They're so quick to recognize their rivals and who is who as we start the final lap of this race. Take your pick. Any one of 4 can win it.
That was a pretty good, smooth run there. Nobody trying anything. Nobody close enough. There's the first opportunity. It's going to be Hodgson. Looking over the shoulder is Massimino. No move this time. Eau Claire inside on Hodgson. 3 wide on the exit. It's going to be Hodgson holding on to it, and it's going to be Eau Claire back. It could have been way worse. Nice job, fellas.
Yep, okay. At the moment now, this opens the door for Mossman. Mossman on Ramos. Through Thunder Valley they go. Eau Claire checks over his shoulder. This is a fantastic debut performance in Senior ROTAX for that Factory Kart 2.0. Cooper Eau Claire putting it amongst the very best in the world of ROTAX karting on debut. Out onto the back straight. Massimino looks like he's going to hold on from Hodgson through turn 14. Any last minute shenanigans, you wouldn't put it past them, but no, they're going to continue in that order. Paulie Massimino with the victory in heat number 1 of Senior ROTAX. And yeah, that wasn't a bad race at all. Massimino, Hodgson, Eau Claire, your top 3. Ramos, Mossman, Pinot next. And looking down the order, Pinot, Nelson 6th, Pinot 7th. Then Boutillier, Hamburg, Caleb Gafara coming home in the top 10, and Ryan Raffa, Derek Wargo, Marco Kasic, Eli Warren, and Aidan Fox. Now we're not seeing where Billy Musgrave wound up in his kart. Dustin Williams sadly failing to finish. Billy Musgrave 20th, just behind John O'Markison. Who came over here to enter DD2. That class got cancelled. Jensen Burnett, 21st. So already you could say, okay, Burnett and Antoine Lemieux, who finishes 30th, they're 2 drivers, Mike, that have dug themselves a hole.
Yeah, they're going to have to dig out of that thing, as you say, but they know they're going to start up front. Maybe they adjust their strategy a little bit. And again, there's still going to be a pre-final before the final.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's not like it's now I'm hurting myself for the final starting position.
No.
They still got a good shot. Again, Gafara doing work from 19th to 10th. That's what you need to be doing to try to get towards the front.
Yep. Well, Paulie gets his P1. There is Michel Bosclair from SRA Kart in Canada, the organisers or the team officials that are running this event on behalf of Race ROTAX and Karting Solutions Group. formerly J3 competition. Paulie looks about as thrilled as he always does when he gets out of the kart, gives Oliver a smile. There we go. Hey, there's Cooper O'Clair. What a drive from that young man and the brand new factory kart, and he's going to be speaking to Xander Clements.
Thanks, Henry. Coop, it's a new look, familiar territory. You're up at the front. You're going to Tech after this heat race. A lot of speed after not qualifying inside the top couple spots. So what was the difference?
Yeah, so, I mean, I had the pace in qualifying. I've had the pace pretty much all week. I just kind of, I mean, you look at the lap times in the field, it's so close. So I didn't do a perfect job in qualifying, and kind of, I don't know, it just, I mean, it's 2 tenths, but it was 8 spots, I think. So that time, like, I think everybody's quick up front. It's just had my eyes up forward. I knew it was all going to kick off. No one's really that much quicker than the other drivers. So, yeah, just eyes forward and avoiding the crashes.
How much adjustment have you been able to have to the factory kart, especially the new model, right, that's also new from so many years spent on the blue and yellow?
Yeah, so, I mean, end of the day, I think a go-kart's a go-kart. The real engineering, like, the cool thing behind this is the tuning window you have, because we did, I mean, different engine package, but we did Pro Tour here not that long ago on the comp kart, and we were fast when it was cold, but then when it gripped up and got really greasy, we had a hard time adjusting the kart to combat that. So the cool engineering behind this is like how much we've opened up that tuning window. There are things, like I obviously got to develop the go-kart, so there are things on the driving side of things that I do prefer more. But at the end of the day, I think a go-kart's a go-kart. In terms of lap time, I think it's the engineering that opened up how much we could change everything on it.
Well, how about that? Any more ideas coming off that last session, or are you happy with where you are?
No, I mean, it worked out well for me, but like I knew it was going to end up that way. Like, I don't think anyone in 10th is that much slower than anyone in first. It's just, like I said, eyes forward and avoiding when it all kicks off. So,
third in Heat 1, Cooper O'Clair. Congrats, Coop.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Barbie. And nice try, Xander, but Cooper's not going to give away. Yeah, what else are you going to develop on this chassis?
More speed.
Wouldn't everybody else like to know after watching that performance? Well, we're at the end of the first round of heat races, and very shortly we're going to be taking a break for lunch. But we have got another round of adverts to bring you. Thank you for joining us. Don't touch that dial.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. man.
You got
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Heats 2 and 3 of the 2025 Race ROTAX RMC US Trophy Final. You are looking at the Junior ROTAX grid, heading into the pre-grid area. 1 or 2 unbroken nose cone just being added to the carts as they head on the grid. Landon Boer heading his way onto the pre-grid area. Mike Smith, we're set for a very busy afternoon. 2 sets of heat races and the pre-finals.
Exactly. We talked about it this morning about how that schedule got adjusted a little bit, and also how quick the day is going to be. You got 4 run groups per. We got through our first set of heat races before lunch break, which we are coming back from right now. I see the juniors coming in, and now it's going to be a pretty quick process all the way to the end of the day with not a lot of time in between.
Yeah, the drivers and more importantly their mechanics and their teams have had their longest break between sessions they're going to have all day. For example, this Junior ROTAX race is due to go off in about 5 minutes time. The next Junior ROTAX race has got about a 60-minute turnaround. Now that's not 60 minutes with carts back in the tents. That's 60 minutes between checkered flag and green flag.
Yeah,
so
you still got through scales, tech, etc. So the plus side, if you're at the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, maybe you didn't go through tech because they didn't ask you to, and at that point you don't. You have to get through that. Everybody else can maybe get through scales, get back to the tent. Usually it's not a super long tech process here with the prelims, but yeah, at the end of the day, you want as much time back there, especially if you need to make some repairs, as you can.
Absolutely. Now let's have a quick glance at some of the contenders. There's Darren Kidd, one of the stars of the show in heat number 1. He's got that Miami Vice crash helmet. As Darren Kidd, you'll notice on the side of his cart, he's got his Deep Nation stickers. As him and his dad might pull onto the pre-grid area. There is the 240 cart, Xander Malatesta, heading on to the circuit, and Ava Cabral. Now Ava, she went as far as turn 2 in heat number 1 before there was an incident, so the young lady from Cambridge, Ontario, will be looking for obviously a lot better fortunes in this race. As just saw Justice Robertson back in the pack. Obviously he's got his arm in a sling from a broken collarbone suffered yesterday. There is a look at some of the family members, spectators assembling in the grandstand as we get set for under beautiful blue skies here in Spiceland, Indiana. There's Lee Murray, centre screen from P1 Racing Engines. He's over here providing engine support for, amongst other, Lennox Lockhart in Minimax. And there they are, beautiful blue skies, the circuit here, the 1 mile Newcastle Motorsport Park, bathed in Midwestern sunshine here. It's a bit too late in the year to say it's an Indian summer, but it's certainly a very autumnal afternoon. A little bit of a crisp in the air.
Yeah, it's a little warmer than I thought it was going to be when I walked out of the old broadcast booth here. But if you weren't with us this morning and weren't able to watch that first heat race, we definitely got a chance to see the elbows up, kind of get after it status that we saw all the way through. And the drivers that got things done, that one right there.
Oh yeah, the Gladiator.
Mate Kawakutse, getting everything done, played it to a perfection when it comes to retaining that top spot. Fell back a little bit, went defensive, held on to it, and kept the win. Alexis Baillargeon was your P2 driver. Isaac Malkuit was 3rd. Nico Katowski 4th. And then Troy Ferguson 5th was the top 5. Now, that's not where they're going to start for Heat 2, mind you.
Nope.
That comes from qualifying. As you can see, Malkuit in the before in the 75. That one right there, the 57.
Yeah,
257
Isaac Samut, he was a hard luck story.
Right, that's what I was going to mention.
Going out of that one. Darren Kidd also, notice he got a penalty, obviously nose cone penalty, which pushed him down the order to 13th. So he's got a bit of a fight back, but we know he is fast. And a big mover was Edward Kennedy. Now, we talked about Matej Kopakidze, how he's the only driver here from Georgia. Well, I caught up with him yesterday to talk a little bit about what it was like to be a lone ranger with the weight of an entire nation on his back. Imagine what it's like racing for your country as one of a number of drivers in your team. Every year, Team USA, 15 drivers. Team UK, for example, 15 to 20 drivers. Matej Kopakidze always goes to the grand final as a nation of one. That nation is Georgia. As the only driver to ever race at the grand finals from the country of Georgia, how does that make you feel when you're the only person wearing your national team suit?
Feels great and a bit sad at the same time because, well, it's really great to be at the grand finals, but it's really sad to go on the track and hold the flag alone with no one besides me.
But of course, the first person inspires the second person and the third person. Now this year in Europe, Matej has been one of the leading lights both in the Euro Trophy and the International Trophy at Le Mans. Now I watched a bit of the Georgian Karting Championship. How many other drivers are coming through having been inspired by what you've achieved?
There's a couple of drivers driving in Georgia who are really inspired and really want to be at the top and compete internationally.
And now it's just getting the opportunity. Now you're here driving with FAF Motorsports. In Europe, you drive with Dan Holland Racing. You surround yourself with some of the best people and the best equipment. How does that help your chances coming to a new country, USA, this weekend?
It's really great to have the data and the right people besides me, and I'm really thankful for it.
Now, Georgia. Well, there is word from Matej Kopakidze. He's going to be starting at the front on the outside of row number 1 for this one. We're on the rolling lap. Alexis Baerjean and Kopakidze himself on row number 1. Leo Da Silva and Marco Samut, row number 2. Isaac Malquit and Darren Kidd, row 3. Nico Kwiatkowski, Troy Ferguson on row number 4. Kyle Drysdale and Davin Roberts round out your top 10. Ahead of Max Maitev, Landon Bua, Sebastian Rist, Bainam Abernethy, and the rest of what is a 30-plus strong field. We come out of turn number 16, and they are into the tram lines.
Big jump on that inside side, right?
I've got to say, Kopakidze was caught napping as they head down to I-70 on lap number 1. The whole inside line there, Mike, getting a big drop at the start.
Yeah, I want to say the first 4 carts probably cleared going in there. Already an inside move. That's the 296. Baerjean's going to move and retain that top spot. But they're already playing nicer than we saw the first lap of the last one with everybody getting through, I believe.
Yeah, so Baerjean leading Malquit. Then it is Kopakidze recovering to 3rd. Da Silva there in 5th position. And that is Kwiatkowski in the number 292 kart for PSL Karting up into P3 by the looks of it.
Yeah, in 218 on your screen there, that was actually Da Silva slipping back, was on the side-by-side going in a scoreboard there for a minute, now losing more positions as the 222 at Drysdale gets the job done, and going through along with them is actually Samut there, I believe, also trying to make forward progress after slipping back on the start.
Yep, there's Marco Samut to the inside of Kyle Drysdale into I-70, the start of lap number 2. Oh, Samut gets a wheel. He drops a wheel coming out of I-70, and got to say he was lucky there not to lose a position up at the front. Malquit has caught Baerjean. Now, Do they play nice? Do they push each other around? Or do they pick up where pretty much everyone left off in heat number 1 of attack, attack, attack?
You know, by default, they're actually forced to not attack quite as much here. As you think, seeing things are more spread out than we saw in the first heat. The top 2 by Erjan and Malquit, they have an opportunity here. If they just link up, it's going to be on Malquit, though, to decide to push instead of fight. We'll see if that's exactly what happens, or if there's a position swap as Malquit right on the back bumper by Erjan kind of the end of the lap.
Now, if I were Isaac Malquit, I would take a glance over my shoulder and I would then see that Mate Kobakidze is clear of Nico Katowski in 3rd place, and therefore I would think, right, the last thing I need is to be the meat in the sandwich, because Kobakidze is heading their way in a hurry. Behind them, Samut runs 5th, Carl Drysdale 6th, Darren Kidd is 7th, De Silva 8th, Ferguson 9th, Davin Roberts rounds out your top 10, and all 31 karts that started this race still running.
Yeah, and again, we talked about setting the tone. In the first heat, you're going to remember how things went down and who raced you hard, who was a little bit easier to work with, things like that. And so that's where, going back to the Kobakidze, not just somebody who's fast, but somebody who wants to be the leader. So if Kobakidze gets to the top 2, he's going to make an effort to be the leader, and that's going to cost you time. There's look over the shoulder from our top 2. Yeah, Kobakidze is coming, trying to bring Katowski and Samut with him.
Yeah, and I think Malquit has decided that he's listening to me in the commentary box. Yep, Henry, you're actually right for once. I do not want to drag Kobakidze into this. I want to try and push away. Now, Bayerjon gives Malquit a signal saying, okay, are we going to work together? Yes, Malquit decides to, but I got to say, whether they want Kobakidze or not, they're going to get Kobakidze. The Georgian is en route in a hurry, and now Malquit says, yeah, I'm not going to be the meat in the sandwich. I've got to go, as Kobakidze arrives on the scene, up and over into green corner. Kobakidze waiting very little time in having one nibble at Bayerjon, that actually cost him a couple of places as Samut and Katowski come through.
Yeah, just a smidge more patience, a smidge more on the timing. Just be able to get the run off would have been better there for Mate, but instead, that little bit of a bump cost him all the speed and drops 2 positions. And to your point earlier about Malquit, yeah, he looked back and said, hey, I don't want to be the first person who's going to be attacked.
Nope.
I want to take the lead. Smart move there.
Yeah, that was good timing from Isaac Malquit. Have to say, Darren Kidd, from Vernon, New Jersey, he won that Northeast Regional ROTAX Championship to earn his entry here, and he's proving why he is a champion, as Kobakidze coming back already. That 244 Pfaff Motorsport kart is, in the words of Kevin Harvick, that kart is bad fast.
Yeah, and right now the next person in his sights is going to be Samut, who's having a very nice rebound run right now, staying in the front, and hopefully is able to continue on. But we'll have to contend with that 244 under the braking zone. That's where Mate's really able to close up. We saw it going into the scoreboard. See if there's going to be a move here. No, but we're going to close up right to the back bumper. Guarantee you next opportunity. Mate wastes no time. He can try it again.
Yeah, and there are 7 drivers. Here comes Kobakidze. There's a great move into turn number 12, but then loose out, and he's signaling to Katowski, no, don't attack. All that good work undone. And he goes straight back at turn 14. Kobakidze, being new to Newcastle, he doesn't know that you're not really supposed to overtake there.
Well, I mean, you can, but there's going to be a repercussion. And the repercussion is A, you're going to bring everybody else in the fold, and B, you're going to start losing the 2 cats. Remember, he was right on the back bumper, lost a little bit. Now with being more aggressive, just because you can doesn't mean you should all the time.
Yeah.
The ability's there, the speed's there, but here is the fight, and it's not for the lead, it's for third.
Katowski, Samut, passing Kobakidze. Drysdale now going side by side with Mate, with Darren Kidd, and now Troy Ferguson arriving on the scene in the black and red factory kart through Thunder Valley on this lap 6 out of 10 up towards Cell Tower Bend. Kobakidze having to defend, and you're exactly right, Mike. The consequences of Kobakidze trying to make those moves earlier is that we did say we had a 7-kart battle at the front. Well, the top 2 have now gone, and it's a scrap from 3rd back to the 221 kart of Sebastian Rist in 13th.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really, really hard ask now. We're going to have lap 7 starting right now. It's going to be the top 2, Malquit, Bayerjan, Katowski. Now your P3 driver, Kobakidze, 4th, Samut, 5th, and they're still right there and coming as we go down to I-70. That back 3 from 3rd on back is still kind of close, and once they start fighting, the rest of them are going to get there even quicker.
Yeah, now at the front, the gap is 2.4 seconds between Bayerjan and race leader Malquit, and then the chasing pack. Of course, at some point, Alexis Bayerjan is going to pull the pin and attack Isaac Malquit, and then you'll see how quickly the gap shrinks back to 3rd position. But at the moment, Bayerjan doesn't look quick enough, or it doesn't look as though he's able to get to the rear bumper of Isaac Malquit and start forcing Malquit to defend, therefore compromising both drivers' pace as Isaac Malquit comes through turn number 15, through turn 16. We are about to begin lap number 8.
3 laps to go, and we look a little bit further back. There it is, Katowski leading the train, and around the outside, no, it's a set-up crossover and defended. Katowski defending from Kobakidze, from Samut, from Drysdale, and Ferguson going to try to come up into this group here very quick. And guess what? Look, the over-under maneuver right there from the 244 backfires.
Yep.
Doesn't have the run coming off the corner, and here comes Ferguson.
He may have been able to have the run, but Samut and Drysdale decided to push Katowski. Here comes Kobakidze. He's passed them both at green corner, and he's certainly fired up. This is a gladiatorial drive from the gladiator Mate Kobakidze. Now Davin Roberts comes into view, the very tall driver with the Team USA race suit on, the 215 kart, driving for Fox & Son this weekend. He's behind Troy Ferguson in what is now 7th and 8th place. Benham Abbayan Abernathy is 9th. Landon Boer rounding out your top 10 ahead of Edward Kennedy. Sebastian Rist, Darren Kidd has slipped back to 13th. Max Maitev and Xander Malatesta. And there's that move again from Kobakidze. He's really got that line nailed down, Mike.
Well, yeah, that time he actually had a little bit of a gap back to Katowski, and so I don't think Katowski thought the move was going to happen. He moves outside and crosses over. He's able to get a little bit more of a run to surge into the corner, helping him out there, but defense continuing as he knows he's not going to get the top 2. He wants to seal the deal on 3rd.
Yeah, now we're on lap 9 out of 10 and 5 seconds behind the 2 leaders. It's Kobakidze is setting his stall out, saying, right, 3rd is the best I'm going to do, so I am now going to stand on the anchors. There's Kennedy side by side with Rist just in front of the 242 of Kidd as they head down the back straight towards Tech Barn Bend, over that crest, through that deceptively far. It's almost virtually flat out, that right-hander. There's very little runoff before the barriers. That's a corner that rewards the bravest of the brave. Last lap board is out, and it's still anyone's guess who can take 3rd.
Trying around the outside. No, it's going to be a crossover move. Good exit there from Samut, but not enough. Now back to the front. I was wondering how close they were. This is Malquit and Bayerjan. Bayerjan can look back and go, all right, it's mano a mano. We can make this fight happen. I don't have to worry about being attacked. Will there be another spot? Pretty tough to do after Cell Tower. Cell Tower coming up next.
Yep, only a couple more heavy braking zones on the lap. Isaac Malquit seems to have this one under control. It's now going to take a real sort of, last gasp lunge from Bayerjan. How much does he want to risk in what is a very critical second heat for both drivers? They're both, sitting on a decent result. They're trying the crossover. Will Bayerjan get to the inside? Malquit covers. Bit of a drag race possibly to the line. Not enough time for Bayerjan.
Very short run to the finish line.
Yep.
So if you can retain it on that final corner, you should be in pretty good shape. And indeed, Malquit, Bayerjan, Kobakidze holds on for 3rd. Katowski 4th. Samut, good.
Yep.
Good run there. Needed to have a solid one. Followed by Ferguson, Roberts, Boer, Abernathy, and Drysdale, your top 10.
Yeah, both Samut and Boer begin the work to dig themselves out of the hole they found themselves in after heat number 1 with a solid drive in heat 2. They need another performance like that in heat number 3 to get them, well, it's not going to get them to the front of the grid for the pre-final, but it will hopefully get them to the sort of the back end of the front group, if you know what I mean. They don't want to be trapped in and amongst drivers that, you know, with all respect to those, with the greatest respect, those drivers aren't quite the same level pace-wise as those going for the tickets. As we look down the order, Matthew Holland finishing in 30th position, and all 31 starters made it to the end. Griffin Vukic, the last man home, in 31st position. So that's good to see. So again, the drivers actually helping out their mechanics. 31 karts started, 31 karts return to the scale line with all 4 wheels pointing the right direction on them at the end of the race.
And the speed between each driver in this field, very, very close. You look at the best lap times, and it's very, very, very tight. And so that is if you can get inside the top 10, again, a longer final at the going into tomorrow, and different weather means it's all to play for. But you have to give yourself the best chance. You have to keep chipping away, working away. As we go into the final heat for these drivers, that's going to be the best opportunity to try to sneak a little bit in there, as we've got yet another interview down here with Haley.
A little bit of a break in between the first heat and the second. Did you make any changes that you feel like overall brought you that little bit of extra speed that you were looking for to come home with this win?
Yeah, we changed something with the setup, and it made the kart feel a lot better. And I think, honestly, this race, the reason why it was a lot better for me, honestly, was because we didn't have to deal with the kid over there. And then me and Alexis just pushed away and ran laps the whole time and was able to get 1-2, and it was a very good race.
Are you looking to make any more changes, or is this a setup that you're settled on for the rest of the day?
I'm probably just going to settle on this for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Isaac.
Yep.
I love that, you know, the joys of having wild cards, you know, the kid over there, well, there's the kid over there in question, Georgia's Mate Kopakidze, you know, and Isaac is realizing, hey, in ROTAX racing in Europe, it is ultra aggressive every lap of every race. There's Alexis Baerjon, you know, chatting away, and you know, hey, you've got to drive different styles, different types of engine, different types of racing. You know, the ROTAX style, because the engine package is so level, you know, you've got to be aggressive, because like you said, Mike, you know, the difference in pace between first and 21st is very, very small.
Well, and I hear that, and I treat that as a hat tip. That's a hat tip to Kopakidze, because you go, hey, the reason why we were able to make this happen and have it be as smooth as it was is because we didn't have to fight so much. But they know that's what we're going to get when we have to race with the 244, and they're ready for it.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then with the starting lineup for Micromax and Minimax heat number 2. Arthur Farrow, your race 1 winner, starts from pole position alongside Jack Katowski. Well, actually, Katowski was your race 1 winner. Farrow won the Minimax race. Holden Myers, Lucas Tarango, Massimo LaRusso, Hudson Howard, Samuel Cheveri, and Lennox Lockhart, Carlo Lott and Yusuf Addy, Connor Lipka and Josh Wheeler, Lawrence Perriman and Heston Jeffrey, Harrison Jeffrey and Dalton Sears, Lincoln Lima and Tyson Underwood, Ruben Greer and Nicholas LaRusso, your top 20. The only Micromax kart is the one in second place on the grid. Then you've got Jack Clem, Grayson Kennefic, Andreas Pena, Kuiper Nelson and Jasper Knepper. I don't think we got Paxton Romero out in kart number 155. Don't forget, the Micromax karts are the ones with double digits. The Minimax karts are the ones with triple digits. However, the Micromax drivers are running on a Minimax setup, which is why the number 92 of Jack Katowski is so quick indeed. He's not racing for a ticket, however. He is, say a spoiler, he's racing his own race for his own trophy. It's up to the Minimax drivers to deal with it.
Here we go at the start. This one's going to be a lot closer than we saw last time. Remember, last time off pole didn't get going. This time it is going to be Farrow down to the inside, going to take Myers with him, and Katowski around the outside, going to slot back in about 5th. Up and over, I think that might be Katowski got clipped.
Oh, Katowski clipped. Lennox Lockhart's gone. Lawrence Perriman is off. one of the Jeffries, and also it looks like possibly Tarango or one of the LaRussos.
I think that might have been a flat tire on Perriman too. The right rear looked pretty low.
That is so Pharaoh away at the front with Holden Myers slotting into second position. The 136 kart of Holden Myers chasing, and then you've got now, who is that? It would be Chaveri in the number 106 kart, and Tarango in the 167 in fourth place, or is that LaRusso? I can't see. It's either the Ruthless kart, it's the 168 of Massimo LaRusso up at the P4 now. Try and piece together who got caught out. Lennox Lockhart, the Bahamian driver, was one of the drivers that got turned around there at the start. He's going to have to fight his way back into contention. Hudson Howard runs in fifth. Harrison Jeffrey is up to sixth. Lipka 7th. Lincoln Lima is 8th. Then Josh Wheeler, Roman Gaetano, and Cristiano Del Rosso. Jack Clem in the leading Micromax kart is now 12th, followed by Nicholas LaRusso. Looking down the order, who hasn't come through?
Well, we got a few that come on through late, but Lennox Lockhart, as you say, Perriman, Tarango, all involved. We got the micros back here. Katowski, as we talked about. Addy was in there. Sears, several front runners now in the back, and actually a few that maybe are still circulating or didn't quite make it. Katowski, Sears, and Nepper potentially.
Yeah, so could potentially have 3 karts out of this race. Lennox Lockhart down in 21st position as they cross the line. Behind the likes of Kyle Cameron, Cruz Rodriguez, Tyson Underwood. Let's see what the Bahamian driver can do from there up at the front. Pharaoh pushing away from Chaveri and, he's not pushing away, he's just driving away from Chaveri and Holden Myers, with LaRusso and Howard next in line.
Tell you what, fastest lap of the race further back is going to be Joshua Wheeler trying to make things happen early, up 3 spots after that tumultuous start that we just saw.
Yep.
And up the inside, there's going to be a maneuver. That's going to be LaRusso, I believe, trying to make something happen. Indeed, how about a big move to his inside? That's Howard getting it done. 2 spots for 1.
That is local knowledge paying off for Hudson Howard. Just using the contours of the track, using the slipstream, knowing what the track surface is going to do to the trajectory of the karts in front. Let's have a look at the Shop AKR replay. Shop AKR replay in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Or we'll get that Shop AKR replay to you in a little bit. But as we watch the lead back now, what can Hudson Howard do? He's got Chaveri now, the next kart in line. He's up into P3 after that great move at scoreboard corner. And he sets his sights on Chaveri now. We're already starting lap 4 out of 8.
And Hudson Howard, fast lap of the race, 109.0. A good quarter second better than Pharaoh and Chaveri right here, going to make the move. Howard is the one on the move. Get one more here in scoreboard. Move Howard up to P2. Now can set his sights on Pharaoh.
Yeah, can these 3 drivers work on the race leader, work together on that gap? As it looks like, though, Chaveri coming around green corner there was attacking, and Howard having to defend through Thunder Valley. Up towards Cell Tower Bend now. And these 3 second, third and fourth, they've still got a bit of a gap in hand over the next group of drivers behind them, looking back down the order. Now, drivers recovering from that earlier incident. Heston Jeffrey is now 13th. Lennox Lockhart is 18th. Looking down, Yusuf Addy still down in 26th. Carlo Lott 25th. Lawrence Perriman 21st.
Looked like Chevry's actually struggling with that Burrell a little bit as he's kind of fighting the wheel through the second part of the course. And let's see if Myers is going to take advantage or kind of hang out. We're going to hang out for one more, maybe get a run out of I-70, try and get the job done over there in scoreboard. But once the pass was done for Howard, Howard immediately able to pull away. And indeed, here comes Myers, going to try to move up to third. drop the 106 Burrell down one more, as Chevrolet's going to have to hit the reset button.
Yeah, indeed. I think that was probably a smart move from Holden Myers there, as you said, with obviously if you can see a driver struggling, Mike, then the drivers around them on the circuit can see, okay, that kart doesn't look like it's handling very well. There's no point me working with it because we're going to be slow, so I may as well pass it and try and go on my own without the aid of a slipstream or a tow.
Yeah, and the time is now, because here comes the group. You're looking at them right there. That's the 196 of Jeffrey leading the group. That's got Wheeler in there, Lipka's in there, Lima, and then I want to say, is that Gaetano? I have to try to get the name right there.
Gaetano, yep.
From the McAleer group.
Yep, in 10th position, number 1-3 through Roman Gaetano. Ahead of LaRusso as we watch them come down through turn number 1. That's Connor Lipka looking to the inside into I-70 on Massimo LaRusso for 6th position. LaRusso hangs tough. And here comes Lipka now, darts to the inside. Will go back round to the outside. He's got to be careful he doesn't get hung out to dry there. And he holds on to his position. But Josh Wheeler, Lincoln Lima, and Roman Gaetano are right there in the mix. Behind them, Jack Clem continues to be the best of the Micromax class runners in 12th position. Ahead of Del Grosso, Jeffrey, Greer, Pena, and Lockhart.
Farrow continuing to hold on to the top spot. Fastest lap of the race last time by a good solid 0.3 quicker. So Farrow looks like it's going to be a tough ask for anybody to get back up there, even though Howard been rolling pretty good there in P2. Howard and Myers running almost identical times last time by. They've got their own advantage now, starting to pull on the rest of the group.
Yes, indeed, as we look at Connor Lipka tracking Massimo LaRusso through turn number 16. LaRusso defending. Will Lipka look to the inside? He can't quite open the door, although that's going to help him as the 168 CRG of LaRusso just misses the apex there at I-70 corner. But try as they might, nobody is making any impression whatsoever on Arthur Farrow. I do apologize calling him by his younger brother's name. Arthur Farrow, the Pfaff Motorsport team, he has just cleared off.
Yeah, and you can see as these drivers continue to circulate, the way things are changing underneath them. That 168 there of LaRusso, kind of backing that thing into cell tower a little bit, kind of rotating it through. These drivers still getting the grips on things and making small adjustments, and they're going to take this information back and look at the data, try to make them even better so they can take the fight to the front. There's one driver there.
I think that was Jack Clem. I think that was the number 28 kart, our leading Micromax runner out of the race in that very distinctive Journey Driving Academy backed entry for the BBR racing team. It is Clem out of the race, and the corner worker there just sort of like, well, you've got to get off the racing line, you've got to get out of the way as unceremoniously as it looks, because here come the race leader around the bend. Second is Howard and Myers, still working together. This is the final lap, however.
Yeah, fastest lap from Myers last time by. They're not going to be able to get anything for P1, but the fight for P2 is on between Howard and Myers. They've got a nice advantage over Chevrolet in fourth, who's fighting off Jeffrey. But there's the man getting things done. 1, 2, 3 on the board. Well, he's going to try to keep things rolling and snag another one again. Wasn't overall, but this time going to be clean and green.
Yeah, indeed. So in terms of the first of the two Mini-Max tickets that are available, side by side for second, you just saw flashing into view there, Howard and Myers, but kart 1, 2, 3 has been 1-1 all day in this class. Howard takes second with Myers, Chiavari, Harrison, Jeffrey, and Connor Lipka does get past Massimo LaRusso at the end as we watch. There goes, well, what a recovery drive from Lennox Lockhart, 21st to 12th, just behind Nicholas LaRusso, Roman Gaetano, and Lincoln Lima, with Josh Wheeler in 8th place.
Yeah, you talk about Lennox Lockhart. It says down a few spots on there, but we know actually it was forward progress considered.
Yep, all things considered. Heston Jeffrey finishes in 13th position, followed by Ruben Greer. Lawrence Perriman also recovering in kart number 100. Cristiano Del Grosso, Tyson Underwood, Lucas Tarango, then Andreas Pena, Carl Cameron, Cruz Rodriguez, Grayson Kenevic, Carlo Lott, Yusuf Adi, Kuiper Nelson, sadly Jack Clem and Jack Katowski out of the race. So the best placed Micromax class runner was Andreas Marcelo Pena in 19th position overall.
Quite an eventful start here for our cadet drivers, and it looked to me that Katowski was kind of carrying the outside, and the inside row, I think, came up when he was coming down, just clipped his inside. He goes kind of sideways, up for a moment, comes back down, and then the rest of them collected in there. So tough break for all those kids as they go through turn 1, but not for that one. Howard getting it done up to P2.
Yeah, and that was a good battle that we saw flashing into briefly across our screens, going into Tech Barn Bend between Howard and Holden Myers, as Haley Donaldson is going to speak to the aforementioned Master Howard. Well, thank you very much, Haley and Hudson. They will continue the procedure through tech inspection. We have got the Masters second heat coming up. There's Holden Myers. Again, Holden Myers having a very, very strong day. Not as strong as that driver, but then again, nobody is. Arthur Farrow, 2 Minimax class wins out of 2 as he looks around, waiting for his mechanic Daryl Malotti, as you've got the officials there. Now what they're doing, they're going all the way down the running order to make sure that they check everyone's front bumper for penalties. Let's have a look. There is Samuel Chaveri getting out of his car, and a little bit of a discussion going on between one of the Jeffreys and Connor Lipka. As we look back at some of the rest of the mini and micro fields, let's have a quick break to hear from some of our partners.
James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars. Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing? Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night. Come on, man. Do you have anything I can drink? Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative. Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6? Yeah, it's good. B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink.
of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt. Rolling lap is almost complete in Masters. Can John Bonanno make it 2 out of 2? What about Scott Roberts? And what about the factory kart of the Crow Show? John Crow, all 7 contenders. Head into the tram lines. This is chapter 2 in what will be a long-running story, Mike Smith.
Indeed, and actually a lot better start from John Crow. I went over there and said, hey, WTF on that one, buddy. He's like, yeah, that was actually pretty bad. He's like, I wasn't quite ready to go, got on the right foot, didn't go anywhere. Guess what? Scott Roberts going to get the job done, and he's already like, let's not fight, let's push.
Yes.
And no Crow wants to do the pushing right now from the front spot.
Well, it's just like the kids, you know. The minute that one passes another, they give the signal, okay, follow me. You know, I wasn't going to follow you, but you've got to follow me. They're the rules. I've just made them up.
This is a lot better already, though, for our chasers. They're a lot closer to John than they were last time. Let's see if they got something going on. If they can get within the draft range and be close enough, do they have a chance to stay with him?
Now, of course, we had, the situation where John Bonanno, almost just to upset everybody, pumped in the quickest lap of the race by a long margin on the very last lap of the race. So all the hard work that Crow and Roberts and Chris McGinley there in 4th position did, they've now got to go back to the drawing board. Behind the top 4, it looks as though Doug Foxworth and Davis Barr are going to carry on with their private battle as we complete lap number 1. The gap already 3/4 of a second. Now Roberts has got the memo. Right, push, push, push.
And I'll tell you right now, he did get the memo, because if he wanted to, he could have made a move right there, decided not to. Roberts firmly in the pushing position now. It's 2 versus 1. Let's see if they can make inroads. I was pointing out the previous heat, it looks like these two guys have got maybe a little bit of an advantage from I-70 to Cell Tower, but from Cell Tower on, advantage back. And you can see, look how close they are right now. 3 kart lengths. Now go back, and when we get to the end of this lap, see what the gap is again.
Yeah, no, that's a very, very good point there, Mike. They illustrated it perfectly, as you were saying. Now, there's Bonanno looking up over his shoulder. This is where Bonanno tends to be a little bit stronger, through where you've got to get the kart rotated very quickly. I've got to say, Crow, though, is starting to edge away from Roberts, and this looks like it's a good lap now. Is John Crow in the slipstream? Not quite, although coming out of I-70, a good run through this corner, and he could be in the leader's slipstream by the time they get the scoreboard.
Yeah, look at that Bonanno ride, gets out of that I-70, very, very good. But from scoreboard on, if we really want to say where this thing splits, from scoreboard to Cell Tower, advantage 931 in Crow as well as 928 Roberts, but that actually is probably the best Bonanno's gotten through there this entire weekend, and already still pulling it out. Bonanno looking really good.
Yeah, I've got to say, this sector of the lap, this is now Cell Tower, so Bonanno holding his own there. And in fact, it's Scott Roberts that's had the best run out of all through that particular section of the lap as he draws back onto the rear bumper of John Crow. That could not be necessarily a bad thing for Crow, because if Roberts can just give him a little bit of a nudge, a bit of a push down either the main straight or then the flick back straight towards scoreboard, that might help them a little bit. The gap was 0.8 of a second. It's still, well, it was 0.5, but it's now gone up to 0.8 of a second. Good lap there from Bonanno.
Yeah, absolutely purple by a good margin once again. A 7.91 for him. It was Roberts, to your point, Henry, really getting it done that lap. His personal best at a 6 .065, but still
1060, yeah.
2/10 still the wrong way for those guys. Bonanno's ride really starting to come in, and this is where we're going to see what we got. Early laps, tire pressures are down. Maybe Bonanno's got it set a little bit lower, not quite as good, but then it starts to come on strong as the laps tick off.
Yeah, and of course, if those of you thinking, well, this looks easy for John Bonanno, it is absolutely not, because of course he's doing everything he possibly can to maintain that advantage at the head of the field. He's got to push every single lap just to make, because he's not waltzing off into the distance, but of course he can't allow Crow or Roberts to get to within a point where they can even think about sending a last gasp lunge.
I'm watching the hands of John Crow as he's going through the corners, him and Scott Roberts both, and there's a lot of these little micro moves in there that trying to keep the thing on the track, because they're trying to carry maximum speed, but then they run out of road. Talked to him briefly before lunchtime. I'm like, it looks like just about everybody's dropped a wheel at some point. He's like, this thing's hard to do. This is challenging.
Yes, indeed. It looks as though we have unfortunately lost Davis Barr from the race, the number 925 kart. The third member of the Fulcrum competition team this weekend, alongside McGinley and Bonanno, as there we are focusing on the 971 of Chris McGinley at the moment in fourth position. A rather lonely run in fourth position, although Crow and Roberts nose to tail. The gap has just grown to over a second. Bonanno, that's another really strong lap from our race leader, a 105.7, 4/10 quicker than Crow and Roberts. Now, the driver that I'm interested in now is Doug Foxworth, the driver directly behind Chris McGinley. Foxworth looks to be a lot closer to McGinley than he was the previous race. There is D-Money, the ex-NHRA Top Fuel drag racer, who, has run a karting team, has been involved in karting both as an official and a driver for some time now.
His lap time is certainly closer. It is a 106.8 to McKinley's 106.6. So let's see what happens as they close out this lap. You can see kind of missing that first apex, trying to cut down on the second one, get maximum exit speed is Foxworth. Both those drivers we're talking about on the comp kart.
Now, I'm interested to know, so Foxworth's best lap this race, a 106.8. He was saying yesterday how frustrated he was that no matter what happened, what he did to the kart, the lap time wasn't changing. He was doing the same lap time all day yesterday, no matter what they changed on the kart, the High Five Performance Texas team. So, be interested to try and look back and get some of the lap times that Doug was doing yesterday to see if they have managed to unlock any speed, any extra speed out of that kart. And of course now the tyres will be wearing out a little bit more, so you'll expect lap times to drop off a little bit. Bonanno's best lap from heat number 1 was a 105.3. He's getting quicker and quicker. He's down to 105.69 in this race. Crow unable to break into the 105s during this race. So Bonanno's lost a couple of tenths, so has Crow. Roberts is the driver that has really, his pace has maintained from heat number 1 to heat number 2. So the Speed Concepts Racing team, you can tell they have made some positive adjustments to that kart. Even though the Mojo tyres are one race older, the speed we're seeing from Roberts is the same, which means the setup is better.
Yeah, for sure. He's been able to stay closer to Crow this time, whereas before they were right with each other, and then slowly John Crow was able to pull away in the first heat race. Not this time, in fact. Roberts staying right there with him the entire time, and we could end up having an actual battle here for P2, because again, Scott is playing the part and has played the part. They're not going to go get him. At this point, I bet he's actually eyeing him up for a move. A little bit of a bobble there from Scott, I think, but he's going to get a run coming off. Actually, his kart's looking a little bit better, Henry.
Oh, Scott Roberts is eyeing John Crow up like a butcher at a turkey farm just before Thanksgiving. He's want to pick his moment. He goes, right, there's a bird in front of me, is Crow, and the bird looks like it's about ready to be plucked.
2 laps to go. Bonanno well out in front, about 2.5 seconds. Advantage still Crow P2. So he rotates himself through I-70. Not very good. Oh, and Nick Cobb puts it off. Not Cobb, brother. Roberts puts it off.
Yep.
All that work.
Kept it pinned, though, Mike. He
No.
kept it pinned.
It could have been worse.
It could have been a lot worse. He's going to have to think twice about it now. I think he was, sharpening the carving knives, and may have to just think to himself, well, might wait till later on before I pounce.
Let's see if he can put in a couple qualifying laps, a lap and a half qualifying, and see if he can edge out this little bit of a gap. He is closing on John Crow, however. If he can get within about 2 kart lengths, using a ton of curb there through that right-hander, if he can get within a couple of kart lengths by the end, he might be able to have a surge there in Cell Tower if he feels like he needs to try.
It looks as though, to the naked eye, my unqualified, my eye from the commentary box, that Roberts' kart is really good, and he was just trying to take advantage of it, made a mistake, and then the rest of that lap was sort of overdriving just a fraction to compensate for that mistake.
Yeah.
But the good news for Roberts is that whatever the team did from Heat 1 to Heat 2 worked.
Yeah.
It brought him closer to Crow's pace over a race distance. Hasn't really done anything about this driver, however, who has made Bonanno be very, very consistent in the high 65s. He hasn't dropped into the 66s pretty much for the second half of this race. Nobody else has been able to break the 66-second mark, although on the last lap, John Crow did a personal best of 66.01, but it's too little, too late. We're on the last lap, and it's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for John Bonanno and the Fulcrum Competition Comp Kart.
Yeah, the thing looks tidy. Very, very well done for John. Controlled that thing from the very beginning. John Crow's going to settle for second, and Roberts, I think, is going to come away with feeling pretty good about that P3. He's got a little something left in the tank. McKinley and Foxworth, your next couple around, and again, very close in times between those two.
Yeah, I think Scott Roberts, a mixture of frustration. Hey, I finished exactly about the same distance behind John Crow in this race as I did the previous race. However, in the previous race, I didn't put a wheel offline, and in this race, I almost had a huge moment, but the kart was better. Doug Foxworth finishing 5th, Chris McKinley 4th, John Costello continues to plug away for the Pro Kart Concepts team in 6th position. Davis Barr, well, we will see Davis out in heat number 3. I hope that's not too much of a terminal problem, because like we said, none of these teams have got a great deal of time to make any changes, but I think Davis probably did a smart thing and drove the car and retired in the pit lane so he can get through tech and get back. He doesn't have to wait for the recovery vehicle, which of course takes that little extra time, giving every minute is precious here today. There's a look at Paulie Massimino, Brandon Jarzakrak, and Diego Ramos waiting to go out for the next senior ROTAX heat. The first one was rather good, wasn't it, Mike?
It was an exciting one, and I think it just kind of proved how deep the field is and how many drivers really have a shot at this thing. We talked about how deep the field is in the other classes. It's no different here, and especially so with some of where people are coming from the grid too. Hodgson working his way up, Eau Claire working his way up to be right in there. Obviously, Massimino one to beat, but there's drivers further back that had some bad luck that are going to have to dig out of that a little bit.
Yep.
And they're going to try to make that happen here in just a few minutes.
There are the national colours of Estonia. Paul Hamburg, and there's Cairo Kivi just walking through your camera shot there. Cairo, a very, very experienced driver at the Grand Finals, has represented Estonia on a number of occasions. Believe it or not, Estonia in junior ROTAX are, I think, the second most successful nation in the history of the Grand Finals. They've got more wins than any other nation apart from the UK in junior ROTAX. Who knew that Tallinn was such a hotbed of junior Rotax talent? Well, not many people, but you do now. How's that? Massimino and William Boutillier there in the number 303, the Racing Edge Motorsport machine. You could see the white maple leaf on the top of Williams' crash helmet. It's go time in Senior Rotax. Heat number 2 is en route. There they head out onto the circuit. We'll give you the full starting lineup very, very shortly, and everybody taking it easy coming out. Now, one thing we haven't talked about is tyres. Each team gets 2 sets of tyres. Each driver gets 2 sets of tyres. The bulletin that came out, because of the moving the pre-finals up to today, drivers can utilise the second set of brand new tyres whenever they want. I don't think we'll see many people utilising them today, but you never know. Paulie Massimino and William Boutillier, row number 1. Diego Ramos and Cameron Nelson, row 2. Jensen Burnett and Paul Hamburg, row 3. Antoine Lemieux and Oliver Hodgson, row 4. Timothy Pinot, Cooper Auclair, Frankie Mossman, Arnaud Saboyin, Billy Musgrave, Ryan Raffer, Derek Wargo, Aidan Fox, Eli Warren, Aidan Carruthers, Caleb Gaffar and John O'Markison. Round out your top 20. Lemieux had a penalty and also had an accident in race number 1, as did Jensen Burnett. And Dustin Williams didn't go out in race number 1 in the number 342 Kart. I hope Dustin is out there now.
Yeah, and Riker Elkholm actually was one of the first drivers out in qualifying. So that's why they're down there in the very back trying to be digging the entire time. So uphill battle for Riker, but made some decent forward progress in that first heat.
Riker Ekholm represented Maclear Racing in the Mojo tyre changing contest last night when nobody else would. So he stepped up in a big way, did Riker. Fair play to him. Now, here we go. 30. We hopefully got a full complement of 37 drivers.
And one of the things I want to point out is the last heat race, the back of the field barely made it around the corner and into the tram lanes before we were going green with the first one. That's how short that run is to the tram lines and the start box.
Yep. Well, Paulie Massimino is bringing them around at a nice, controlled, slow speed. And they form up into the tram lines. The back markers still coming around the final corner. Now they're all in the tram lines. Now the lights are out. Now we're off and racing. Now, Mike Smith, we hold our breath.
That's exactly what I did too, and everybody went through there. How about a little bit better start this time from Diego Ramos, solidly in 4th. Now let's see what happens in the first corner.
Cameron
How about
Nelson
trying the outside? That's going to be the...
great move. Cameron Nelson round the outside of William Boutillier for second. The Welshman does his own version of Slim Shady. In Welsh, that would be Slim Shady Butts. Tidy.
Yeah, he's able to snag. They were the second place person boxed going in there, and he was able to snag 1, almost 2.
Yeah, the Welsh version of round the outside is round the outside down by there, but here we go. Nelson looking for the race lead already. Now, he showed his cards to Paulie Massimino earlier in heat number 1 with some very aggressive early moves. Is Cameron going to try and get the job done and set out his stall early? Through turn number 16, down the start-finish straight, we complete lap 1 out of 10. Here comes the Pride of Pontyclean to the inside, new leader, Cameron Nelson.
Now, I would actually expect Massimino to do everything he can to retain that spot, but we want to talk about one of the smartest drivers in the field and absolutely patient when he needs to be. It's Paulie Massimino, and you can see doesn't go crazy fight status to retain that top spot. He goes, all right, you got it. I'll work with you for a while.
Yeah, indeed. All 37 drivers did take the start. All 37 drivers completed lap number 1 without any issue, although Maggie Webster had an off-track excursion. Aidan Galway, Owen Spate and Tristan Altman also down at the back end of the field just a little bit. As I say that is Billy Musgrave and Caleb Gaffera out of the race, and judging by the fact that Billy was quite content to let Caleb get out of his kart it looks as though maybe Caleb could have been the driver behind Billy Musgrave,
Yeah, that was
not vice versa.
Corner. Yeah, they definitely had like a coming together or something like that in the cell tower. And to your point, might have been the 369 that had that deal. Now here's out front. I talked about Massimino can be patient if he needs to be. This is exactly what I've seen from him multiple times, where he'll chill out, push somebody for a little bit if it just increases his odds of having a mano-a-mano fight. Don't see it all the time in these kinds of races. To your point, ROTAX seems to be fight every lap because of his last lap. Massimino here, let's see what he does here with Nelson. They could end up pulling away from the battle behind him. Ramos, Boutillier, and Burnett.
Fight or flight. I have to say, there's Jensen Burnett and Antoine Lemieux, the two REM teammates that collided at the first lap of race number 1. They're both having a good run here. Oliver Hodgson follows them past the number 303 of William Boutillier, who sadly is going in the opposite direction. There goes Timothy Pernot past Boutillier, and next in line is going to be Frankie Mossman and Cooper Auclair. So while two REM karts go forward, one sadly going the opposite direction.
Ramos starting to make some inroads here into the conversation for the top two, and actually Burnett, who we did see was very racy before as well, is clear and green here trying to make things up to Ramos. So you got Ramos, Burnett, and Lemieux. The first ones are the chasers for the top two.
In the background, Tommy Trailer was standing next to his Trailer Kart Tech machine. Aidan Galway also out of the race.
Trailer didn't get a finish in the first heat race either, so it's been a tough week already for Trailer, and there's a couple of heat races for him to forget.
And the driver from Dripping Springs, Texas. It's a long way from Dripping Springs, Texas to Spiceland, Indiana, and the Trailer Kart Tech entry is out of this race. Very much in the race, Cameron Nelson and Paulie Massimino. Massimino sitting behind Nelson into I-70 corner, and Massimino gets a good run. He's in the slipstream. Does he pull the pin yet? He checks over his shoulder to see how much playroom he's got. The answer is not a great deal before Ramos and Burnett arrive on the scene. Lemieux in 5th, Hodgson, Boutillier, Mossman, Pernot, and Cooper Auclair, the rest of the top 10.
Yeah, it actually looked like he might have had a small advantage there in the first couple of laps and just decided not to go for it. I think the kind of same thing's happened again, where he's kind of closing in on Nelson in a couple spots. I think he feels like he's faster, looks over the shoulder. Should I pull the trigger now? Can I wait a little bit? I got a feeling if he's taking a look over his shoulder again, this next time by, he's going to go for it.
Yep, at some point he's going to think, well, he's going to also be mindful of the huge lunge that Ramos tried at scoreboard bend in heat number 1 that almost caused a bit of a calamity as we start lap 6 out of 10. Massimino almost forcing Nelson to defend. Ramos with the crossover for P2. Now, who is Burnett going to go with? Is he going to push Massimino? Is he going to push Ramos? He pushes Massimino. Ramos is the one that actually loses out there, despite having such a great run out of I-70.
Now, you saw both the top two look over their shoulders, and a big, long look from Nelson down the straightaway. He's like, oh, it's not just Paulie. I got a couple more back here.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going defense. And so Paulie loses his opportunity the first time he had it, and instead had to try to keep his spot instead of attacking.
And in the midst of all this, Oliver Hodgson has found his way past Antoine Lemieux and now sends one to the inside of Diego Ramos for P4. A great move.
I'll tell you what, your kart's working pretty good if you can get through that double left and make a lunge like that and not lose speed on the exit. So that ride's rolling here for the 359 Hodgson.
Absolutely. The question is now, head down behind the NASA panel. Oh, Nelson checks over his shoulder, and it's almost like those cartoon eyes where they pop out of his helmet and, oh my word, look at all the go-karts behind me. And look at that, Jensen Burnett, 2 for the price of 1. Special offer, but now he's going to get stuck on the outside, and Oliver Hodgson does it again. How to turn defeat into victory P3 for Hodgson.
That would be just fine and dandy if there was only a mano-a-mano fight, perhaps for a crossover, but you can't do it when the pack is right there because you just don't have enough to clear 2 drivers, and that's what he almost did, not quite enough.
And of course, they, if they don't go with you, it's like, in a NASCAR race at Talladega. You can make an extra lane for yourself, but if the drivers behind decide to go with the drivers in the other lane, you're left sort of,
Wanting.
I'm trying to think of a phrase that doesn't involve any bad language. But you're sort of like hung out to dry like the laundry.
We saw Hodgson up front in the first heat race. He's been catching him and passing him. Classic 2-stroke running.
Yep.
Guess what? First opportunity right here. Will he make the lunge? I-70? No. He's got next shot's going to be at scoreboard. Look over the shoulder. Paulie sees him, gives him a tap. Please help me. Hodgson says, no thank you.
Yeah.
Hodgson to the inside, scoreboard.
He says,
he's got it.
Terribly sorry, old boy, but I've got a Welshman in front of me and an Englishman chasing a Welshman. That just won't do.
And Nelson out front. Hodgson, he's, again, caught him, passed him, passed him. Now Massimino pushes. They still have a shot here. Going to be 2 to go at the line.
Oliver Hodgson has not lost any momentum. By catching and passing, he's not falling into the speed at the pace run by the other drivers. He's, like you said, because he's picking them up and putting them down, he is maintaining his momentum. Momentum is so important in ROTAX racing. He's going to start catching Cameron Nelson. Well, he's going to start catching. He's pretty much caught Cameron Nelson. Nelson will be a tough nut to crack. Nelson looks over his shoulder. Who are you? He says, I don't recognize. Oh, I know who you are. Can I do anything to stop you? Well, let's see. Massimino is there, still in position. So is Burnett. Boutillier back up to 5th. Good recovery from Boutillier. Nelson on the anchors into scoreboard defending. And now he's going to back everybody up. Now Hodgson Massimino are going to start tripping over each other.
Yeah, indeed. You can see just that little bit of just kind of cutting the motor or the line down on the X of the scoreboard to try to retain the spot was the 359 of Hodgson. That was able to cover off Massimino, but he loses a little bit to Nelson in the process. It's going to be very, very tight here at the end where Hodgson has to hedge bets. Do I go for the front? Do I hold on to second? He's got a P2 already in the books. Another one will be really good for his starting position.
Yeah, now, of course, Cameron.
Big move from Massimino there.
And Ramos following him past Boutillier as well. That was a move from Ramos to start from Massimino to start the last lap. Has Paulie left himself too much to do? Will Nelson look over his shoulder and realise he doesn't need to defend? And how will Oliver Hodgson react from being overtaken for the first time pretty much all day?
Going full defense, that's what the easy answer is. He's going to try to carry maximum speed through here. Fighting's going to happen behind him, and that's going to be, I want to say, Boutillier trying to hold off that bunch. They're all side by side. Is that
Mossman?
Burnett?
Mossman's
in there.
Yeah, Mossman's getting involved. Ramos has dropped back. That's Pernod in the 351 Kart. Cooper O'Clair is in that mix. So is Arnaud Saborin, Ryan Raffa, Paul Hamburg, and Lemieux also in this scramble on the last lap. But I got a feeling that Cameron Nelson might have just stolen a march here, and indeed he has. Despite that move from Paulie Massimino, Cameron Nelson for Pfaff Motorsports in conjunction with Dan Holland Racing takes the win. And somebody going off at the last corner there, keeping it pinned to try and cross the line on the grass. But well done, Cameron Nelson. Great move from Paulie Massimino as well to reclaim P2.
Some very smart driving at the front. It was, again, I think the first heat race, it was very elbows up, people trying to get after it. That was a little bit more classic smart racing that we've been seeing throughout the year.
Yeah, now, I say, for Cameron Nelson, now Cameron started this year as a junior. He's a very tall lad, but he's only just moved up into seniors. And of course, he, like so many people in the UK, they watch Kart Chaser, they watch Scusa, they watch USPKS, they watch Stars, they know all the US superstars, okay? So for Cameron Nelson, and I'm not going to embarrass the lad here, but again, Paulie Massimino is a driver that Nelson has watched for the last couple of years. I'm not saying he's in awe of him, or anything like that, but he knows his reputation, and now he's beaten him in a head-to-head fight. So Paulie knows who Cameron is, and Cameron knows who Paulie is, but Cameron also knows, hey, I might have been watching him, I might have watched, winning big money in USPKS, in SCUSA, in Las Vegas, and all those events. Hey, I've now actually got the better of him on, in a head-to-head fight. That is a great confidence boost for any driver. Even though a driver who you can see the Team UK race suit on him, Cam Nelson, sat on the pole for the Junior ROTAX Grand Finals last year. So there's a driver that's done it on the biggest stage in the world of ROTAX karting, but still, hey, this is the USA. And now Cam Nelson knows, hey, I can take on the big guns over here.
Yeah, indeed, and it's one of those things where he's got a little bit of a little shot in the arm, a little bit of a little bit of confidence to add into the next one. And guess what? He's going to get a chance to talk to Haley right now all about it.
Cameron, it's your first win on the weekend, but it's also your first time in the States. How are you feeling about your performance this weekend so far?
Yeah, I think it's been a great experience, and we've been really good as well. Qualifying was good, as well as the testing, but qualifying was good. But the first heat, not so great, obviously. A little incident in the hairpin which knocked us back down to 6th, but to come back and win the second heat is a good return or a comeback, you could say.
Does it boost your mood for being here for the first time a little bit more after coming home with this win?
Yeah, you could say. I already had the confidence. I knew I'd be up the front fighting for the wins, heats, pre-finals, finals. But yeah, it boosted it a little bit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was giving him a bit of toe that.
It'll be a long walk back here in the scale line, albeit not too long ultimately when you look down the leaderboard to where Jensen Burnett crossed the line. P5 for you, Jensen, and we were just kind of backtracking from last year to this year to see if anything felt different, if anything else was noticeably different. Obviously in that race, a lot of battling right behind the lead, so you couldn't really get up to the top spot, but overall, how do you feel about your package right now?
I think just the thing with the sprocket, we're a bit too low. Maybe I have a bit too much straight. Wasn't able to get the crossover done. I think that's because of the sprocket. I think definitely the engine package is very good, chassis is very good. It's just about who can race the best and who can stay up there.
And with only 4 run groups, essentially you only have about 2 classes that are going to be on track flag to flag by the time you get through the scales, back to the tent, and then back onto the grid. So did you guys have to game plan any potential setup changes like during the lunch break, like we might have time to do this or this or this before this heat?
I mean, the only thing you have to take into account is the juniors and stuff are on different tires, so they lay down a bunch of not so good rubber, so you just maybe have to add a bit of grip in the kart. It's very optional, but for me, I think it's better to add the grip.
And then anything else in mind already going through of what else you need to be able to get up front in Heat 3?
Well, I mean, I crashed in the first one, really unavoidable, and I kind of made my way up from 38th to 21st, so I'm kind of just stopping the bleed and see what I can do at the front.
There we go. Jensen Burnett, 5th across the line in a chaotic battle for P3.
You know something? That's a very, very mature interview there from Jensen Burnett. You know, he's always been very quick. Last year, he learned some important lessons, at the World Championship, for example. Hey, has learned. Talking about that, yeah, I'm just going to stop the bleeding. And also talking about how, analysing, of course, you've got the D5 mojos, which are used by the seniors, the D2 mojos used by the juniors. And it's because of, slightly different compound. So, the juniors are putting down one set of rubber, which is going to make the kart react, saying, hey, there's an option to maybe have, there's an option to do something, I prefer it this way. And hey, just looking and saying, look, tyre pack, engine package, great. Even. Team, great. Who can rate the best? Who can race their way to the front? No driver in any class is going to walk away. Not even John Bonanno in Masters. In the main 3 classes, who is going to race the best? Who is going to think their way to that ticket? Because you've seen drivers, big reputations, making moves, not working out, you know, and it's about, when do I make my move? Do I risk it here? Do I risk it there? You know, do I let this driver go past knowing that, hey, it'll work out better for me in the long run? It's a thinking driver's race meeting, this one is.
And as you said, stop the bleeding, because if for him, he's got that one bad run.
Yep.
So, and what this really comes down to is I need to at least start the pre-final as good as possible so I don't have to work quite as hard, so I can make sure I can be where I need to be. Again, keeping it all in perspective of how tomorrow is going to be, it's really about a decent starting position for the pre-final, very smart, calculated position for pre-final so they get the best shot come Sunday.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so consider it like this. So Jensen said he finished 21st in the end of heat number 1. So if the pre-final grid was set just after one heat, he would start the pre-final 21st. Now he's got a 5th place finish. That might move Jensen up to around, say, 15th or 16th in the heat point classification. So already he's away from the tail enders, he's up the midfielders. Another top 5 result, that would put maybe Jensen the 5th or the 6th row of the grid for the final, for the pre-final. Now, if you're on the 5th or the 6th row of the grid, you're around drivers that have got race-winning pace, so you can work with that. Pick up another couple of places maybe in the pre-final, and then you're starting the 3rd, the 4th row for the main event. And in this race, you know, if you're starting anywhere in the top 10 in any of the 3 classes, you've got a legitimate shot at the victory and a ticket.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's going to be it. Like in the pre-final, you talk about it's going to be who races well, and if you start anywhere near that area, you're going to have a shot to do it. And he just had a good finish there, was with the right people. And I mean, look at Nelson in the back and forth between him, Hodgson, Massimino, Ramos at the very, very front there. Any one of those guys had a shot. Right?
Absolutely.
And it's just about picking and choosing the spot, picking and choosing when you make that move.
Yep, what we did see is that if you make a move that doesn't work out, you know, hey, tomorrow in the main events, hey, they're going to be 17, 18 laps. You're going to have a lot more time. Time, ladies and gentlemen, for another quick commercial break. We'll be back on the flip side.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today, you know.
Heat number 3 on deck. Now for our junior ROTAX competitors. At the end of this race, the officials will need to start their calculations to decide the grid for the pre-final. Alexis Bayerjan on pole position. That kid, Mate Kobaidze, on the outside of row number 1, and already Leo Da Silva slotting into P2 as we set off for another 10-lap heat race. Kobaidze slotting into P3, and Isaac Malquit into P4, trying to go around the outside, and Kobaidze says no.
Oof, that was going to be ending in tears for a moment. I mean, trying to go on that outside deal is we've seen only when you've got a huge surge and you've got the benefit of being around dang near everybody is at work. And instead, how about a very broken up start there? I mean, Kobaidze able to slot in after there's nobody around him for third. So not sure what happened at the start, but they got spread out quickly right now. It is going to be Bayerjan trying to hold on to Kobaidze to the inside. He's going to take P2. We said it before. He wants to lead. He gets there and takes advantage right away. But how about just behind him?
Davin Roberts.
Exactly that, yeah. He's moved. He's going to take another one. Oh, we got big contact behind him.
That is an issue.
Samut, maybe.
I think that could have been Samut, and trying to see was that Leo Da Silva that got caught up in that there. Roberts making the move. It was Marco Samut in trouble there, getting caught. What a lucky escape for Davin Roberts, because Roberts, he made that move. That was the move that sealed his ticket to Sarno 12 months ago here at this event. It is Leo Da Silva. I could see the Racer's Edge Motorsport suit there, the driver that qualified third on the grid. Da Silva out of this race.
Landon Boer also having issues on that first deal, and he's back there in 30th. Boer, who has been run up front earlier in the weekend, now towards the back. Davin Roberts, not only did he have a very, very good lap making passes, he had the fastest lap out of everybody. Early days yet, but they got that Roberts machine rolling right now.
Yep. I spoke to Davin's mum, Ashley, during the course of the lunch break, and sort of, say, hey, at least you've already got your ticket, and this is just a test session. And she was like, yep, thank goodness for that. It'd be a pretty sad weekend if we didn't have the ticket, indicating that they weren't necessarily thrilled with how the kart was performing. Whatever they've done, they've now, David's got his hands full. We've got a new leader, Mate Kobaidze, the gladiator. Mate leads us, Lapus to us.
He absolutely can get it done when there's only one person to pass, and that's what the defense hurts you. When you go that defensive, you're easy to over-under, and that's exactly what happened. It's Kobaidze now the lead. Bayerjan's going to settle back into second. Let's see if Bayerjan attacks or starts to push.
Well, let's see if I know his nickname is the Gladiator. Let's have a look at the Shop 8KR replay. There's the move from Roberts, and Roberts opened the door. Marco Samut tried the move. Now, this is Marco's first time in a junior ROTAX, and I just wonder, was that a little bit of extra power, the closing speed? They didn't realize the door was going to shut quite as quickly as it did. He was trying to make he was, being an opportunist. Roberts did the hard work. Roberts now has got Katowski behind him. Darren Kidd there as well. Then it's Malquit, Drysdale, Ferguson. Wrist to the inside. Sebastian Wrist takes 2 for the price of 1 going into I-70 in the number 221 machine. And now Roberts says, no, don't try and go around the outside. Just look at the height difference. It's hard to believe it or not, Davin Roberts is one of the youngest drivers on the screen, even though he's pushing 6 foot.
I'll tell you what, Katowski was really trying to make more contact. He's in there, guys. That's going to be Malquit. I believe they're trying to get to the inside, get it done, and then taking the advantage is going to be the 92 of Katowski. So there's a lot of defense going on. Roberts trying to hold on to it. 2 drivers more in contact back there. 67 or 07?
That is the 267 of Ava Cabral. Briefly got up over the back of Sebastian Wrist.
Huge run right now for Cabral, huh?
Yeah, really strong run for Ava Cabral. Roberts, well, look at the bright side, Davin. This is all good practice for when you get to Bahrain. because, you're going to have to defend. It's defend and attack every corner. So, Roberts looks over his shoulder. The difference in height is now really showing for Davin Roberts. He is so unaerodynamic in the kart. He can't hunch down behind the NASA panel. He's so tall. But of course, he's just got, he had a special dispensation to move up to X30 Pro in the USPKS, but he's got to stay in juniors. He left elementary school in June, Davin Roberts. And look how tall he is. He's on weight. He's training hard. He's keeping his weight down because, of course, with extra inches comes extra pounds.
And this whole group we're looking at here that includes the aforementioned Roberts is a good chunk back. It is Kobe Kitse and Bayerjan who are gone.
Yep.
They are about 4.5 seconds above anyone else. Katowski by himself right now in third, and here is the move to the inside. That's going to be Malquit moving on up. Kidd going to move back when it actually off the surface. It's a little bit there. There might have been a little bit of help.
Well, you know what? That might have, close. I think that Darren Kidd might have had a really good run off the corner. Isaac Malquit says, yes, you did have a good run. I'm going to do exactly. Do to you as I do unto myself, or whatever the phrase is. Now Roberts coming back at Benham Abernathy. Roberts just, Kidd got a really good run out of I-70, and the momentum and the trajectory of the kart just sort of eased him into his teammate, who then returned the favour and eased Kidd wide at the next corner. All's fair in love, war and go-karting, ladies and gentlemen.
Top two by themselves, another big gap to Katowski. Katowski's got a lead on what is now a Roberts Abernathy. Malquit to the inside of Abernathy, to that left-hander, job done.
Yep.
Move Malquit back up. Now Abernathy's going to slot back in. Now back to work for Malquit. He's like, I've already done this a couple of times, and I got to try to do it one more time. Setting sail here, trying to catch the 215 for P3.
Yep, there goes Roberts in fourth place. Katowski runs third. We're not looking at Kopakidze and Bayerjan. That's because, hey, they're just circulating nose to tail. They'll fight in a short while. Roberts, though, getting pushed out of the way there by Malquit. Roberts on the grass, and Davin Roberts getting shown the door rather rudely, like an unwanted guest at a house party. Obviously, that kart, the Fox & Son kart, not firing on all cylinders. Something is wrong with setup, chassis, engine, who knows. Davin is having to drive the wheels off it, but like I said, he's using this as a test session.
Well, I'll tell you right now, it was a very late defensive maneuver there in the scoreboard, and I think that Malquit was just going to help him out. There it is, more of this. So where they're not leaving that door on the outside. They're not leaving quite enough racing room. It looks like from our vantage point, multiple drivers getting helped off of the track surface and onto the dirt. Yes, as
we look down in the slipstream, Malquit behind his teammate, not necessarily good, well, maybe good buddy, who knows. At the start of the race, good buddy, Darren Kidd, and again, Malquit, hey, we got to work together. Here comes Sebastian Rist. No, that was the Troy Ferguson, the factory kart, now attacking Davin Roberts. Roberts made that great start, but obviously he was up to third place. That number 215 kart is not third fastest kart. Indeed, no, there's an issue for Davin Roberts. He is, fighting an unequal struggle there. But I'll say this again, this is good experience for Bahrain. Likewise, for number 222, Kyle Drysdale, who the other driver in the field who already has his ticket to represent Team USA. And there's a move from Ferguson on Benham Abernathy.
Yeah, Ferguson getting the job done in that group, and there's just a lot of opportunistic maneuvers going on here. We've got 2 laps to go in this thing. And this fight on your screen right now that's got Ferguson in it, that's 8th, 9th, 10th, and so on. Defense from Ferguson is going to keep Abernathy behind him. This entire group fighting just inside the top 10.
Yep, indeed. Up at the front, Kopakidze leads by 0.3 of a second. Oh, at the top of the screen, you saw a couple of karts coming to grief coming out of I-70 as we cut back to this great battle. Abernathy now defending from Edward Kennedy, then Ferguson, then Roberts, then it's Shotaro Sunakawa on the Praga kart who gets shown the door. He's off. He's wheeling it to get back on the 213. Oh, and he gets absolutely nailed there by, as he came back onto the circuit, by William Vito. There wasn't much room for Vito to go anywhere there, but plumb into the rear bumper of Sunakawa's go-kart.
Yeah, now we're on the last lap, and it's Kobakidze who's got half a second at the line. I'm not sure. We'll have to see if we got Bjerrejean keeping him close. Have one more shot potentially, as we're still looking at the fight further back. That's Abernathy trying to now hold off the 269. That's Kennedy and then Ferguson. So that is 8, 9, 10. Our leaders well up the road. These guys are rolling around 11 seconds astern from the top two, and actually I just saw them go by there. Barely a flash on the background of the screen. It is a pretty good gap from the top two. So this is the closest fight right now, is Abernathy doing everything to try to hold on to that spot.
I gotta say, you know, this watching Davin Roberts in this race, it's like watching the first Rocky film. The fight at the end, where, you know, he has just taken slug after slug after slug after punch, and he's still somehow standing. But up at the front, Mate, Kobakidze, Georgia, Tbilisi, the Gladiator, P1 again from Bjerrejean, Katowski third, Malquit fourth, Kidd, then Olivier Chassé. Didn't notice Olivier Chassé, the Prime Power Team driver, sneak ahead of the battle pack to finish P6. Drysdale, Abernathy, Kennedy, and in the top 10 after one heck of a slugfest. Yeah, the veteran heavyweight almost, you know, standing there. Everyone's taking a shot at poor Davin Roberts, and he staggers home in 10th place. Wrist Landon Bua. Good recovery from Bua.
Huge. He was P last there.
Yeah,
for a
P
minute.
last, yeah. Max Maitev, Troy Ferguson, Shotaro Tsunakawa rounding out the top 15.
Yeah, that was huge for Boer, as you say. Actually ended up even on the event. Finished his 12th spot after, again, finishing last there, or starting the chase from the back part of the grid. And then Olivier Chassé, as you said, up 10 spots.
Yeah.
So that's another one where we're digging, getting forward, making that progress. Fast lap from Malquit. Hey, fast lap on the last lap by themselves for Isaac. So we know there's speed there. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens when we get everybody lined up according to where their race pace and race finishes are, because we can end up having one heck of a race in the pre-final.
Yes.
Bro, Davin was so annoying. I know. How did I get such a big gap on you guys after they... Because you kept defending. Yeah? Yeah. And every time I would pass him, like cross him over, I would just get moved off the track. By him? By whoever's behind. Like every time him or whoever else was behind, the Benham kid just kept pushing me off track.
Benham punching me into you in turn one.
Well, as we move up to the front of the scale line, star of the day, Matsui Kawakatsu. Well, it's going to take me a minute to get that name right. Henry knows you very well, and he's a big fan of yours, and I'm sure you're starting to make definitely an impression of some kind with a performance like that. So talk to me. How's your first weekend here in the U.S. been, Mate?
Yeah, it's great. I like the US really a lot, and the track is really fun too.
And talk to me, what's been the adjustments you guys have made, if any, or as you've gone through Thursday, Friday, and through today to recap those first 3 days of action?
The car has been pretty much the same. I like it a lot, and it's really quick, as we can see.
There you go. Matsui Kawakatsu, already another heat race win. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. They're hearing back from some of our junior drivers there in the line. Just kind of hearing them talk back and forth. You can definitely tell there's different opinions about how things are going on. But we've got another opportunity here to grab a word from the sponsor. So we're going to do that so we can be back and rolling and ready for our cadets and our mini and micros here in just a moment.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I just love shopping. I love shopping too. Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome back to Newcastle, Indiana. Kart Chasers coverage of the RMC US Trophy Final Race ROTAX Trophy Final here. We've got our micros and minis circulating on their outlap. We're going to have racing underway here shortly. Just a quick reminder as we get going. Double digits, as you see there, going to be your micro drivers. Triple digits, starting with a 1 there, it's going to be the minis. And we've seen already a bit of a mixture at the sharp end. It's the 92 of Jack Katowski, rather. In the micro divisions, able to be right there with our top mini runners. Our front row looking for the green this time. Into the tram lanes. Short run there, already under green. Here we go down to the first corner. Katowski's going to slot in behind, down to the inside. It's going to be Farrow holding it. Farrow's going to have Myers roll right on through. We're going to be clean and green through the first corner. Low, both of them, both Farrow and Katowski drop a wheel. It's going to be a different leader for the first time in a while. Myers into the scoreboard corner around the outside. Another shot. I believe that's going to be Tarango possibly.
Yeah, up into P3 for the Ruthless Karting Machine. Oh, that's the 167 kart. That is the Ruthless Karting Machine of Lucas Tarango. It's LaRusso up into P3. Hudson Howard also making a big move there on Lennox Lockhart going in to scoreboard bend. Hudson up into what is now 5th position, I think, there. But yeah, we're definitely, complexion has changed at the start of this race because of that issue down at turn number 1 for Farrow and Katowski.
And I think unforced errors for the pair of them. I kind of feel like it was just following the other driver off. Farrow dropping a couple of wheels, and I think it was actually Katowski just doing the same thing. But how about Farrow bouncing back, still grabbing
P2.
Back to P2 already, and now trying to give chase to Myers.
And behind them, that was LaRusso misjudging his braking going into I-70 there. Treveri loses out. Lockhart is now back in front of Howard, and I've got to say, if I was this group there, I'd be more concerned with sort of working together and trying to get on terms with Farrow, because don't forget, he's won the first 2 races in the mini class and is heading towards a dominant pole position in the pre-final. The more they push the more they push Farrow back, the better their chances. Oh, there's the 196, Harrison Jeffrey. Now, Heston Jeffrey, Harrison's brother, already has a ticket to Bahrain. Harrison doesn't, and his chances are looking slimmer and slimmer as the day progresses.
Just a quick note on Katowski, the other driver that dropped that wheel fell well back to 19th.
Yes.
So not a quick recovery there. Now, to be fair, not racing all these other minis, so not hurting him as bad. Still the leader in micro the last time by.
Yeah, Katowski, 17th.
Exactly. A couple of spots up from Grayson Kennefick, P2 in the micro category. But on screen, new leader here for mini. That is Farrow getting done. The job by over Myers.
The new leader, old leader, Arthur Farrow there. Now, can Myers keep Farrow pegged back? Treveri 3rd, LaRusso 4th, Tarango 5th, Howard and Lockhart next in line. Yusuf Addy, followed by Josh Wheeler, Lawrence Perryman making an appearance in the top 10. It's been a tough morning for Lawrence. Corner worker running, that is normally the sign that somebody has gone off somewhere. We'll see about that, but already you could see Farrow inching away. Holden Myers not able. Well, let's have a look. Myers has got to try and get in the slipstream. There's a spin. It's an REM kart. It is the number 120 of Ruben Greer, who was about 21st, is going to be a lot further back now.
Yeah, Myers has actually been towards the sharp end the entire time, been pretty consistent. If they can just get through the first opening laps, again, we're not quite done with the first half. It's been a hectic first 4 or 3 laps already, but Myers has had the pace to be right there with Farrow if they can settle in.
Now, Lennox Lockhart losing another place there to the number 137 of Joshua Wheeler. Yusuf Addy is also now in front of the Velocity Racing Sodi Kart driver through turn number 7. Now round Thunder Valley, the number 122 kart, the privateer entry of Dalton Sears is chasing Lockhart down as they go over the back straight towards Tech Barn Bend, and all does not seem to be well with the number 114 kart of Lennox Lockhart, one of the pace setters throughout practice yesterday, and indeed the day before. He was very rarely out of the top 3, and it's not gone well for Lockhart today. He has now a nibble at Perryman, And in the same vein as Davin Roberts, everyone is taking their shots at Lockhart.
Yeah, it was both Sears and Perriman sneaking their way by, and as you say, the 114. I'm doing a little bit more of a catch-up opportunity here because not having the same kind of pace now, it looks like we've moved up a little bit. We were trying to grab what's going on more towards the front. I think that's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all in that group. Move to the inside. That is Adi making the job done on Howard.
Yes, indeed. So Yusuf Adi, and there's actually following him through is the number 137, Joshua Wheeler. So Hudson Howard, again, expecting Hudson to be up at the front there. Farrow, Myers, Chaveri, LaRusso, Tarango. Then Adi, Howard, Wheeler, Sears, Perriman, Lockhart, Jeffrey, Lipka, Lott. And the leading Micromax kart is still Jack Katowski in 15th position.
Yeah, moving on up. Again, fell all the way back to Dingner, 20th, now working their way back up to Katowski. But up front for the minis, Meyer still holding tough with Farrow, actually equaling the lap times very, very closely. Both the top two cutting their best laps, as well as 4th, 5th, and 6th, all of their best laps. Fastest driver on the track, Joshua Wheeler, a couple of laps ago.
I think Jasper Knepper might have been the kart that was retiring. We saw a kart parked on the outside of I-70 bend there. There is Katowski now trying to fight his way back into contention. He's following Perriman. Behind him, I just saw a move Heston Jeffrey trying to make the part. No, there was it. Heston Jeffrey trying to make a pass. Oh, and what's the matter with Katowski? Katowski's pitting. Katowski, I am getting word, the technical flag for a mechanical problem for Jack Katowski. Game over, and that will give the lead in Micromax to Grayson Kennefic. Kennefic over Jack Clem, followed by Kuiper Nelson, Andreas Pena in Micromax.
2 laps to go here in the final of the 3 heats, and guess what? It is Myers who's been able to stay with it and now making a little bit of inroads, actually just shy of 2/10 faster than Arthur Farrell last time by. The comp kart is going to be taking the fight to the leader here this time by, I think, as the inroads have been happening little bit, and that last time certainly within the draft and has a shot.
Yes, indeed. Up over the brow through Thunder Valley. The penultimate lap. Wheeler looks to the inside of LaRusso. Not happening there. Here comes Howard having a look at Tarango. That doesn't happen either. Up at the front. Has Holden Myers got anything in the tank for Arthur Farrow? They come through turn 14. Around 15. They will get the last lap board. Can this be Holden Myers' chance to prevent Arthur Farrow from taking a complete clean sweep?
I'll tell you right now, that was a very nice and smooth line. He is using all of the track, opening up the wheel, and he's just carrying a little bit more speed, although I think maybe missed the turn in just a little bit right there. That was unfortunate because it was tidy up to that point for Myers, although he did point ahead like he's almost satisfied with being P2.
Well, I mean, I was thinking, do you know what? Whether I win this race or come second, that's not going to alter the fact that Arthur Farrow is going to be on pole position. So I'm going to think to myself, well, second is absolutely fine for me. Second, I'm maximising where I thought I would be able to start the pre-final. So why risk it for the proverbial biscuit? That's a radio phrase. Do you risk it for a biscuit? Farrow, meanwhile, checks over his shoulder. This has all gone swimmingly well. I'm going to get back to the awning. My mechanic, Darryl Malotti, is going to be very pleased with me. My dad is going to be pleased with me. I can not phone my younger brother just yet to say I'm going to come to Bahrain with you. The job is not done, but things is looking good. Chaveri and Addy finished 3rd and 4th. There's the battle across the line for the rest of the places in the top 10. Lucas Tarango, Dalton Sears, Josh Wheeler, Hudson Howard, Massimo LaRusso and Lennox Lockhart complete the top 10. Lipka, Perriman, Lott, Heston Jeffrey next. Lincoln Lima in P15, followed by Tyson Underwood, Roman Gaetano, Cristiano Del Grosso, Harrison Jeffrey, Nicholas LaRusso, and then your leading Micromax driver home, Jack Clem.
Jack Clem getting the job done. Remember, it was Grayson Kennefick that was leader for a bit there. Big mover at the front, Dalton Sears. If I remember correctly, Heat 2 did not go so well for Sears. And this is a nice little bounce back, got some good speed, going to be moving to the front, and going to have a shot at it in the pre-final.
Yes, he will. That is for certain. As you look down the running or the finishing order, rather. Oh, it's 2 heat races to go. Now, on my travels through the paddock a moment ago, I bumped into a very stiff and sore looking Davis Barr, whose back has decided that his back doesn't want to compete anymore this weekend. So unfortunately, in Masters, Davis Barr is withdrawal, and he was carrying a large bucket of ice with him, which I imagine he's going to go and sit on now to try and get, there is the number 18 Kart of Jasper Knepper. As we watch Jasper Knepper make his way back to the tech area. The tech area is where Haley Donaldson is waiting with Holden Myers.
I think I was just missing a little bit of consistency because some laps I'd close up, some laps I wouldn't. I think kart's good. I think we just needed a little bit more consistency.
You've been fairly consistent all day with your finishes. What are you looking for going into this pre-final to make sure that you do come out on top of this one?
Just trying to make the kart more dialed in. Trying a few things down the straightaway and making us faster.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, missing consistency a little bit. And you pointed that out, Mike, didn't you? You just said the kart looked really good one lap, and then, now that might be, Holden is admitting that might be a driver issue. There is three-time heat winner, Arthur Farrow.
Yeah, I don't think there's a pace problem with Myers. I mean, you could see he had his personal best lap, the second to last lap, and it's just one of those things where if you can hit that lap all the time, it was the missing the apex, or missing the turn-in rather, for that I-70 deal that kind of sealed the deal, but he actually looked a little bit better than our race winner in the 2 laps prior.
But of course, Holden Myers is thinking to himself, there are 2 tickets. At the moment, if things finish tomorrow like they stand today, Holden Myers will be on the plane to Bahrain. So he's got that going on in his head as well. Of course I want to win, but I also want to be putting that Team USA race suit on. Here we go then with the third and final heat in Masters. We are down to 6, ladies and gentlemen. Can anybody stop John Bonanno from making it 3 wins out of 3? Well, Scott Roberts and John Crow will be trying their darndest to do so.
Yeah, John's definitely been the cream of the crop the entire time. Had a little bit in the pocket. Seen both Roberts and John Crow get a little bit closer. But again, we talked about it before, with this category especially, it's a bunch of tests.
Yep.
It's a bunch of just fine-tuning, having the most understanding of your go-kart, the track, because we know it's all going to change for tomorrow. So for this class specifically, because of the size, it's going to come down to, honestly, how good are you in the less grippy conditions, the slick stuff with the wet that's going to be showing up tomorrow morning, and how good are you at manipulating the ride that you have. So those 2 things are going to be big.
Yes, indeed. Roberts. Now, the Speed Concepts team, they made advances on the setup between heats 1 and 2. They haven't had as much time between heats 2 and 3. Have they been able to just make a couple of extra little tweaks, in that time? What about John Crow and gamesmanship beginning? 6 karts, 6 wily veterans. They come into the tram lines, lights are out, we are off and racing. McGinley makes a great start to cut across the front of Crow and take 3rd place down to I-70, but Roberts That's the best start we've seen Roberts make all day.
I thought that he might have actually had a shot to make the move. He's going to try it right now on scoreboard. Banana trying to cover him off. No dice. How about Roberts going to carry it on through? New leader, a different leader for the first time. Here comes Banana's going to hold on it over McGinley. McGinley, once again, 3 for 3 on these great starts.
Now, one thing we haven't noticed is anybody got out on fresh tyres, or are they saving them for the pre-final? You might think, well, why would anybody use a second set of tyres today? Why would we? They're all going to wait for the final tomorrow. Well, the final tomorrow, 99% certain is going to take place in the rain, or if not in the rain, on a wet track. The forecast tomorrow is on the south side of abysmal. So, hey, why not throw the dice? I mean, you could see an awful lot of people going out new tyre in the pre-final. Have we seen Roberts said, what the heck, I'll go out in heat number 3. Let's just get a win on the board to give Bonanno something to think about. Bonanno, however, is now setting up base camp on the rear bumper of Roberts' kart. The more that Roberts can keep Bonanno behind him, the closer these two can get. Oh, as I say that, curse the commentator, Bonanno retakes the lead. Roberts' advantage lasted a single circulation, or did it? Game on, elbows are out, and our wheels are being sharpened, Mike.
Well, absolutely. In this particular category, there's only one shot to try to have something for Bonanno, and if you're close, take it, because you're probably not going to get another one. And this is the first time we've had to see anything from John Bonanno as far as not leading. Another inside move here.
Great move.
No crossover going to happen. But hey, how are you, John Crow? Now we got 3 in a row. Let's see if anybody can do something down the straightaway in I-70, because this section right here, been the strongest for Bonanno, but Roberts stays right with him onto the straightaway with the draft. Let's see what we get here as we go down the line. Will we see defense from Bonanno? Will we see a crossover from the other guys?
Well, Roberts is in a feisty mood. We know that. He looks to the inside. New leader. Bonanno does the crossover. Here comes Crow for second. Who said that Masters was going to be a snooze fest? It wasn't one of us, was it? No. Ooh, side by side. Crow on the grass. Keeps it pinned. Has that finally given Bonanno a bit of breathing space, although Crow makes the pass in the grass.
I want to give a little bit of a hat tip to Roberts, because I think he probably gave him a little bit of love after that little bit of not quite enough on the X. So a hat tip to these guys. Good stand-up racing there. But, that little schmozzle is given the opportunity for Bonanno to pull away a little bit. Now, will we see a little bit extra? What did Crow find? We already got something from Roberts. Does Crow have everything left?
I got to say, that's a great word to sum that little situation up. A schmozzle. a little schmozzle. It was one step up from a kerfuffle.
Hey, look at this. We actually got a pretty good little run from Crow onto the straightaway. He did not have a good start. If there's an Achilles right now for the 931, it is the starts. He's routinely fallen back on those and not been able to get the forward progress. But here is where his car has been the best, as he closes up in the draft a little bit on Bonanno. From this point through to Cell Tower, advantage 931. Did he get anything extra on the rest of the circuit?
It's the easy thing to say would be that, there's only 7 karts or 6 karts. This is the easiest race of all to win because there's only 6 of you. No, not the case at all. Each of these drivers, you have to work just as hard as in any other class to win one of these races. I'll stand by that. Yeah, there are only 6 drivers. However, you've still got to get everything right. Bonanno shown here. Now the lap times. John Bonanno, 106.5 so far. The lap times are dropping off because the tyres are also dropping off. A 105.9 for Bonanno, but Crow, a 106.001. John Crow didn't get that lap time in Heat 2 at all. So he's made real gains with that kart. The tyre is older and yet the pace is increasing. And he's keeping Bonanno well and truly on his toes. So if you think this is easy, think again.
John Crow is digging. He's sending it into the corners. The one thing that he's not getting is the exit speed. That's where Bonanno is getting him. He's surging into the corner, trying to carry the speed through, and it's working okay in a few spots, using some curb, trying to shorten up the course. Look at the Bonanno ride there, that's just getting the inside thing to pick, getting it to rotate. John's trying to cut the course through as much as possible using the curb, especially through this last complex, but especially at I-70, just does not have the exit speed in that factory kart that Bonanno does in the comp kart.
Yeah, no, but and also think of this. If you're driving, I mean, this, I said before, this is the world debut for the factory kart 2.0. Okay, this is its competition debut. Who wouldn't want to be able to say, yeah, but I was the first person to win on the kart that you just built? It matters not what class. I was the first person to win. You know, number one, the very first win was me. You know, regardless of what class. That's going to be something that driving John Crow as well. Bragging rights. Doesn't matter how old you are, bragging rights are bragging rights. And egos are egos.
Indeed. And speaking of which, this battle on screen right now is actually McGinley on Roberts. Roberts maybe overheated things a little bit, fought awfully hard in the very, very beginning, and was able to take the lead. Is he fading a little earlier because of that? Who knows? But McGinley is really putting the pressure on Roberts here as we got the second half of the race rolling.
Yeah, but you know what? I got a feeling that you're exactly right in your summation there, Mike. Roberts pushed hard early. Maybe the setup was designed for the tyres to be on straight away. You know, hey, take the fight. If you're leading, then, you know, hey, the second half of the race you're going to have to defend. Do you know what? It was worth the risk. It was worth the confidence. Okay, he's got up. He's passed Bonanno. He's the only person so far that has been able to pass Bonanno. Now he's suffering a little bit, but hey, was it worth it? I think probably, yeah, because he's running third. Where's he run all day? Third. Okay, he's got a fight on his hands to keep McGinley at bay, but we're P3, we're okay.
Yeah, McGinley getting off of I-70 awfully well that time as well. So the comp karts, at least those two that we've been looking at, certainly getting off of it pretty well. And actually, I think that if McGinley could turn his really good start into early session pace, he could be more in the conversation in that entire deal. And we've been talking about the factory kart and John Crow, what he's doing in the Masters. We've actually got Xander down there with one of the guys who, or if not the guy, making things happen there with factory kart, Billy Musgrave.
Yeah, and we're both keeping a close eye here on John Crow as the Masters Max Heat number 3 comes to a close. A lot of you obviously can recognize Billy off of yesterday alone. This is him with a helmet off. Over 1 million views between all the clips. But nonetheless, Billy, we still have the slit in the seat, and we've still got a little bit, unfortunately, of work to do to get to the front. What's the difference? What are we lacking?
Well, I just went back to the pit, and this time I cut a different part of the go-kart off. So I'm feeling pretty confident about that. I really just need to keep out of the crashes. In the first heat, I had to go off the track to avoid a crash, and in the second heat, the crash came from behind and found me. So getting more comfortable with the tire. I feel like that pace last heat, like even though I was just by myself in the back of the pack after the crash, I feel more comfortable, so at least I'm starting to figure it out. I guess better late than never. So yeah, having fun, learning the new car. You know, really happy with the pace that Cooper's got. It's really cool to see, and it's always nice when somebody else can hop in the equipment and it goes the number. It means a lot.
And we both were talking here right before this interview, too. This place is tough to figure out. I mean, talk to you about even just today's progression of what the grips felt like.
Yeah, so this morning, obviously, slippery first session. Quali a little loose, but coming in. Obviously, lap times were fast. Didn't really time the lap right on my end, but that's my problem. And then the first heat, the sun was out, track was gripped up, and, cars were fast, second, third place. So, I got work to do on my end, but from from bird's eye view, the equipment's working. And then, the wind picks up, cloud cover kind of rolls in, and the track kind of goes a completely different way. So it's always on your toes, and you just kind of got to be quick to adapt.
It's Billy Musgrave. Again, a little bit of work, unfortunately, to get to the front in heat number 3, but don't count the SCUSA Pro Tour Pro Shifter champ out. Got a lot of expectations on you, Billy. Good luck.
Yeah. If all else fails, just hack a bit off your go-kart. That's what I took from that interview. Great stuff.
I gotta tell you, I like to be a part of development of go-karts and stuff like that, but I typically am on an OTK. I can't tell you that my R&D skills will go into cutting any OTK parts off. And speaking of people who are digging deep and find a little extra, how about the guy on our screen, that comp kart right there, McGinley, getting the job done on Roberts. That's a new P3 driver here as we are on the final lap.
Yep, well, Scott Roberts, 1 lap to maintain his 100% record of finishing 3rd. And doesn't look like it's going to happen. McGinley has come on strong. These two drivers are only 5 seconds behind Bonanno. There's the move. Roberts, just I say it doesn't look like it's going to happen. He pulls one out of the bag. McGinley tries to cross over through green corner. Now down through Thunder Valley we go, and up the other side towards Cell Tower Bend. And again, hey, we rolled the dice setup wise, tyre pressure wise. We led a bit, it then didn't work a bit, and where did we finish? Exactly where we finished the first 2 races. We learned something.
Well, exactly. That's what it's all about through the heat races. They're going to have one more opportunity today to do that. It's the pre-final, but I don't know how much this guy needs to learn. The 972 going perfect there. John Bonanno, the other John Crow this weekend. He's going to be rolling with his best effort for P2. As we say, Scott Roberts, McGinley rolling out the top 4 with Mr. Doug Foxworth getting across the line.
There he goes, D-Money. And a 105.492 for John Bonanno. That is exactly 1/10 of a second slower than his fastest lap from heat number 1. The track's changing, the weather is changing, but still staying dry. We're going to have a quick change as we hear from some of our sponsors.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Well, there is a look at your Heat 2 winner from Senior ROTAX, Cameron Nelson, as we get set to go with the final heat race of the day. At the end of this race, there will be a short break of about 15 or 20 or so minutes, just while the organisers compile the grids for the pre-finals. And then, to round off Kart Chaser's coverage of the day, we will have all 4 pre-finals for you. There's William Boutillier there having a chat with his mechanic there. It's been a promising day from Boutillier, I think. It's, how do I say this? That, you know, we know he's fast, and he proved that in qualifying. In terms of racecraft against some of these names, it shows that William has got a little bit of work to do, you know, just a little bit, and of course. But what I've noticed is that drivers learn very quickly. I'm gonna upset Jamie Dyer and Cameron Nelson now. Last year at the ROTAX Grand Finals, Nelson sat on the pole for the junior final. They say otherwise, but the way that I saw Cameron drive this first half of the final was a driver that got nervous about the occasion. Got to him a little bit, and he didn't drive with the same sort of air of confidence and, nay, I say, arrogance in the final, and eventually it cost him the win. Look at him this year, taking on all comers. Yeah, new track, new country, new set of rivals. Is he phased? No, he's gone out and he's won. So drivers learn very quickly. Paulie Massimino and William Boutillier, row number 1. Diego Ramos, Cameron Nelson, row 2. Jensen Burnett, Paul Hamburg, row 3, Antoine Lemieux, Oliver Hodgson, row 4. The top 10 rounded up by Timothy Pernod and Cooper Auclair, Frankie Mossman, Arnaud Saborin, Billy Musgrave, Ryan Raffer, Derek Wargo, Aidan Fox, Eli Warren, Aidan Carruthers, Caleb Gafara, and John O'Markison, the Aussie in P20. Marco Kasich and John Wade are next. Ludovic Saborin and Brandon Atkins, Aidan Galway and Emilio Deloro, Tristan Altman, Pookie, and Josh Norman on row 14. Tommy Traylor, Owen Spate, Garrett Moran, Keelan Turingi, Maggie Webster, Caitlin Hottenstein, Dustin Williams, Theo Silveira, and Riker Ekholm. Oh no! Whatever Billy Musgrave just soared off his go-kart, I think it might have been something he needed. Musgrave out of this one.
And he's looking at the left rear. That's where like the brake area would be, not the chain. So that's an interesting scenario they've got over there.
Is that a hub that is locked? Is that something that is moved and is rubbing? It's game
not turning.
over.
It doesn't look like the rear end's turning, so it's locked down.
It's game over. That could even be a bit of axle keyway or something getting caught. Something that is game over for Billy Musgrave. If it can happen to one factory kart, could it happen to the other one?
Well, to be fair, he's his own mechanic, so I would imagine maybe no. I think everybody else is tuning on their own stuff.
Yeah, and Billy's the only one that just soared a bit off the go-kart in between races.
Well, got to try everything.
You've got, hey, it's a development session. You've got to try. Oh, there's a few drop. Wow.
Off pole side did not get going there. You see slotting into the 4th spot is Boutillier. Boutillier just did not get going. Now they're going to come off the corner 2x2 behind. Big run behind. How about that? That's going to be the 304 of Nelson now sweeping to the outside. Big run around. Can he get one or none? None but slot in, only losing 2.
Yes, I've got to say, start line infringements incoming. There was a couple of drivers that, how shall I say this, anticipated the start a little bit earlier than some of the others there at the back. I am sure we'll keep an eye on that one as, by and large, a very clean start from the field. Here we go, up at the front. It is Massimino, Ramos, and is that Antoine Lemieux up in 3rd position, or is it Jensen Burnett? It's an REM kart, and it is Lemieux.
very, very good on start for that, because Lemieux moving about 3 spots. Again, I think it's that off-pole side just not getting going. Yep. You see that crossover setup to try to make something happen. Also really easy to bag out, and that's exactly what happened with Ramos. He set up. If there was an opportunity, he could have taken it. There wasn't. Now he just wants Pauly to push. Will he make the move in the scoreboard? There's not going to be a hole for him to do it. Pauly keeping the door shut.
Yeah, Pauly was defending the inside line there, which tells me that he just needs another lap or two on the tyre to get the pressure up for him to feel comfortable. Behind them, there is exit stage left, the 302, one of the Saboyans, Boutillier, and Josh Norman goes for a wild ride in the Hi-Fi Performance Texas kart. He gets back online. Now Cooper Auclair in the sole remaining factory kart entry. He is running in 11th place just behind Frankie Mossman. Now you can see Massimino starting to sort of spread the field out a little bit more. He's happy with his tyre.
Well, and also to your point, maybe he likes the second half of the course more than the first half of the course.
That's
like, maybe I'll cover here so I can pull away there, and then I've got a little bit of advantage in this section of the course right here. Is Hodgson getting the job done, trying to get a run. But how about Boutillier going backwards? It's actually the 377 of Mossman having a big drop-off right there. He's going to lose a little bit of momentum. Inside move, Ramos to the lead. Ramos stealing away from Massimino, and it's going to be Ramos now. He's going to try to pull away from the infighting behind.
Through Thunder Valley. Massimino says, okay, I'm up to speed with this whole ROTAX style of attack. Anything you can do, I can do better. Mikey, I think your point was exactly right there. Maybe Pauly is not as comfortable with the setup through the first half, where of course you can get slipstream. Nelson on Lemieux looking over his shoulder, and Lemieux now going backwards down towards the lower end of the top 10. But yeah, you're right, Massimino, his kart, he knows he's under pressure. Look at Hodgson. Hodgson again at the end of lap number 1 was 8th. Now he's up to 5th.
There's a lot of that we're seeing where there's one half of the circuit or the other half of the circuit the drivers are excelling at, and it could just be that you need to cover one to get the other. But back to the front is Massimino. Ramos is going to come under fire right now. Burnett to the inside, a little bit of wheel to wheel, still there. Ramos doesn't have. He's like, hey, let's get going. We're going to let that guy by. Burnett's like, yeah, that's why I'm trying to get around you to go get him.
Yeah, and I think, Jensen's going to say, okay, then Diego, I'll give you a lap or two. Prove me wrong. Prove that you've got the pace to get at the front. In fact, no, I'm going to give you 2 corners, and then I'm going to pass you anyway. That will send Diego's mood from dark to possibly bubonic, because Hodgson is now up into P4. Nelson is 5th. Pernod, Lemieux, Mossman, Auclair, and Ryan Raffa, the Full Tilt Racing backed kart in number 315, running out of the Mike Doty Racing tent this weekend. Raffa's been flying under the radar, but doing a sterling job.
We got Massimino keeping that lead. Now this is going to be the first opportunity we see clean air run for Burnett in this heat race. Ramos not close enough to make a move there, but behind him, Hodgson is going to have all kinds of action going on. It is a train of karts. He wants people to chill out for just long enough to make some inroads. Just behind him, I believe, I lost the number on that one, but is that going to be... Mossman was there for a minute.
Yeah. Oh, there's Pernod to the inside of Mossman. The Team USA race suit of Cooper Auclair also in the mix. Now, Diego Ramos is showing the... and there is the 363 trailer kart tech machine of a very, very upset Tommy Trailer. Well, in all fairness, Tommy, that's the furthest I've seen a go-kart punch a barrier into the air this weekend, and he's okay because he's kicking things. So upset, yes. Injured, no. New leader, Jensen Burnett. I was going to say, Diego Ramos, even though he was probably a little bit peeved at Jensen Burnett, he didn't go back and he was like, okay, let's see. And now Diego understands why Jensen was in such a hurry to get ahead of him, because he did have the pace in his back pocket to catch and pass the race leader as we run lap 6 out of 10. And don't forget, this is Burnett stopping the bleeding. We talked about how he was 21st in Heat 1. He was 5th in Heat number 2. A win here would probably get him in and around the top 10 on the grid for the pre-final.
Well, and that's what Massimino knows in his head. It's like, I've had a couple of good finishes here.
Yes.
I don't need to go win here to have a good start. And it's just about a good start, because it's not like normal where these are going to lead you into your starting position for the final.
No.
You still have one more race to go. So it's not like you got to send the catch and sink or do anything possible. No, be smooth, methodical. You got 4 laps to go here. Make sure you finish well.
But also, I think that if the Jensen Burnett kart was, say, Cameron Nelson or Oliver Hodgson or even Diego Ramos, I think you might have seen Massimino defend a little bit more. But because he knows that Burnett's not a threat to his starting position in the final, it's like, okay, you go, because, my starting position for the pre-final isn't affected by you finishing ahead of me. If it was one of the karts that had 2 other good results like Paulie, then the story might be a little bit different. And I'm not saying Paulie's not going to attack Burnett. That's, to not go for the win is not in Paulie Massimino's nature. However, he is thinking one eye on the big prize.
Yeah, exactly. And again, just trying to get through everything to make sure we have a good spot. Ramos here awfully close to Paulie. Onto the straightaway here. We've got 3 laps to go. This is going to be an opportunity. Watch for the setup to the outside and crossover. Doesn't look close enough. No, he's going to send it anyway. Inside move. Ramos to P2.
Now Paulie looks over his shoulder. Have the alarm bells started to ring? No, not quite. But Paulie looking back. Nelson is quite a way back. So's Hodgson. They're not any immediate threat. However, if I start messing around with Diego Ramos, then they will become a more immediate threat, and then my starting position for the pre-final could be under a bit more pressure.
And this is our first opportunity to really see Ramos have a shot at going for the lead. He's had some moves up front, but usually have ended in some kind of schmozzle, there's the word again, but
schmozzle or kerfuffle.
Some kind of scenario where he doesn't get a chance to try. If Paulie pushes him up there, it'll be his first opportunity, or if he can get there on his own accord. Do we see enough from Ramos to give us a little bit of a glimpse of what we might see in the future?
Yeah, there at the live heat points, it would be Massimino on pole for the pre-final alongside Hodgson and Ramos in 3rd.
Now, I believe if Ramos does take the win, that gives him 0 points. You're going to see a swing there. That would be advantage Ramos to get on the front row. So there is something to play here for Ramos to take a W as it gets updated as we go. Yeah, I believe a move for Ramos to P1. We'll see him grab the off-pole position. Actually, if he gets that and Massimino stays where he's at, it might be pole.
Question. Would you rather start 2nd for the pre-final or 3rd?
Oh, okay. Second is not going to be where I want to be. So far, the start hasn't been there, and the shove is happening on the inside. I don't want to be on the outside through I-70.
So, now, hey, Diego's team are watching Kart Chaser. Will they be sending a signal, stay, stay, stay? Don't stay, like a puppy, stay. Good boy.
And
stay.
As soon as they start doing all that, Hodgson's the other one in that conversation, running around in 4th. So out front with a little bit of a wheel drop there. Here's going to be our first opportunity from Ramos. Look over the shoulder. This is going to be the move for the lead. Is Ramos close enough? Defense from your leader. Over, under from Massimino. Not going to even really try. He's going to keep pushing. Ramos, first opportunity down here. Without any kind of defense, he'll have it. But full defense from Burnett, which you expected.
Yeah, Ramos could be forced into a scrap that he doesn't necessarily want to be in. Here comes Hodgson. Hodgson could steal away a couple of positions. A little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there between Massimino and Ramos as Hodgson made his move. Hodgson like a freight train. That could change everything.
That could be pole for pre-final at least. And again, just the pre-final. I say just because we got a whole nother race to determine things. But that was big. Didn't quite have the clearance on the exit. There's another move to the inside. Mossman, I believe, is going to get it done right there. Or was that Lemieux?
That was Lemieux on Ramos. Well, let's see. Oh no, Pernod is out. Ramos is out. Lemieux is out. A huge crash with 3 corners to go. Burnett wins from Hodgson. Nelson and Massimino.
Now that changes everything.
That changes everything. I wonder if we can have a little sneaky look at the grid positions as they stand now.
Well, and here's the thing. We got a pre-final to run. Those guys, if they have damage, they got to make sure their carts are all straight before we get going.
And they have not got much time at all, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, dear.
Wow.
Pinot crosses the line 27th. Lemieux crosses the line 29th. Ramos 30th. We lost a couple of karts. We lost Garrett Moran, Marco Kasich, Tommy Trailer. From that one, it'll be very interesting to see how that affects the positions for the starting lineup. And that really, here's the shopakr.com replay, and it was,
Was that
now,
Mossman in the back of that group?
well, whoever it was, the guilty party left the scene of the crime unscathed.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you right now, that was not an unforced error of any kind.
No,
so
no.
Not only does it, I believe that's going to give advantage Hodgson for the pole for pre-final.
Quite
We
possibly.
were talking about stopping the bleeding for Jensen Burnett.
Oof.
Well,
what a great
how
result.
about this? He had a bad result. Well, now you have several other contenders
Yep.
that also had it. Where do they all shake out?
Exactly, because it's not as though all Jensen's main rivals have had it now clean sailing through the through the three heats there. But that shopakr.com replay was
telling.
Some might say damning. And one driver that is blissfully unaware of what happened there with 3 corners to go is Jensen Burnett, who's now down with our own Haley Donaldson.
Jensen, it's a win on that one. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great, especially after the first heat performance I had, getting crashed out. I think it's going to be really good for the points.
Does this feel like a good recovery for you to salvage some points going into the pre-final?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be P1 starting for the pre-final, but at least instead of 20th, we're going to be starting somewhere in top 10, somewhere top 5. So I'm pretty happy with it.
Thank you.
Well, for Oliver Hodgson here today, this has been a day of a lot of close racing. You've been kind of in the epicenter of it all. You had to drive through the field a little bit after qualifying, but even when we spoke off camera after qualifying, you felt like you were pretty good and the field was close. And now with three heat races in the books, where's your head at?
Yeah, I mean, the car felt good this morning, so it kind of makes sense to me that it seems to race well. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are very close, so I'm excited I'm in the fight. I think I would like more, but I'm guessing that everyone here in the top kind of 5 to 10 karts are saying the same thing. So, yeah, my head is just looking forward to it and just trying to get the carburation a little bit better every time.
How much have the changing conditions throughout the day, from the cooler temps in the morning, then the sunlight, now it's kind of gotten a bit overcast and windy, really put you guys under the test to try and hit the carburation right?
Good question. I don't know if it's made a huge difference with to be honest, it's hard for me to quantify that. So I've been started behind on that this morning, but I guess I'm typically a conservative guy who's like, all right, onus is on me to drive. So it's like, I'll drive with it like this, and then we'll start to inch towards where we need to go. So
there you go. Well, I mean, any other things in mind before the slightly longer pre-final coming up?
Yeah, I guess the most interesting thing here will be with the weather forecast. Does anyone want to try leave a set of slicks for tomorrow, or is everyone just going to fire them on now? So
it's a good point. Congrats on the good run here, Ollie.
Thanks.
There you go, fellas. Very good bit of insight there, Mike.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be one of the things we were kind of talking about before. Is when do you use the tires? And again, we keep talking about imminent weather. However, things change sometimes. Do you want to keep them in your pocket just in case? Also, to his point about fire them up now, we've seen some people have a hard time getting everything out of the tire when it's brand new.
Oh, decisions. As you look at the finishing order there, Mossman 5th, Auclair 6th, Gafera, Fox, Boutillier, Saborian, Wargo, Rafa, Arno Saborin, then Warren and Carruthers. So, we're going to go to a commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to leave you with this thought. If I gamble on a brand new set of tyres for this next race, and then the timetable, we wait tomorrow until the weather passes and runs the final in dry, I'm going to be in a world of trouble. If I'm confident in the set of my go-kart now, am I going to say, well, do you know what, even if half the field put a new set of tyres on, I'm going to go out on my worn rubber, because come hell or high water tomorrow, both of which we could have, I'm going to be just fine. That is a decision that I'm glad I don't have to make. What would you do? We'll find out later on.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing? Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night. Come on, man. Do you have anything I can drink? Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative. Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6, yeah, it's good. B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart.
We are rolling early here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. The pre-finals in the 2025 Race ROTAX RMC US Trophy Final. 12 laps for the juniors, the seniors and the masters. 10 laps for the minis and the micros. Mate Kopakidze and Alexis Bayerjon have the field at their mercy. Isaac Marquardt, Jack Katowski on row number 2. Everybody else down to Xander Malatesta starting at the back after an issue on the dummy grid. The 217 in trouble early doors. Rory Baziuk, the field got the green, and Mike Smith, we are racing.
There it is. This is the link up that I was wondering we were going to see right out of the gate by Erjan and Kopakidze. If they stay nose tail without any defense, it'd be one story. But the defense immediately, which is what we actually expected, because that's been par for the course up to this point.
And Benham Abernathy up into P4 for the Holtz driver development team. We asked the question about tyres. Would anybody gamble? Well, there was no gamble. Every single driver on a brand new set of Mojo tyres for this race. And hauled by Erjan to the inside at turn number 11. Elbowing Kopakidze out of the way, and Isaac Marquardt up into P2.
That is the kind of racing that's going to be prevalent through this entire pre-final. I think the tone has been set early. It's been hard but fair throughout a lot of the front-running stuff. And to take the fight right away to Kopakidze, I have to say that's what I would have done as well.
Well, do you know what? This is the only race of the main 3 classes where there is just one ticket available. It is winner take all. At the moment, the driver in the pole seat is Isaac Marquardt. Is it going to be USA, Canada, Georgia? They're the 3 nations vying for the ticket. Georgia now have it. This is only the pre-final. This sets the lineup for tomorrow's main event. And judging by the fact that every single one of the 30 drivers that took the start of this race went on brand new tyres, every single one of the drivers think, tomorrow she's going to be wet.
Indeed. Bayerjan run out of road there coming out of I-70.
Oh.
Ooh, big moment there. That was actually the 277 to Abernathy. Was running 4th at the line, now well far back. And it was a scenario where they didn't give it up. They should have given that thing up, slot back in, instead try to hold the outside. They go backwards. That's what I was just going to say about Bayerjan. Bayerjan run out of road. Wasn't their fault coming at I-70. Hit the reset button, now closing back up to the top 2.
There's Marco Samut making a move in Kart 257. He's been a lot quicker than his results have suggested. And look who's woken up in Kart 215. Davin Roberts suddenly puts his second set of tyres on, and that tells me that for whatever reason, Davin wasn't happy with his first set of tyres. He puts a new set of tyres on, he's much happier, and he is now heading in the right direction as opposed to having to battle and stave off. He's on offense rather than defense, and you know what? Roberts is closing on the 3 leaders.
The previous heat races, it didn't quite matter as much, especially as we got to heat 3 as far as where you finish. It was more about finishing where you were, keeping the things in good peace. Now you need to get the spot. Where you finish here is where you start tomorrow.
Yep.
It's all to play for, and it's all meant to happen right here. This is where if you want a shot at front row, if you want a shot at pole, you've got to take the fight to Kopakidze.
And Roberts takes such a long look over his shoulder. He was, that's what clean track behind me looks like. Now, we talked about Xander Malatesta. Tools on the grid. There was a problem with the battery of the kart as we got Isaac Marquardt taking the race lead from Mate Kopakidze, or as Isaac calls him, that kid. And Kopakidze fights straight back. I want to make a very quick point. Xander Malatesta, obviously a problem with the battery. Tools on the grid, which he has to start from the back. I will say that Logan Goddard's dad was helping them out there, and I will always point out good sportsmanship because, Logan Goddard, who was starting behind Xander Malatesta, Logan doesn't want to race and beat somebody because they weren't in the race. He want everyone on track, so well done, Team Clean Gold. I know there's a lot of Team Clean Gold supporters here in the paddock. I've got to say, all resplendent in very clean white T-shirts.
Yeah, it's one thing to you get the penalty for working on the go-kart. Well, at least you got started, right? That's the thing. Here we go with the crossover maneuver. This is going to be the 96, the 296 of Bayerjan, back to P2. Now, remember, run out of road in I-70. Going to be with the drivers we got right here. This is going to be how short is the memory here for Bayerjan, and is it going to be a 2 against 1? Kobakidze, flat out, one of, if not the best driver up to this point as far as speed and racing ability, and as far as elbows up goes. It doesn't mean the other ones can't.
Nope.
It just means he's been kind of leading the charge in that regard. It could be come-uppins with some of these guys and how hard they want to run too.
Yep, that is always the risk you run. As we look at Roberts and Darren Kidd closing in P5. What price? Vernon, New Jersey's Darren Kidd snatching a ticket to Bahrain. That would be something indeed. And he is pushing Davin Roberts up toward the front. Behind the top 5, Olivier Chassé, and there's a change for 4th. Kidd slides wide, new leader though, Bayerjan by a whisker. However, Malquit goes with Kobakidze. Bayerjan's going to try the crossover coming out of scoreboard, and by Jove, he's got it.
He's got the one back. He goes right back to where it was. So all that jostling for position, they look exactly like they did on the entry to I-70. But logged that stuff away. Bayerjan didn't quite have enough, and then the other guy went with my rival. So I need to try to flip the script there and have my own shot at it.
Yes, I shall remember that, says Alexis Bayerjan. Behind the top 5, Olivier Chassé, Troy Ferguson, Marco Samut, Sebastian Rist, Landon Boer. Your top 10, Edward Kennedy, Nico Katowski, Bainham Abernathy, Kyle Drysdale, Achilles Sapirko. Your top 15, William Vita, Leo Da Silva, Shotaro Sunakawa, Luke Konjanapatak, and Max Maitev. Your top 20, Xander Malatesta up to 21st from last on the grid.
And once again, this is the pre-final. We still have all the mains tomorrow, so you don't need to throw everything away to try to make some maneuvers. You still got to get to the front. So the Malatesta is coming from the back, trying to make things happen. Keep chipping away. Keep making things happen. If you can start maybe top 15 or whatever, to get up to top 10, you have a good shot here, especially if we go wet, which we expect to. So all this fighting we got going on, don't do something that knocks you out, because you will start where you finish.
And of course, the other thing with wet weather is that it is harder to come from the back to the front. If everyone's on the same wet tyre, things get spread out a little bit more. It's harder to attack because you're already on the edge of adhesion. So a good grid position in the wet. Now, of course, if it's mixed conditions, then, a drying track, that's different. Or if it starts dry and gets wetter, that's different. That's where you do see huge movements from start to finish. But if it's a soaking wet race, you get through the first corner, it's harder then, and somebody breaks away, it is harder. Again, there is Bayerjan getting hung out to dry. 4 to the inside, Bayerjan. Well, Alexis, Kobakidze! Disaster for the Georgian driver on the outside. That was Kobakidze and Malquit. Just as I was about to say, Bayerjan needs to take a big sip of Plateau energy drink. He comes out of the turn 3 in 5th position and then ends up going into turn 4 in 2nd. It's Darren Kidd who has the lead. Oh yeah!
I want to see the replay on that one and see exactly how that went down. I know it was trying to carry the outside after having a little bit of help. There was contact there that got Kobakidze wide. I just said it a lot prior. The one thing you can't have happen is knock you to the back and have to do all that work. Kobakidze, if he's not last, he's going to be very, very close at the end of this thing.
If you wonder why I said, here we go. I will put the curse to the commentator. There's Bayerjan back the lead. I did my Macho Man Randy Savage impression to Darren Kidd and his dad yesterday in the paddock. They were quite tickled by it. And they was like, you got to commentate like it. And I was like, no, maybe if you win, I will. Thinking to myself, Darren, you've got a top 10 chance, but prove me wrong, Darren. Prove me wrong. You're having the best run I've ever seen you have. And I've been watching you now for 3 or 4 seasons. This is the best I have seen Darren Kidd drive. This is the weekend Darren Kidd proves that he belongs at the top table in junior ROTAX racing.
We had a little bit of a breakaway there. Here's our replay right here. It's going to be in the lower right. And yeah, it looked like just run out of road. The same kind of scenario that happened in I-70 earlier, this time with Kobakidze on the wrong side.
Yeah, Malkuit had made the move on Kobakidze. Malkuit sort of ran Kobakidze off track, but then as Kobakidze went off track, he was going off. He made contact a little bit and dragged Malkuit with him. Davin Roberts, and this briefly led, is now there in 4th position. Okay, so we've established one thing. Darren Kidd, this is the weekend, his career best weekend so far. Yes, he's had success at places like Daytona Kart Week, which is a huge event, but this is for a prize that money cannot buy. You cannot buy a ticket to the grand finals, and Darren Kidd is a legitimate contender for the junior ROTAX crown here.
He's going to find a little bit more. Just lost first and then second, and now he's going to come under fire to Devin Roberts. Roberts 4th. He's going to keep the pressure on Kidd. Up front, though, by Erjan. Got a little bit of an advantage. You can see it on screen, about 3 kart lengths. We're going to have 2 laps to go at the line. Next driver up, Malkuit. Malkuit's had a very tumultuous day of hard racing, up to the front, driven back up to the front, now at the front again by Erjan. The exact same thing could be said. All these drivers have been up and down, and now when it counts for a good start tomorrow, they've got all to play for with about a lap and a half remaining.
I haven't mentioned Sebastian Rist, Landon Boer and Marco Samut, who very quietly have tagged on to the lead group. Sebastian Rist looking to go back to the grand finals for the first time since 2021. Landon Boer looking to go to the grand finals for the first time. Marco Samut looking to go to the grand finals for the first time since 2022.
And both those drivers found themselves in the very, very back in one of the heat races.
Both Boer and Samut,
up right now 9 and 10 spots respectively for those 2 drivers. So things are looking up for them for a good start spot tomorrow, but we're going to have one more lap, Henry, to decide starting positions.
And I've got to say that the 3 coming into this race, Erjan, Malkuit and Kobakidze have been the most consistent, strong drivers. They have always been at the sharp end. If it comes down tomorrow to a fight between these 2 drivers currently running 1st and 2nd, then you'd say justice will have been done. However, it really does come down to the fastest 2 drivers over the course of the weekend. There's always a twist in the tail on the road to the grand finals. How about Davin Roberts going high, wide and handsome? Slim Shady for P3 from Davin Roberts, and now Roberts up into P2. He's saving the best for last. Roberts, who was nowhere, he's already going to Bahrain, but he wants to prove, hey, I'm going to be the team leader for Junior ROTAX Team USA, and you boys better remember that.
I'll tell you right now, I've seen a lot of really tall drivers be pretty dang good in the wet. I'm not sure if that includes Devin Roberts, but he's got a pretty good run going on right now. It is the fight for second. Out front's by Erjan. It is going to be Malkuit and Devin Roberts going through here. That's the fight we're watching. About 5, 6, 7, 8 karts trying to go for second.
Very casually, Davin Roberts just picks off 2 of them on the last lap. But the checkered flag has come out, and it has come out for L'Epiphanes, Alexis Bayerjan, for the Plateau Energy Drink Company and Premier Karting. And Martin Leplante from Premier Karting will be very, very pleased with that indeed. However, the job is not done by a long way. Bayerjan, Roberts, Malkuit, Kidd, Rist, Boer, Samut, Ferguson, Drysdale. And Davin's in a hurry to get back the pits, to see mum and dad and say, ha-ha!
I'll tell you what, that was a
heck of a drive.
It was a great lap, absolutely. Not just 1, but then 2, and very hard, clean moves. Right? It was very, very good moves, and then did a very good job at defending. So hat tip on Roberts, man. That was strong.
I shall say this now. I told a couple of senior drivers who were saying about getting back to or trying to figure out how to drive a ROTAX, because they don't usually drive ROTAX. I said, look, it sounds stupid. Go and watch Davin Roberts. He drives this motor, these tyres so well. You know, his style lends himself to the ROTAX style of racing, and there he is, yeah. And he proved that then. Again, aggression, close. I bet he calls Xander sir, because he's such a polite, you know. I wonder if he calls Xander thank you, sir, at the end of it, because he's so polite.
Well, Davin, that's a heck of a way to end a very busy Saturday. 3 heat races and a pre-final. You end out with now a heck of a good starting spot for who knows what we're in store for tomorrow. Where's your head at after that race?
I'm pretty happy after that. I mean, we've been slow all weekend. Had some engine problems, actually, major engine problems in the warm-up, so we had to unfortunately switch motors. Can't thank Mr. Doug Foxworth enough for letting me use his engine. I couldn't have done this without him, and Mr. Christian for helping me tune. Having some up and down heat races, 10th, and 6th, and 19th from bumper penalties. So I'm happy to come away into the day on a high note with a second, and yeah.
Solid run and a good starting spot tomorrow. Heck, the outside's obviously where you go in the wet, but you got to survive turn 1. So what do you think we'd be in store if we do get a wet one?
I'm not really sure. I mean, I've driven this. Last year at USPKS, it was just a complete monsoon, but it was the other direction, so it's a little different. But I still feel really confident around here. Of course, me being bigger helps me with the upper body weight. Yeah, I think it's going to mix up the field a little bit, show who's good in the wet, show who's not, show who's okay, and hopefully we can take it home at 2 years in a row.
There you go. Looking to keep that suit going and get a fresh one for 2025. Davin Roberts, P2, Alexis Bayerjan, and the rest of the Junior Max field are ready to roll through the scales. We're already back on track, fellas.
He calls Mr. Doug and Mr. Chris Fox. You know, that's the level of respect that young man carries. And you know what? You know, the paddock see that, and they respect him back in return. Now we get going with our mini and micro max pre-final. It looks like the micro drivers will be more or less at the back there, so the fight at the front will be amongst the actual proper mini max drivers, not the micro max drivers. There is a leading micro max driver, number 92. Jack Katowski, I do apologise, who has been quick enough to run at the front, but in races 2 and 3 has not had the best of luck. It's going to be Arthur Farrow, Holden Myers, and then we've got the likes of Hudson Howard, Samuel Chaveri, LaRusso, Addy. What about Lipka? What about Lockhart? We're going to find out in the next. This is going to be a 10-lap race. Lights are out, we are off, and racing is a great start from the Englishman, Arthur Farrow. Oh, and there's already karts going wide further back in the field.
That was a huge save for LaRusso there in the 4th spot right now. A little bit of a clip going in, no harm, no foul. He's able to hold on to it. Came out of the corner 4th, but dang near ended up off the course. A little bit of help there, going to keep going. Maybe only drop 1 spot. Clean and green for the most part here, but out front you do have Farrow, followed by, I believe, Chaveri got up there, and then Myers slotting into 3rd.
Haley Donaldson, our eyes on the ground, said that, well, you've got the number 137, Josh Wheeler, on old tyres, and the only other driver on old tyres, number 123, your race leader, Arthur Farrow.
I feel like that's confidence.
Do you know what? If at this young age, driver is settled in the kart, why change anything? No one's been able to come close to him. Hey, let's do this now. Hey, we're under pressure, but we got confidence that Arthur can race his way, you know, to victory. And again, he's got, if it is dry tomorrow, he's one of only 2 drivers with a fresh set of bones in his back pocket.
Well, and it's what I was mentioning earlier, is a move to the inside. Chevrolet's going to try to get the job done, carrying the speeder on the outside. Is the 1-2-3 going to get the job done? But here comes Myers, maybe stealing away P2. Now through green corner, Myers gets the job done. What I was going to say to finish the point real quick before they keep racing, getting the new tires to fire up sometimes and getting the most out of them over 10, 12 laps can be a little bit more of a struggle, I've been hearing.
Yeah, and here comes Hudson Howard. Now, what Arthur Farrow also has in his back pocket, he has control. He has track position, and he can back the field up. He can just allow the chasing pack to grow from 3 karts to 4 karts to maybe 8, 9 karts. And then, as they all trip over each other, he can make his escape at a point in the race where it doesn't matter about the fresher tyres. He's too far in front to allow. Then there's Lennox Lockhart making a move further back. Here is the 3rd place battle. Hudson Howard passes Samuel Chaveri for P3. And yeah, Farrow checking over his shoulder. Not defending, but certainly there's a difference between defending and driving defensively. You know, and Farrow, he's not defending, but you'll know he might turn in a fraction earlier. He might just not quite be on the racing line. He might be a kart length off the racing line to the inside to discourage anyone from making a pass.
Yeah, outside of I-70 where he goes full defense on there, because that's the smart thing to do to try to retain that spot. One thing I was going to mention is he was kind of going, hey, let's go forward, and Hudson was behind him, Hudson Myers. Normally I'm like, yeah, maybe we should just push. That was actually a scenario I thought maybe you should go get him. We were talking about with Kuba Kidse, I feel the exact same way about Farrow. I feel like we should attack and see if we can make something happen. But no harm, no foul right now. The next person up is going to be Hudson Howard, Hudson Howard. Then Chevrolet's going to have a shot. Will they make the move? Howard to the inside. Sticks the pass. Crossover maneuver, not going to have enough unless there's some help.
Who
Chevrolet?
goes? Yep, does
Chevrolet? Slots in.
So Farrow slots into second, doesn't want to be hung out to dry. And again, 2 tickets available. 2 tickets, and if it's wet, then Farrow's thinking, well, I'm from the UK. I'm pretty good in the rain, as you'd expect to be. And if it's dry, hey, I got a fresh set of tyres. Now, he wants to stop the bleeding early, though. He doesn't want to let too many people, so he can't be freight trained. Hudson Howard defends. And look who joined the back of this lead group. Lennox Lockhart, as well as the other driver on used tyres, the number 137 Joshua Wheeler. There's Lockhart. It's been a tough day for the Bahamian driver, and here comes Farrow back at the front. Doesn't matter, you could put a pair of concrete tyres on that Pfaff Motorsports wagon and it would still have some waft under it.
Pfaff and waft.
Pfaff and waft. He's not faffing around, he's got plenty of it. Waft, that is. And Farrow's got plenty of talent as well as the lead group. Now there's Lockhart on one of the Jeffrey brothers. That is Harrison Jeffrey in the Cartel Motorsport number 196, the Dimitris Dalgalis driver training program entered kart. And again, Farrow didn't panic, has made the move and can now control things again. Halfway home for Arthur Farrow.
You got Hudson Howard eyeing him up, had that first shot, took it down to the I-70. Now trying to follow through. Phenomenal move there. Oh, we got one driver off. It's the 167. That's Tarango.
Yeah, Lucas Tarango.
Could be, and killed the kart too. So Tarango's going to go to the back. Unfortunately for him, that's going to be a starting position that's not ideal. Back out front. Just going to mention that Howard was passed. That was a great move by Farrow to get the job done where he did. And now it's going to be Howard trying to hit the reset button, trying to make it happen. Behind him, though, it's going to be Chevrolet's moved into third now. Myers and Lipka, who we haven't talked about a bunch outside of that little fancy dancing move in the hot pit earlier on or later on Friday. But now those three are going to give chase.
The best placed Micromax class driver is Jack Katowski in 13th position. He's well ahead of Jack Clem, Kuiper Nelson, Cruz Rodriguez, we're not seeing him on screen as much as if you look at this battle for second place. Cruz Rodriguez, interesting character. He runs the number 24, or the number 124 and the 24. That is the number that his great-grandmother, Bonnie Owens, used to run. She was one of America's first female stock car racers, believe it or not, and raced in Japan as well as all over the USA. Bonnie Owens, her memory being kept alive by her great-grandson, Cruz Rodriguez.
And on screen you were seeing that battle. Hudson was trying to make a little bit of a crossover. The back end stepped on the exit, immediately came under fire from the drivers behind. That's why that small gap has happened from Farrow to Howard. Now, will he come under fire, or will Chevry stay in line? They're going to go through and carry the speed on exit, try to hit that reset button, try to get back to Farrow. These drivers have a shot at it, but infighting or small mistakes are what's keeping Farrow out front with a handed margin.
Yeah, also what's keeping Arthur Farrow out in front is very, very good control driving.
That goes without saying.
No, I know that. But what I'm saying is that, of course, Arthur, and it's harder to get the message to some of these younger drivers, hey, they're fully aware of the situation, and therefore they react accordingly. So the driving well is one thing. What I'm trying to say, Mike, is that he's fully aware about the tyre situation, what he has to do and what he doesn't have to do. So a very mentally strong race as well for Arthur Farrow. Howard, Cheveri, Myers, Lipka, Harrison Jeffrey, Lennox Lockhart, Yusuf Adi, and then it's Joshua Wheeler. The top 9 karts separated by less than 2 seconds.
Fastest lap of the race for Howard, and slides to the inside. Oh, he's barely held on to it. How about Chevry? New leader, and actually Farrow pushed off a little bit on the dirt. Farrow's going to go backwards. These guys are going to start swallowing him up down in the scoreboard. Here comes Lennox Lockhart. He's to the inside. Lennox Lockhart wasn't in that top group. Now he's third coming out of scoreboard.
Great move. Do you know what? Hudson Howard, hey, he gambled, he went for it. He committed. You've got to commit, and you just saw the back end slip out. And you can almost think of, Farrow already fighting back to retake third from Lockhart. He is unflusterable, if that is such a word. It's very hard to get him flustered, Farrow, because again, how easy would it be for a driver who has led the entire day with 2 laps to go in the pre-final to suddenly hit the panic button when something like that happens? Oh, and Howard sends one in on Lockhart. All the ground that Lockhart gained in that move, he's at risk of losing. I said that all is not well with that Velocity Racing Sony kart there, but Lockhart is keeping the Bahamas dream alive.
And out front, the top 2, guess what? Myers, you have another shot at it. He was P2 behind Farrow, closed in. Looked like the better of the 2 in Heat 3, but what did he say in the interview? Didn't have enough consistency. I need to be more consistent. Now he's right on the back bumper of Chevry, but guess what? Farrow, after that little mess up, my favorite word so far, schmozzle there in I-70, back in the conversation, but now he is the one who has to attack and not the one to defend with about a lap and a half remaining.
But of course, does he want to start third or second?
He's going to go for the win.
Is he going to go for the win? I think he's going to go for the win. He's certainly fast enough. Hudson Howard there in 4th. Lipka,
watch the run.
Lockhart.
Here it is.
Oh, brilliant. Oh,
not enough.
Not quite.
You saw the tight line from Myers there at P2. That didn't give him the exit speed. Farrow saw it. He went for it first shot. You know what that did do, though? It busted them up a little bit. This is going to be opportunity for Farrow down in I-70.
And now I don't think Costa Rica have got a driver at the grand finals yet. What about Samuel Cheveri? Only Danny Formal has the big guy. Danny Formal, only he has ever been on the podium at the grand finals before for Costa Rica. Cheveri trying to punch his ticket for the first time. Myers, Farrow to the inside. Cheveri goes from 1st to 3rd as they come out of scoreboard on the last lap. Howard there in 4th. It's now Myers. You've got to throw consistency out the window, Holden. Now you've just got to park the bus.
He's going to try to make the outside work because there goes the inside. Another move. Here comes Howard to the inside. Almost gets there. It's going to be Farrell out front. Howard's going to move up to P2, and Myers holds on to third. How did they not touch?
Nerves of steel from Arthur Farrow, and absolute stones of steel from Hudson Howard, because he's so aggressive, and he's been a fraction away from disaster twice, and he's coming away with a second place finish. But once again, Arthur Farrow, King Arthur, question mark? Well, we're going to find out tomorrow, but that was a very stern examination of Arthur Farrow's character. We know about his skill, that's his mental strength. Box ticked. Howard second, Cheveri third, Myers and Lockhart your top 5. Yusuf Addy, Connor Lipka, Josh Wheeler, Heston Jeffrey and Lincoln Lima the rest of the top 10. Mike, that was a very, very good kart race.
Absolutely. And to your point about who can make...
Now, hang on. Now, of course... Oh, sorry. The number 18 kart, this is where they've got to be careful. Jasper Knepper is still racing. He's almost a lap down, so they need to let him go and not get involved. Has he come in? Yeah, I think... Oh, we can't see, but yeah. Knepper, he needs to carry on and finish his race. The leaders were catching him on the slowing down lap. They really should have slowed down a little bit more, unless Knepper now comes in a lap early. I mean, it's not going to affect his finishing position, but, you know. I wonder if we can hear some of the conversation in the scale line after that one.
Almost gave you pushback.
It's hard because everyone, once one does you just follow them. Yeah.
If one person goes for the win, everyone.
Yeah, especially when you're in a train that close.
Arthur, you're 4 for 4 on the day. Tell me, what do you think is the reason that you're so quick out there?
I think consistency. I think, yeah, because it's all about putting the laps in, because you can put one fast lap in and make a mistake and then they're all on you again.
Were you expecting whenever you showed up this weekend that you would be this quick and that you'd be able to just dominate the field?
Well, I came here for the ticket, and yeah, I've been here before, but I didn't manage to win it, so yeah, I came back again.
Are you confident after today that you're going to be able to get it done tomorrow?
Yeah, hopefully. I'm starting first for the final, so that should give me a good advantage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. 4 for 4, and Holden Myers. What are you doing? Hey, I thought that there'd be a few interesting conversations. Now, why are we running the pre-finals on a Saturday, Mike? Well, this is why. That's tonight. Now, we are the big blue dot just above the 70. The green is moisture. That's rain. And as you can see, as it goes into tomorrow morning, there's a lot of it. And the rain cell continues. It's continuing. It's still continuing. That's when we're about to ready set to do warm-up tomorrow. Moist. Very moist, dark green. That's gone from mildly moist to possibly underwater. The afternoon, it's continuing to rain. Yep, I think it's safe to say that from about 10:30 tonight, this paddock is going to get somewhat damp. It's not just the rain, though, ladies and gentlemen, that is the concern. It is the wind. That's not the hot air that I blow in the commentary box, but it is the gusts of wind. So we do want to try and make sure that the teams, and all the teams are aware of this, and they're thinking, okay, what do we do? You know, trying to make sure that the tents that we leave up tonight are still here tomorrow. And there is a concern. The organisers have been, you know, I've got to say, give credit where credit is due to SRA and to the Karting Solutions Group. They have been working hard to try and minimise the potential for any team equipment awnings to be damaged. Now, of course, we don't see there, and it's going to carry on. I mean, there's no window to get the finals in during the dry. The question is, now, of course, as you look there, the dark green, you know, that's heavier rain. By only having the warm-up of the final tomorrow, the organisers have given themselves a lot more wiggle room, you know. I think tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, on Kart Chasers live coverage, you're going to see an awful lot of interviews. You're going to see an awful lot of fill from myself, from Xander, and from Mike. And you will also see four extremely dramatic races. I'm quite glad that we're going to be inside the Kart Chaser RV mobile broadcast unit. I'm a little bit more, you know, worried about the fate of our camera crew out on the track, but they're a hardy bunch.
Yeah, the camera crew and the race officials and everybody hanging outside. And the officials. Yeah, sorry. I mean, anybody who's out there making things happen. It's going to be one of the less fun programs tomorrow, but that's why we've been talking about the kind of the what if statement and what you've been trying to pull off all day today as a race team, as a driver, as a tuner, is because you knew you needed to finish this pre-final towards the sharp end, right? And these drivers who had these issues, some of the top runners having issues, and now we're gonna have to go do work. Tomorrow's warm-up, maybe one of the most important practice sessions of the entire weekend.
Yep, because it's the first time they'll be out on wet tyres. I've got a solution. All we got to do is give all the camera crew and all the race officials a nice can of Perico energy drink to give them a bit of pep in their step tomorrow. So I don't know if it's mimosa flavour or whether it's my favourite is the mocha flavour. You know, I like a bit of chocolate flavoured energy drink. And lime mojito. Now I know you're a mojito guy, Mike. You know, I know Director Wiley Can. He likes a mimosa, and I like a mocha.
Well, let me know how that works out for you. I personally am going to watch you do that and watch some awesome on-track action come tomorrow. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting. We talked about tire selection. We just showed you everybody on the screen here what we're facing tomorrow. And just in case, now it's just a forecast. How hard, how light, how much is all in question. You can have some green over us. But how much it actually comes down will be the question. I think regardless, I think it's going to be wet tires and a lot of work for our drivers.
As we watch the Masters drivers head out, my proclamation for tomorrow's forecast is it will rain early, heavy, and often.
Which, hey, at that point, now to your point earlier,
maybe that's the curse the commentator, and I'll get it. And now
it's the anti-jinx.
It's the anti-jinx. Let's do that. Okay, John Bonanno and John Crow on row 1 here. Scott Roberts and Chris McGinley, row 2. Doug Foxworth and John Costello, row 3. Oh, John Bonanno, you know, you'll sit there, you think, I'm dominating the dry, and then it's going to rain, and someone's going to pop a setup on out of nowhere, and that's going to be game over.
And that's why they call the rain the great equalizer. At the end of the day, it's about finding things that aren't normally there, and you're getting creative. And I don't know John Bonanno too well. I know that Crow
Lucky you.
Some of the other cats, they know how to drive in the wet. I think Bonanno's from the northeast.
He's from Franklinville, New Jersey, so he knows how to pedal in the rain.
Exactly. So again, it's all to play for. It's about keeping it on the track, no mistakes in the wet. But first, before we can go racing tomorrow and find out who wins this thing overall, we got to get through pre-final.
Yes, indeed. 2 races to go today, ladies and gentlemen. It's Bonanno and Crow, row 1. It's Roberts and McGinley, row 2. Foxworth and Costello, row number 3. If only there was a driver called Abbott as well, then it would open up so many lines of easy. But Abbott and Costello? No? Anyone? No?
Anyways, like I was saying, on the front here, we're going to have Bonanno's going to get going, and maybe the best start of the weekend for John Crow. He's going to carry the outside. How much can he carry? Bonanno's going to get off early, let him go, and here comes McGinley. He's going to slot into third. Again, a fantastic start for McGinley. We're going to have Roberts back to fourth. John Crow, first time out front. Let's see how long it lasts. Remember, Roberts had his shot in Heat 3.
Yep.
Now it's going to be Crow's turn, and Bonanno under fire once again early.
Well, I hope that that wasn't too good of a start from John Crow. He certainly anticipated it well. This is the first time that a Falcon, what am I talking about, Henry? A factory kart 2.0 has led a race. Certainly at a national level. This is the factory kart's debut. Crow leads. Can he lead an entire lap? John Bonanno would like to cross that put a little asterisk next to that remark, and he's certainly giving John Crow all he can handle. He is not prepared to just sit back as John Bonanno. I think Bonanno realizes, hey, do you know what? I know the tactics. They're going to try and get me into a dogfight, and I need to not get into that dogfight. Mike, look at the change of colour of the track surface. As we watch a change to lead, possibly, have a look at how much rubber these new sets of tyres have picked up off the track surface. Yeah, that's incredible.
We've been talking about the two different types of tires from juniors to the seniors. And, yeah, right there's a really good look through green corner where the dark is and right where they drive. It seems to clean up nicely. Not so nice. There it is again as we enter Cell Tower. Looking at John Bonanno right now, he's got some in hand. Scott Roberts has made the move to third. And so Crow, we did see him get better and better and better as the session continued. So these early laps, maybe some lower air pressure. And golly, Bonanno's car through that entire section just seems to roll better through the center, but Roberts is coming.
That corner, turn number 15, it looks like there's been no karts on it all weekend. The tarmac is as clean as a whistle. Here comes Bonanno, and he doesn't make it stick, and Roberts is now going to try and send it up the inside. They say, sorry. They apologise, they carry on, they continue to give chase. McGinley there, Roberts thinking, okay, now I'm going to try the move. And that's the track evolution, Mike, is remarkable this weekend. I mean, those final few corners, it looks like someone's just literally completely peeled all the rubber buildup, and this track has had thousands of laps run on it this week alone since the last time we had any rain. And now Scott Roberts elbows his way past Crow. Here comes Bonanno. P2, new leader, Scott Roberts.
Talk about people who are good early. How about Scott Roberts in the 928? That was power move right there. Now let's see how Crow can respond here and try to make it happen with Bonanno. Bonanno, he looks like he's just kind of biding his time. He's being smooth, not making mistakes. He just took advantage of the move that Roberts made on Crow. Now he's going to once again set his sights to try to get back to the front. But talking about that track for maybe putting a point on it, I think that gives us a big unknown for what we're going to see tomorrow. Usually you're trying to dodge a rubber as we make a move to the inside, but Bonanno into the scoreboard corner and move him up to the lead. Crossover's not going to happen.
That's a really good point, Mike, is that a wet line in karting is very different to a dry karting line because you want to stay away from the rubber. There's no rubber on the dry racing line. Are you going to see drivers? That's what you said. You said warm-up's going to be so important, and you are bang on the money with that. Because the wet lines, you're going to be driving across some of the marbles that's offline there, because that's the only place where there's been a build-up of rubber. You can see, the dark patches, the dark racing line, all the tyre, the rubber is still there, but it's not on the dry racing line. Warm-up is going to be, number one, very interesting. The mechanics are going to be scratching their heads like they got lice.
I'd like to actually get some pit reporters down tomorrow morning and maybe have a chat with some of our locals or people who have got some experience here on this track in the wet and what they're anticipating, because it's not going to be a straightforward scenario. As here, John Crow makes his move to the inside. Now we saw Scott Roberts, remember Heat 3, making things happen early on.
Yep.
He did it once again this time. I'm not necessarily saying he's fading, but John Crow was the exact opposite and went the other way.
Yeah, and Chris McKinley, let's not take him out of the equation. 4 karts after 5 laps, separated by 1.1 second. Doug Foxworth is only 3 seconds behind in 5th position. But as we watch this, Xander Clements has got news for us. What's going on, Xander?
Well, just kind of building on what you guys are talking about with the track conditions, specifically the final 2 corners, right? You can see through here for John Bonanno and everybody else that there is a decent amount of rubber laid down on the outside groove, essentially, that outside tire through the final 2 right-handers. But compared to last year's event, much cooler temperatures through the entire week. Henry, you mentioned there's been lots and lots of laps, but these tires have not been nearly as hot as they were in 24 or in 23. And with that final section that going the opposite way is probably easier to get through. Going this direction really shows whether or not your kart setup is good, being able to go a little bit higher mid-corner speed and carry the load, because with the Mojo tires, they're a bit of a rounder sidewall. It's going to fold over if you don't have the perfect setup to account for that. You're just going to flat out slide, and that right there was what Billy Musgrave and I were talking about even a little bit before his last heat race, Mike, about for himself, for John Crow, and for his drivers, trying to really look at those 2 corners as a good measure of whether or not they've got the roll speed they need.
No, exactly that, Xander, and it having the balance, make sure the car's working there. You use those kind of corners to kind of check it out. But as you said that, and again, the opposite direction, my brain just went to the start. We normally, in the other direction, you're carrying a lot of speed at the end of these straightaways.
Yeah.
I've driven it to CKNA in the wet, and sometimes you just get shoved off the corner. Scott Roberts takes an inside move to I-70, gets the job done. Instead, I-70 will be turn 1 for us at the start. More of a traditional braking zone.
Yep.
A little bit of banking to give you some help, but I think I'd rather go into I-70 at the start in the wet than those double lefts.
Yeah, that I think is a very, very interesting point. Obviously, you're not going to want to get caught on the outside because, of course, you come out of I-70, there's that lip downhill onto the grass. Likewise, the other bit of drama is going to be coming down to scoreboard bend, again, where the grass falls away from the track.
And to your point about the grass, some people will be able to keep their foot in it when you drop a wheel. You drop a wheel tomorrow.
Oh, no. Good night, Irene.
You're going to see dust, mate. You're going to be muddied, spinning. It's going to be game over.
It's going to look like some figure skating.
Yeah.
You know, pirouette central. That's going to scare the bejesus out of the thought process of the drivers. You're going to have to be inch perfect tomorrow. Millimeter perfect. We've got a 3-kart battle for second place, running lap 8 out of 12.
Yeah, I want to go hat tip on McGinley here. We've said it before, like, he's got the good starts. If he can kind of back that up a little bit, he could be in the conversation. He's gotten better and better and better. And now, right here with Roberts and Crow here, and this is what you want to see, because if he's got something in the pocket in the wet, he's a proper contender.
Yeah, he is a contender. Bonanno setup, obviously, withstand the pain in the early laps and now pull away. He's dominant. He's looking more dominant in the second, ironically, after losing the lead and being and having to battle like he's never had to battle at any other point today in the first half of the race. Now the kart has switched on and he's looking more dominant than he has at any part. So a race of 2 halves for John Bonanno. Yeah, suck up the pain at the first half of the race and then bask in the glory during the second half.
Fastest lap of the race does belong to John Bonanno. That is a 105.5, but personal best a couple laps ago came from Scott Roberts, and actually it's the guy going backwards right now is John Crow, 9:31. He's coming under fire from Chris McKinley. McKinley may have a shot here in scoreboard. See if he takes a look. He does indeed. Down in the scoreboard, and he gets in too hot. He saves it. Hand in the air, my bad, he says. He's lucky that thing's still on the black stuff and keeping around, because I thought he was going around for sure.
Yeah, he was watching the Hudson Howard book of how to overtake and go in hot into a corner. He saved it, and again, and John Crow's like, that's not a problem at all. Early day, we've still got a few laps to go, and again, we're learning about this factory kart. This is the longest race run that a factory kart 2.0 has done. 12 laps. Okay, it's only 2. Do you know what? You say, oh, it's only 2 more laps. No, that's 2 more miles. You know, a lot can happen in 2 miles. This is go-karting. A lot can happen in 100 feet in go-karting, let alone 2 miles, in terms of how one of these karts reacts. Now, Crow, in the slipstream, runs out wide, tries to cut underneath into I-70, doesn't happen, and now gets a really good run. That factory kart has got some it's got some design tweaks to it that are very, very unique, and it really helps it come off the corner nicely. Xander Clements has got more news for us down in pit lane.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of tire decision that we talked about, and it seems to be coming to a head here. You've got a pretty active pre-grid area for a handful of drivers. Cooper Auclair and Oliver Hodgson most notably rolled up with scuffs ready to go or tires fully off, waiting to see what the rest of the field was going to do. Everyone else, as they've passed and to the right of our camera, as you can see, going on to sticker mojos, anticipating that rain coming tomorrow, but holding out on the chance that the rest of the field might go 50-50, or at least their competitors would also play the risk that they would get to use the slicks tomorrow and stay on their scuffs for the pre-final. They were rolling up waiting. So normally you see this kind of scenario, Mike and Henry, probably a lot more for you at the British races you're able to get to, of waiting to go wet or dries. But in this case, it's scuffs are new.
Xander, maybe you can ask somebody real quick what their thought process is about jumping on new tires for this pre-final, as far as are they better out of the gate, or does it take a little bit of time?
Well, here, why don't I go ahead and I'll get one. I'll walk right over. Eli Warren, what do you think? Turning the Mojo tires on, does it take a little bit, or they should be able to fire off pretty good after one out lap?
I mean, they should be able to fire off pretty good. Obviously, we're going stickers because we think it's all going to rain tomorrow all day long. So why not go stickers? You know, obviously, you're not going to be running stickers in the wet. So that's why everybody's going stickers. It's interesting. You know, who knows? Who knows what the kart's going to do? We've been struggling the whole time. We're working on it. We qualified 17th. We start 12th in this. You never know what's going to happen. If we have a good pre-final, it's wet tomorrow, who knows what's going to happen. But we'll see. You know, just stay out of the trouble, keep going forward, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well, if it's anyone who at least knows this place real well, it's the kid who won the last time we were broadcasting here, Eli Warren himself, with a crazy weekend of racing at the CK&A Grand Nationals. Number of heat races, number of top running results there, and he's had a number of big results across the board. But for his ROTAX Senior Max debut, as mentioned, he hasn't made it into the spotlight yet. He'll be working on it, fellas.
Great insight there, and a great follow-up question, Mike. And you notice that Cooper Auclair and Oliver Hodgson, yeah, they turned up on scuffs. They go out on brand new slick tires. We have got a great scrap for P3 on our hands. John Bonanno leads by 4 seconds from Scott Roberts, and John Crow, clear visor. You can almost see the whites of his eyes as he holds off Chris McKinley on the last lap, and this is going to go down to the wire. It's been a really good fight, but John Bonanno, what a run today for John. Franklinville, New Jersey's John Bonanno completes the clean sweep over Scott Roberts, and John Crow takes Chris McKinley after a great scrap there on the third lap. On the final lap for third place, rather. There's Doug Foxworth crossing the line. John Costello will be next. So, Hodgson and Auclair, they were like, we've done 35 laps on these Mojo tires as fast as our karts, and we don't fancy our chances against a whole heap of everybody else on brand new. So no tire difference for anybody.
And that's the logical decision. I mean, that's what makes the most sense. But there's been so many questions. That's why I asked the follow-up. Is there something going on that maybe we don't know here in the booth that these drivers are not comfortable with, or is there a chance? I figured probably not, but you never know. And yep, sure enough, everybody wants those new skins.
Well, the last time they were on new skins, it was 9:45 a.m. this morning.
And judging by the track, perhaps more rubber at that time.
Well, yeah, you know what? You're right. So there is still a little bit of trepidation. Now, for example, we saw Darren Roberts in the junior pre-final. He was struggling badly. The one set of tyres he just didn't get on with. And now he goes out on a brand new set of tyres. Suddenly, he's a contender. Likewise, it can always go the other way. We got one race to go, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay tuned through our last bunch of commercial breaks as we get ready for the final race of the day, the Senior ROTAX Pre-Final. Don't go away.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back, and as you can see, drivers getting in the seats. That is Diego Ramos, one of the top contenders already. Launching off from the grid. We're going to go Senior Max Racing here, our final pre-final. The last race of the day. The last race most likely in the dry. And so far we've had action-packed pre-finals. You know this is going to be yet another. Paulie Massimino, Oliver Hodgson. We talked about the change that happened in the last pre-final and what could potentially happen with the starting grid. Well, it's Paulie Massimino retaining that top spot. Oliver Hodgson's going to be on the outside, row number 1, going down to I-70 for the first time. Cameron Nelson, Cooper Auclair, Jensen Burnett, William Boutillier. It's going to be Diego Ramos, Derek Wargo, Frankie Mossman, Aiden Fox running at your top 10. Paul Hamburg, Eli Warren, Ludovic Saborin, Timothy Pernod, Ryan Rafa, Arnaud Saborin, Aiden Carruthers, Caleb Gaffera, Jonathan Markison, and Theo Severia, your top 20, Henry.
Further back, Brandon Atkins, Marco Kasich, Tristan Altman, Emilio DeLauro, Antoine Lemieux, Owen Spate, Aiden Galway, John Wade, Keelan Turigny, Josh Norman, Billy Musgrave, Riker Ekholm, Garrett Moran, Maggie Webster, Dustin Williams, Caitlin Hottenstein, and starting shotgun on the field, Tommy Trailer. The wind has picked up significantly, and that was the worry more so than the rain. There are the ROTAX and the Mojo and the XPS flags. They are standing at attention, and yeah, so it's not cold, but it is cooling, and the wind could play a bit of a role here.
And it looks like it's kind of heading with the straightaway, with the long straightaway. So perhaps a little bit of a tailwind there.
Yep.
Drafting not as much, but once you get around I-70,
you're going to be going into a headwind going down towards scoreboard.
Exactly that.
Which could mean if you get in a slipstream, then you're going to be hugging the inside line. It's going to be interesting. Massimino and Hodgson, row number 1. Thank you for joining us. It's been a long day. Have the seniors saved the best till last? We're going to find out. It's a terrible start for Hodgson and a fantastic start for Massimino and Cameron Nelson.
Around the outside, going to run out of room, but wisely slots in. That's very well done by Hodgson. He's got Cooper Auclair behind him. They're going to be about 5th and 6th here as they come out of I-70.
And who is that up in P3? Is that not the driver that crashed at the first lap of heat number 1 and only finished 21st, that said I got to stop the bleeding and came back to win heat number 3, Jensen Burnett? I think it is.
Indeed, Burnett already in P3. Big incident. That's going to be the right-hander. I believe you call it the Thunder Valley area. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars.
John Wade is one of them with the silver crash helmet. We'll get name checks on those 4 karts. Exit stage left. They were already struggling. Now they're struggling even more.
Move for the front. That's going to be Massimino getting the job done, or trying to hold off, rather, because I think that was the 304. I think that was Nelson up there. Nelson had a shot at it, or the move was there, already fighting here early on.
Yeah, indeed. As Ramos defending 4th position. Hodgson is 5th. Eau Claire is 6th. And there is another kart running wide. And I'm going to look down the order. So Eli Warren was in trouble on the opening lap there. We got several cars that haven't come round. 4 karts, in fact. Only 33 completed the opening lap.
And it's Burnett making the move for the lead. You saw it on screen. He gets the job done over there in the scoreboard corner and immediately goes defense. Drivers further back. On screen right there is Oliver Hodgson. He's trying to do a reset button after a horrible start. As you said, Henry, he's behind Mossman. They're trying to work their way up a little bit. They are, I think, 6th and 7th there is Cooper Eau Claire, the back of the front 5.
Yeah, can't give you the names of the 4 drivers that went out. They haven't even clocked up on our timing and scoring screen, sadly. But we'll worry about the 33 drivers that are still on track. 5 of them cross the line, nose to tail. Burnett, Massimino, Nelson, Ramos, and Cooper Eau Claire. With Mossman in 6th, Hodgson back to 7th, Pernod, Boutillier, Aiden Fox in the top 10, Aiden Galway up into 11th, new leader Paulie Massimino. Look at Diego Ramos trying something outrageous. And he runs out of track. The Brazilian driver falls back to about 9th place. Here comes Jensen Burnett back into P2.
I'll tell you right now, it looks cool on TV for Ramos, but you're never going to be able to slot in unless there's a clear spot. He was going to be dead on arrival, and it's exactly what happened. There was no room to slot in. Ramos clears almost to the lead, but no track on the exit. He ends up falling backwards. Instead, you've got Massimino holding on to it. Burnett is in there, and then actually it is now Hodgson has cleared that little bit of a group, gotten back by Mossman, now fighting inside the top 5.
Yes, looking down the order, behind the top 10, Hamburg is 11th, Rafa 12th, Wargo 13th, Brandon Atkins P14, Theo Silveira, Caleb Gafara, then Antoine Lemieux, Billy Musgrave up to 18th position, Marcuson 19th, Ludovic Saboin is 20th, ahead of Josh Norman, Tristan Altman, Galway, Ekholm, Webster, Spate, and the rest.
And Mossman urging Hodgson to drive forward. Let's go. He had a little bit of a defensive line, did Hodgson, and Mossman's like, go forward, mate. Let's get going because they're getting away, and here comes the rest of the field. Hodgson, though, has been one of the quickest drivers with a tight line. Inside maneuver, that is going to be Eau Claire up to 3rd.
Cooper Eau Claire puts the factory car P3. And Eau Claire is, Paul Burnett! He's spent the last 2 races digging himself out of a hole. He almost dug himself a big one there, but the move on Massimino that was always, the door was always going to close. Luckily, Burnett got on the anchors quick enough to sort of,
Again, this is not the overall win. You got one more race, guys. You have to finish up here. Ramos has hit the the rebound button right here because he's got to try to get back up here. But if these guys keep doing what they're doing, how about some big defense, some crowd? Look at that move for 3rd. That's going to be the move by Nelson. Slots in there on Eau Claire, and hello, buddy. I'm taking this away.
Yep, that was, he needed a bit of help there from Cooper Eau Claire because Nelson was very, very early to the apex, and Eau Claire thought, out of his peripheral vision, decided to get away. But Nelson suddenly come alive. At the same time he made that move, Massimino starts defending from Burnett. So Nelson, and even though Eau Claire's dropped the position, he's actually closer to the front than he was at the start of this lap. In fact, we've got a lead train of at least 10, maybe 11 karts back to William Boutillier. I tell you what, Wargo, Gafara, and Hamburg, they're not far off the lead group either.
Just to be mentioned, is going to be Gafara's going to be stoked over there. How about that move by Mossman? Mossman stuffing to the inside, gets the job done on Eau Claire. Eau Claire is going to be trying to bounce back from that. There's a big problem for Hodgson. Hodgson had a little bit of a tire drop and then tried to slot back in, clock the bumper there, and ended up going even further back.
And that's the problem. Maybe that's why Hodgson initially turned up yellow flags at I-70. Maybe that's why Hodgson turned up on scuffs, because he thought the car is set up so well on this worn rubber, and it's gone from bad to worse for Hodgson. Oh, Hodgson out. There is a big moment.
Wargo.
Derek Wargo as well. Not a good corner for Comp Kart at all. Hodgson's chances of going to the big dance are slimming, but don't count the Englishman out if it rains tomorrow. We're down to, we're down to a league group of about 11. There's the 4 drivers: Deloro, Kasich, Arnaud Saborin and John Wade. They were the 4 drivers that went out on the opening lap, and I think we can add Derek Vargo to the list of retirements. Well, we definitely can. That's absolutely certain.
You've got 3 of the most feisty people in a row here: Burnett, Nelson, and Mossman. As it's going to be Massimino trying to hold them all off. Going to be a crossover maneuver, but no move to the outside. We've seen that fail multiple times. Mossman elects to stay in line. Look over the shoulder for Massimino. Full brakes, make sure we get through. That's a late move by Eau Claire. Eau Claire stuffs it to the inside on Mossman. He's going to stay side by side on the X. I think it's Ramos in there.
Looking a little bit further back, remember the other factory car, the Billy Musgrave, the one that started 30th? Well, there he is. The 308 is up into 8th position. Class. It's permanent. Form might be temporary. There we go. Billy Musgrave. What a drive from Billy. His teammate Cooper O'Clair's going to look around and goes, hang on a sec, I was 10 rows in front of you 7 laps ago. Well, welcome to Rotax, Billy. It can happen. This can happen a lot. Massimino has now sort of eased out to the tune of about a 4-kart length advantage over the snarling chasing pack, which is now led by Cameron Nelson, Diego Ramos, Jenson Burnett, Timothy Pernot, Frankie Mossman, Caleb Gafara for Hoax Drive Development, and William Boutillier side by side. And then the 2 factory karts of Eau Claire and Musgrave, 9th and 10th.
Yeah, that move Nelson made, and there you go. It's going to be Ramos to the inside of Nelson. It was Nelson making the move on Burnett that gave Massimino a little bit of breathing room, and now Ramos doing the same. It's going to retain that breathing room. This is where it can flip on its head. If these guys keep fighting for P2 and don't settle down just a smidge, it's going to be Massimino getting away, and they're going to fight and fight and fight, and he'll be gone.
Yeah, the other driver that was involved with the Hodgson and Vargo incident was Aidan Fox, who is down in 29th, Hodgson down in 30th.
Smartly no move there at the end, and it's going to be smart if they can keep going through here on the straightaway. Again, the tailwind I believe that we're getting here is going to mean the draft isn't big of a deal, but we are still seeing big moves down to the inside. Massimino looks over his shoulder. No defense needed this time. He's going to get as clean a run as possible. Look at how smart that is. Immediately the racing ends because they know they have to stay in line to go have a shot, and a better move could be right down here in scoreboard. Will they make the move? Not for P2, but for P3. Move up Burnett.
You know, that's about as textbook a move into scoreboard bend as it's possible to make. You know, simply just duck out of the slipstream, not too late so that the driver in front of you is already turning in, but just as you get to the braking zone, so you're braking in a straight line, you get to the apex, the driver you're passing sees you, so he's not going to turn in on you, and you pick up the position. I don't think Jenson Burnett is done yet, because, you know, Jenson, he's had tickets before, but he's been unable to go. He said he's not even sure if he's able to go this year because of, you know, there's another event a week before the grand finals. We'll get back to that. That's, hey, I said to Jenson, it'll be a nice problem to have trying to work out the logistics between the Champions of the Future class of the Rotax grand finals. Burnett knows he wants to go to the grand finals. He wants to go to the grand finals. He's not done yet. At the moment, he is in one of the 2 ticket positions behind Paulie Massimino. Xander Clements, you're watching this, I'm assuming, on the edge of your seat or on your tiptoes down in pit lane. What's going on?
100%. I mean, one driver I talked to, Henry, and you could see it on screen there with Burnett going by. Diego Ramos and the PSL karting crew feel pretty good with the go-kart. They have been trying to find the perfect balance for horsepower. Says he feels like the motor's good, but just like a lot of drivers have been mentioning, chasing a bit of carburation. And even Oliver Hodgson, one of the best in ROTAX competition, said, yeah, I don't know what it is, but we're all still looking for that perfect combo.
Hodgson's looking for a lot more now. He's down in 29th. He is the first major dice to fall. I think it's safe to say he's not out of it yet, but he is, you know, at this stage, he is the first major player with a mountain to climb. Here is Jensen Burnett, second position, and he's on the case. He signals to Massimino, go, let's go together. Paulie Massimino saying, I'm not quite sure I'm going to defend because we've got 2 laps to go.
That's why drivers have trust issues, is because how many times have you looked over and said, yeah, let's go, and then they pass you. So Massimino plays it safe. He's going to stay out front. One driver dropping the wheel. That's Ramos, I believe, dropping the wheel for a minute. He's going to have to get back in line now. It's going to be still Massimino from Burnett, from that's Nelson again. One more time, Ramos flip back, and that's going to be Mossman now. First one to try to take the fight to the top 3 out of that lead.
Yeah, P4 for Frankie Mossman. You know, 2 of the veterans of the US karting scene, Massimino and Mossman. Neither have been at the grand finals before. Sandwiching them, 2 of the young stars of world karting. Canada's Jensen Burnett, Wales' Cameron Nelson. Oh, I love these ticket events where it just throws up rivalries that you don't see on a week-to-week basis. We got 1 lap to go here in the pre-final, and this is just to decide who starts where for the main event tomorrow.
Crossover maneuver, that's going to be Nelson. He's going to squeeze Burnett off the road. It's going to be Mossman out of P3. It's going to be Mossman versus Burnett down here because Massimino's not going to give it up. Look at him kind of shove their way through. Are you going to have enough room on the exit? Massimino, and then he's got Burnett who's going to try to come back, but Nelson's in there as well. Mossman's in there. We got just a couple of corners remaining.
You look at Caleb Gafara for the Holtz driver development team. He arrives on the scene. I think he's going to run out of time, but he's there in 7th, ahead of Diego Ramos, but up at the front. Can Paulie Massimino hold on? I think he can. This is, you know, a veteran guile, experience, patience, temperament, all those things that you need to win, plus a very, very heavy right foot on the gas pedal. Paulie Massimino has all of the above, and he will lead the field to the green in the main event tomorrow. Cameron Nelson will start alongside him. Frankie Mossman. Ooh, Mossman and Massimino, 1st and 3rd on the grid. That is a very enticing prospect, Mike Smith.
Indeed it is. I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of talent at the sharp end. How about Caleb Gafara getting in the conversation? I talked to him in the scale line briefly. He's like, I can't wait for this weekend to be over. He might be a little bit more enthused now.
Caleb, come on now.
He's had a rough go of it up to this point. Billy Musgrave up to 11th. That's a decent finish
from 30th.
For a decent run with him. One driver going off way wide though, and missed the timing loop most likely at the end. So I'd be curious where they ended up as we
that was William Boutillier.
So Boutillier we know is a fast and front runner. I'd be curious where he actually crosses the line at the end.
Yep, indeed. Well, we also know that Aidan Fox and Oliver Hodgson will start not in the top 25. 26 for Fox, 26 for Fox, Hodgson 27th. Is it over? No, but it's a big ask now for either of those 2 drivers. Well, dearie me, that was something. I think it's safe to say that the senior drivers did leave, you know, the best till last there. That was a very, very exciting end of the day. I'm sure we're going to hear from a couple of the contenders as Paulie, you know, this is a fun event, don't forget, for Paulie. This is just a bit of fun,
Paulie Massimino speaking to me at the beginning of the day and the end of the day. That one was a battle, though, and with the winds picking up on a racetrack like this where there is grass and dirt all around, how dusty was it out front leading the way for a lot?
Yeah, I mean, it was very, definitely a lot of marbles, a lot of dust on the track. I don't know. I got out in the lead, and I don't know. I didn't feel like my kart was good enough. I think I got passed once or something like that. And Brandon was telling me, like, man, you just got to be more aggressive. Like, you're letting these guys beat up on you a little bit too much. I know you're not trying to wreck, but you got to be a little bit more aggressive. So, I don't know. I felt like after the last heat, you know, my driving wasn't the best, and we were missing a little bit. And then even still, these guys were able to reel me in pretty quick. So, yeah, I thought we were racing clean this weekend, and then I think in the second heat when Nelson started defending, I was like, okay, I guess I could do that too. So, yeah, it was good. I guess we'll hope they cancel the race tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if so, top of the points. But if not, in the wet, you've been pretty good here. If you look back at the handful of wet races you've had at Newcastle, do you feel confident if you do go to this package in the wet?
I'm so hit or miss. One race I could be good in the rain. The next race I'm terrible. So definitely it will be way more of a challenge. Obviously you have really good guys in the rain, Canadians, people from Europe. So it will be hard, but I will try.
There you go. Paulie Massimino, pre-final winner. And again, if it ends right now, he's got himself a ticket. But of course, we're set and slated to go through a timetable tomorrow.
Well, it's been an incredible day of racing. We've seen lots of action. I'm here with Caleb Gaffera as we wait for the rain to roll in later on tonight and tomorrow. Caleb, give me a little bit of a recap about your day. How did it go for you?
I mean, you know, it's been up and down. We went out for practice and we weren't terrible. We were like 13th, and it just hasn't been our weekend. We're normally, you know, in the top 3 every session, but struggling a little bit with the ROTAX package. We're having a good weekend though, and we're starting to bring it back. Had an unfortunate incident earlier in Heat 2, and that kind of cost us there. But ended up starting 18th and came home to 8th, so I saw a 10 position gain, but just kind of struggled a little bit with the kart. Motor, we were really putting in the work with that, trying to get going, but we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
What do you think you're going to work on overnight, if you want to say anything about it, to get that little extra bit?
I don't know. I hope it rains so I can just go full send, and I'm pretty sure I can make it work in the rain.
Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
Yeah, full send. Interesting comment there. Brandon Jarzakrak telling Paulie Massimino, Paulie, you're not being aggressive enough. That is the key in ROTAX racing. Did you know, Mike Smith, that if you jumble all the letters of ROTAX together, you get the word aggressive? You've got to be aggressive on this package, even like the great Paulie Massimino. Have to be reminded of that every once in a while.
I've always said that I didn't think spelling was your strong suit, and I think that you've nailed it there. No, but all joking aside with Massimino, I was talking about how he's typically patient.
Yep.
He'll let some things go. The problem is that every single time that you try to be patient, someone bit you for it. And I think that, to your point about, say, the ROTAX style, and maybe if you don't know what that is, you'll learn this weekend, but he's doing a really good job of being smart and making sure he puts himself in the right spot and then backing out if you got to back out. I think that right there has been the difference between people staying at the front and then ending up off course.
Yeah.
Is keeping their nose in it when they should have let it go to fight another day. Massimino's done a great job of staying in the conversation and then ending at the top of the heap.
Final thoughts on the day as a whole, Mike?
Man, great racing at the very end. We had great racing the entire time, but there at the very end, we finished on a high note in these pre-finals. It was freaking awesome to watch, and whether it was the juniors out of the gate, then the cadets with the micros and minis, the masters and the seniors, all of them, are just putting on a show.
I don't want to
and I think we saw here at the very end how hard people were trying to get to the front to make sure they had a very, very good start. Great run in the dry, but we are going to have a completely different event starting with, as I said earlier, the most important session of the weekend before the final, that morning warm-up.
Yeah, you know something? I'm very, very lucky because I get to commentate on kart racing as a profession, as my job, on both sides of the Atlantic. I commentate on ROTAX racing all over Europe. I commentate on events like SCUSA and events like the US PKS Series over here with Kart Chaser in the US. Events like this bring together the best of both worlds. You get the big US personalities and the big European specialists come together on a package. We're on American soil, so the track advantage US. Package, engine, tyre advantage Europe. It's like the Ryder Cup of go-karting. And tomorrow we decide 5 ticket winners. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here on Kart Chaser tomorrow. Like we said, the timetable tomorrow is set to begin 9 a.m. with warm-up. For every class, 8 minutes of warm-up, and then we will be in to the main events. Now, that is with a big asterisk over it. The organisers of this event, SRA Karting, and of course Karting Solutions Group, they're monitoring the weather. We will find a patch of weather that is safe and is drivable for the drivers to go out on the circuit. So what I would do, ladies and gentlemen, is tune in and go back and watch the Mojo Tyre Changing Contest on Kart Chaser from last night. Set your alarms wherever you're watching in the world for 9 a.m. Indiana time, Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Tune in. We're going to have plenty of entertainment, whether there's racing on track or whether there's interviews and off-track filler. It'll be worth watching because we're going to give out 5 tickets to the biggest party in world karting tomorrow. So on behalf of Haley Donaldson, Xander Clements, Mike Smith, everyone at Kart Chaser, and all our sponsors, thank you for joining us. We will see you tomorrow.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.